everyone and welcome to the Salesforce Full Course, your complete guide to mastering the world's leading CRM platform. In this course, you will start with the fundamentals of Salesforce, explore core features like Sales Cloud, Process Builder, reports, dashboards and integrations, and advance to building automated workflows and custom applications. Whether you're aiming to become a Salesforce administrator, developer, or just preparing for Salesforce certifications, this course provides the skills and practical knowledge to launch or grow your Salesforce career. So before we begin, please like, share and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Also, check out Edureka's Salesforce training course, Admin and App Builder. It is designed by industry experts and helps you build skills for roles like Salesforce developer and web analytics specialist. This course focuses on strengthening Salesforce security controls and enhancing your expertise in Sales Cloud and Service Cloud. So you will gain a solid understanding of key concepts like password policies, IP security settings, and much more. So check out the course link given in the description box below. Now, let's get started with our first topic, that is, what is Salesforce?
So now let's get started by understanding why do people need Salesforce by a short story. So a girl named Maria owned a small bakery called Sweet Delights. At first, managing her business was simple. She remembered her regular customer orders and tracked inventory on sticky notes. And she handled bookings through phone calls. But as demand grew, things got messy. She missed deadlines because she couldn't track orders properly, customer complaints about forgotten special requests, and when Maria tried to launch an email campaign for holiday promotion, she realized that she had no way to segment her customer list. Frustrated but determined, Maria turned into Salesforce. With its tools, she streamlined order management, personalized marketing campaigns, and even created a self-service portal for customers to place orders online. Overnight, Sweet Delight became more efficient, customer satisfaction soared, and Maria finally had time to focus on baking what she loved. So this is how Salesforce is benefit for businesses. So now let's move forward and understand what Salesforce is at its core level. Salesforce is a powerful customer relationship management, that is CRM platform, that helps businesses manage their sales, marketing and customer interaction efficiently. It operates as a SaaS platform, meaning there is no need for installation, just log in and start working. So with Salesforce, businesses can track sales performance, manage targeted marketing campaigns, and enhance customer relationship all in one place. So to put it simply, it's a complete solution to streamline operation and drive growth. So now let's move forward and explore the architecture of Salesforce. Salesforce architecture is built on three key components. The first one is multi-tenancy, where multiple users share the same infrastructure securely. The second is metadata-driven architecture, allowing easy customization without changing the core code. And the third is APIs, enabling smooth integration with other applications. Now let's understand the multi-tenancy and meta-driven architecture. In multi-tenant architecture, multiple clients share the same application and database, but their data remains isolated and secure. This ensures efficient source utilization while allowing each client to customize their experience without affecting others. Salesforce multi-tenancy provides scalability, cost effectiveness, and seamless update for all the users. On the other hand, in metadata-driven architecture, the application is built using metadata rather than hard-coded logic. This means that Salesforce dynamically customizes features based on metadata definitions, allowing flexibility and scalability. The metadata layer stores configurations, user preferences, and business logic, enabling these seamless updates without disrupting the core application. So that's it about the architecture of Salesforce. Now let's have a look at some major Salesforce cloud services. So Salesforce offers a variety of cloud services to meet diverse business needs. Let's explore the key ones. So the first one is Sales Cloud. First, this helps the businesses manage the customer relationships and boost sales. The next one is Service Cloud. It enhances the customer support by providing efficient and case management. The next one is Marketing Cloud. Moving on, this cloud enables the personalized marketing automation and customer engagement. The next one is Commerce Cloud. Similarly, this empowers the businesses to deliver seamless online shopping experience. Next one we have is Financial Service Cloud and Health Cloud. These industry-specific solutions cater to banking, insurance and healthcare sector. The next one we have is Analytics Cloud. Not to mention, this helps businesses to gain valuable insights from the data. And the last one we have is Experience Cloud. This connects the businesses with customers and partners, ensuring a collaborative digital experience. So with all these services, Salesforce becomes a one-step solution for businesses aiming for digital transformation. So now let's take a quick look on the key components of Salesforce. So the first one we have is tabs. So these are the navigation links that help the users quickly access the objects, records and features. Next one we have is profile. They define the user's permission, controlling what they can view, edit or manage. The next one we have is objects. These are individual data entries representing the specific instances like a customer or an order. The next one is fields. Acting as a database table, they store the related information such as accounts or custom data types. And the last one we have is records. Finally, these are the data points with records like name, email or phone. Now it's time to move on to the hands-on part. So we will just quickly see what we are going to cover in this hands-on. First, we will start with understanding the Salesforce CRM platform. Next, we will move on to creating an app in Force.com. After that, we will move on to creating objects and adding fields. Next, we will understand the relationship in Salesforce. And after understanding the relationship in Salesforce, we will move on to the validation in Salesforce. And we will wrap up this tutorial by understanding the formula fields in Salesforce. So now the next step is to move on to the Salesforce CRM platform and have a look at the platform, how it works. So to get started with Salesforce, just search Salesforce sign up on your browser and then move on to the Salesforce Developer Edition. Here you will see this interface. You just have to register yourself and then just click on I agree to the agreements. Then sign up at this page. You will get an email and from there you can reset your password and you can log into the Salesforce Developer Edition. So there are many platforms of Salesforce, but the developer one is the default one. So after logging into your Salesforce, you will see such interface and you'll just click here and we will just switch to Salesforce Classic. So this is the platform where we are going to perform our activities and this is the Salesforce Classic platform. We have everything here, sales, services, cloud and everything. So this is the platform and this is the developer edition. So here we are going to perform all the activities that I have mentioned earlier. So right here you can see the options such as setup, or you can see this bar here. We can add the objects and all. We can search anything from this search bar. This is the platform. This is the overview of the platform. So what we are going to do is we are going to add one app. So there are many apps here. These are the standard apps which are mentioned in Salesforce. What we are going to do is we are going to make our custom app. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to click on setup, and so here we can see the sidebar after clicking on setup. So what we are going to do is we will just click on create and here we will just create on apps. So this is how we create the custom app. So here are all the standard apps of Salesforce. You will just get the option to edit. You can't delete these apps because they are the standard apps of Salesforce. So we will just create one custom app. For that, we will just click on new. And after that, we will just click on next. By default, we are going to create a custom app. Click on next. So here we are going to add the label of the app. So the label that I'm going to give to my first app is my first app. So this is the unique name of the application and I will just leave the description as it is. Just click on next. If you want to insert an image for your application, you can insert an image. So if you insert an image, you will see here the image. Whenever you are going to open that application, you will get the image of that application right here. So for now, I'll just click on next. And so these are the available tabs that we can add to our new app. So I want to add my lead tab into my new app. So I'll just click on leads and I'll just add it. That's it. So here we can see the default landing tab. That means whenever you are going to open this application, the app we are creating, you will by default land to the home page. So that's it. Let us add some more tabs here. Let's say I want to add contacts. I'll just add contacts. Next, let's say I want to add some documents. I'll just add documents. And I want to add some opportunities. So we will just search for opportunities. Here is it, and we'll just add. That's it. We can adjust these according to the priority. Let's say I want to move this up. It is up now. Let's say I want to move this document up and more up. And that's it. This is how you can adjust the tabs. So after this, we are just going to click on next. Now you will see this interface. That means to whom you want to make this application visible. So we will just click on visible to all. So by this, all the different users, everyone will be able to see my application. So that's it. After that, we are just going to click on save. So now after saving the application, we can see my first application is in the same list again. So here we can see the edit and delete option. That means all these applications are the standard application of Salesforce, but the application that we have added is a custom application that we can delete or edit. But the standard applications cannot be deleted. So that's it. This is my first application. So now if I click on my application from this drop down, I can just directly go to my application. So here we can see this is my application. We have added these tabs in this application and it is created by me, and that's it. So this is my first application. This is how you create your application in Salesforce. So this is the application that we have made. So we will just go to this drop down and we will just click on my first application, and this is how you can visit your application that you have created. So here is the application, and we have added these tabs, that was leads, document, contacts and opportunities. So they are mentioned here. You can see this is my application and you can just change it to whatever you want. Which application you create, you can just go to the drop down and you can just visit your application. So this is the application that we have created for now. What you can do is you can create any number of applications and those applications will be visible here. And then the next step is to add these tabs and objects. You can create any number of objects, records and fields, and you can give the visibility to any number of applications. Like there was the step where we tick marked on the visibility. So by that you can control who can see your leads, documents and everything you have added in the tab. So this is how you create your first application. And now that we have created our first application, the next step is to move on to the creating objects and adding the fields to it. So this is the most important part of the Salesforce tutorial. This is the most lengthiest part. Here we will learn how to create objects, adding fields, and then we can add the records and manage the records and everything. So now let's get started by creating the object. So we will create object and then we will create a new tab. So we can add the object here, and after creating the objects, we will create the fields for those objects. And then after that, we are going to add the records to that object. So for creating the object, we will just again go to the setup, and after clicking on setup, just go to create. After going to create, you can see the option here that is of objects. Just click on object and then after that click on new custom object. So after clicking on new custom object, we will just see the interface like this. So what we are going to do, we are going to add the label, the plural label, and after that we are going to add the object name, and we are going to look what is mentioned. According to that we are going to do. So first is entering the label of the object. So this is my first custom object. So what I am going to do is I am going to give it a name as my leads. That's it. We are going to give it my leads, let's say. So we will just mention the plural label as my leads again, and that's it. The object name is based on the label of the object. We will just skip the description, and so after that we will just go to record name and data type. So we cannot create an object without any field. We need to enter one field inside the object. So this is the by default field in my object. So I can just change it, or I can just keep it as the serial number, let's say. So according to the serial number, I can change the data type. So again, if the record name is in number, we will just click on auto number. So right here, we are getting again 2 more options, display format. So in display format, we are just going to mention the format that we are going to follow. So let's say I want my format to look like something like this, that is lead and 0. So this will be the format of my lead, and the starting number I want to be 1. So that's it. This is how I want to mention the serial number in my fields, and that's it. We will just go down and save it. So right here we can see there is an error message here. So what we have done is we have not included the curly brackets. So we'll just change those brackets. So that's it. Now what we are going to do is we are going to save it. So after saving that, here we can see my object is created and the default field is also created. The serial number default field is also being created, and that's it. So here you can see the default field is also created and my object is also created. So what we are going to do now is we are going to create one tab so we can add this my lead here to the tab. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add this object my lead to this list, and to add this my leads to the list, what we are going to do is we'll just click on setup. Then we will just go to create again, and we will just see the option of tabs here. We'll just click on tabs. So now after clicking on create a tab for object, what we are going to do is we are going to create a custom object tab. We are just going to click on new tab, and we are going to choose the object, the my leads. The tab style, we are going to choose the color. Let's say I want this color to appear, my leads, let's say this. So that's it. Now we are just going to ignore this description. We are going to just click on next, and after that what we are going to do is we are going to keep it as it is. The default mode is on, and then just quickly come down and click on next. That's it. The last step is to just save this, and after saving this, what we are going to see is we are going to see this new tab has been created, my leads has been added to the list. So this is how you create new tab and add the object to the list. Now that we have created the tab and the object, we will just click on my leads. So right here we can see we have just one field, that is the default field, that is the serial number. Apart from that, we don't have any field in our object, so we cannot enter any records in our object. So to enter any type of records in our object, what we have to do is we have to create some more fields, like for email ID, for phone number, for the lead name and the last name, how much ever fields we can create. So we have to create fields, and after that we can add the records in our objects. So now again, to create fields in our object, what we are going to do is we are going to click on setup over here, and after clicking on setup, we will just go down to create, and we will go to objects. So after clicking on objects, we have this custom object that we have created. We'll just go on the object, and here if we'll scroll down, we will see this custom fields and relationships. So to create a custom field, we will just click on new. So after clicking on new, we will just select the data type. So here are so many data types like auto number, formula, a lookup relationship. So master detail relationship, we have email ID, number, percent, phone number, pick list. So for example, if you are selecting email ID, so it will have the data type as email ID, and that column will able to accept the email ID. So if we are selecting numbers, then the records that we are going to mention in that field will be numeric. And again for the phone number we have, again for the text area we have, again for the text we have. So here we have pick list. So pick list is just basically to give the drop down effect, and you can just click any item from the drop down. So we have the multiple select pick list. So again we are going to understand this via an example, but right here just you need to understand what is pick list and multi select pick list. So in pick list you can just directly select one option from the drop down, while in the multi select you can select the multiple options from the drop down. So these all are basically the data type of the fields. So what we are going to do is we are going to select one data type for this. So let's say first data type that we are going to choose is text. So first of all, we are going to choose it as a text because the first thing that we are going to add is the lead name. So we will just click on next after selecting, and here is the field name that we are going to enter. So field name, we will say just lead name. Now after that, we will just enter the length. Let's say it should be 30 character. We will just ignore the description. After that, we will just keep it as required. So if we check on the required, so that means this field will be mandatory to enter. So you cannot just skip this field, you have to enter a name in the field. So after that, we have this option of unique. So we are not going to click on unique because you all know the meaning of unique. So if we are going to click on unique, so that means you cannot add a duplicate name or duplicate value in that field, but we cannot select a unique in the lead name because we know that multiple people have same name. So yeah, we should just not click on this unique. And after that, what we are going to do is we are going to click on next. So again, we are just going to click on next here. So after this, what is it? We'll just click on save. So after saving, if I go back to the leads object, I have this one field that is lead name. So I have added this lead name field in my object. Here what we can do is we can add any lead name into our object. So only having one lead name in our object is just not enough. So what we are going to do is we are just going to go on setup again, and again we are going to add some more fields. So let's say we will just repeat this step again. We'll just go to create and we will just click on objects, and objects will go to my leads. And again what we are going to do is we are going to add one new field. So you can add any field you want. So again I have to click on the data type. So let's just click on the phone because I just want to add the phone number. So we will just click on next, and after that what we are going to do is we are going to give it a name as phone number. The field name will get auto generated. Description we are going to skip. So this is the required field, and so I just don't want to make this field as a required field. So I'll just click on next. So after clicking on next, what we are going to do is we are going to repeat this all over again. We are just going to click on next, and that's it. We are just going to save it. So after saving this new field has been created. We'll again just go to my leads, and what we will see is we will see another field. So just click here. We are just able to see this another field that says phone number. So let's just add one more field. So what we are going to do is we'll just click here. We'll just click on new field. So after clicking on new field, we will just add one more field, or let's say two more fields. So after getting this data types, we'll just click on email. Let's say we want to create a field for email. Again, we will just click on next, and here we will say email. Description and everything we are just going to ignore, and we are just going to click on next. And after clicking on next, again we have to repeat all these steps again. So here again we can just make it default. So we'll just click on next again, and after that we will just click on save, and the new field will be created. We'll just click on save, and that's it. The new field of email has been created. Let's have a look. So here we can see that email field has been created. So after that, let us create one more field, and after that we are going to start adding the records. So let's say the next field that we are going to create is drop down. So this time the field that I want to create is drop down. So what we will do, we will just click here. We will just go to new field again, and here we will just click on pick list. So as I've explained to you earlier, that pick list is used for drop down. You can select any one option from the drop down. We will just click on next, and after clicking on next, what we are going to do is we are going to give it a label. So let's say we will just give a label as state, and what we are going to do is use global pick list set. No, we will just manually enter the values. So in this, what we are going to add is, so I'll just add the 28 states of India into this field. So here I'm just going to mention all these states. So what we are going to do is we are going to uncheck this box and the field name will be state, and that's it. We will ignore the description and all. After that, we will just click on required and we will just click on next. So after clicking on next, what we are going to do is we are going to again click on next and then save this field. So that's it. So now what we are going to do is we are going to have a look at my leads and we will just refresh this, and now you can see we have this drop down of states of India. So that's it. Now what we are going to do is we are going to make one more drop down for the cities. So what we are going to do is we are going to add one more field here, let's say field, and then we will just click on new field here. So that's it. And here we are again going to click on pick list and next. So again we will just write here city. That's it. So what we are going to do is we are going to again mention some of the cities of India, and again I am going to copy paste all the cities. So here I have added few of the cities of the state that I have mentioned in my state field. So after that we are just going to click on next here, and after clicking on next, again we are going to click on next here, and after that we are just going to save this field. So after saving this field, what we will see is we will go to our leads and we will just refresh this. We will see these city names here. So now let's try and add one record. So what we will do is we will just enter the lead name. Let's say it's Nidhi Jha, and we will just enter any random number here. We will just enter any email ID here. Let's say nidhi@edureka.co. So here there is one thing to notice. We will just select the state Karnataka, and after that we will just select the city as Noida. But this is not possible, right? We cannot select a state as Karnataka and then select the city as Noida. But this is taking it as an input, but this is wrong here. So what we are going to do is we are going to create one restriction where if the state is Karnataka, then we will have only two options, that is Mysore and Bangalore. And if the state is Gujarat, then we should only get two options, that is Ahmedabad and Surat. So we have to create this restriction on our object. So now for creating that restriction, what we are going to do is we are going to visit the view fields, and inside the view fields we are going to see this field dependencies. So we are going to create one new dependency. We'll just click on new, and right here what we are going to do is right here we are just going to select the controlling field. So let's say the controlling field will be state and the dependent field will be city. After that we'll just going to click on next. So after selecting the controlling field and dependent field, so we are going to select the options that we want in a particular state. So the first option is Karnataka, so we are going to select Bangalore and Mysore. So we have selected these two options. Then for Gujarat we are going to select Ahmedabad and Surat, and for Uttar Pradesh we are going to select Lucknow and Noida. We will just select here Bangalore and Mysore, and we will include it. And after that in Gujarat we are going to select Ahmedabad and Surat, and we will include these values here, Lucknow and Noida. And then in Maharashtra we are going to select Mumbai and Pune, and then in Tamil Nadu we are going to select Chennai and Coimbatore. So that's it. These values are included in the particular state. We are just going to select on save. So this has been updated. Now what we are going to do is we are going to check if that dependency has been applied or not. So after just refreshing the My Leads page, we can see that the city has been disabled. That means when we are going to click on state, after that the city will be enabled. So now we have clicked on Karnataka, and the options that we are getting is Bangalore and Mysore. And let's say for Uttar Pradesh, we are getting two options, that are Lucknow and Noida. So that's it. This is how you make a controlling and dependent field. This is how you add the field dependencies. So now we are moving forward. Now we are going to add some records into our object. So now we are going to start to add the records in our object. So first record we are going to add is Nadija, and the number that I'm going to add is, let's say, this, and the email ID, let's say nidhi@edureka.co. And after this we are going to select on Karnataka and Bangalore. So we'll just save this record, and now we have this new record into our field. And let's say we are going to add one more object, so we'll just add some name here, let's say Nancy, and the number will be anything. Again, we'll just do it as nancy@gmail.com. We will select the state as Gujarat and Ahmedabad. So we'll just save this new record. So after saving this record, we are going to move on to our leads, and we will see how these records has been added to our object. So this record has been saved. Now let's move on to our leads, and here we can see the lead 1 and the lead 2. So these lead 1 and the lead 2 has been automatically generated because we have added one field here, which was the default field, which was the serial number. So lead 1, lead 2, lead 3, lead 4. So this will be automatically every time generated with the field serial number that we have added. So the data type that we have added in our serial number was auto number, I guess. So because of that, these numbers are automatically getting generated. So we are getting this lead 1 and lead 2, but we cannot remember what was lead 1 and what was lead 2. So for now, I have just added two details right here, one for Nidhi and one for Nancy. So there are only two details. So that's why I have this in my mind that I have entered one for Nidhi and one for Nancy. But what if we have multiple leads? Then we cannot just add this as lead 1, lead 2, lead 3, lead 4, lead 5. So by this, we will just get confused and everything. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to create a new view for our object. So we are just going to click on create new view, and after creating new view, here are my available fields, and we are just going to click on, let's say I want to add the lead name first. After adding the lead name, I want to add the lead number, the state, and email ID and city. So these are the fields that we have created. We will just add it, and we will just control it via this. We'll just select the lead name, and we will move it to the after the serial number. After serial number, we have lead name. After that, I want is phone number. So after phone number, I want the email address. After email address, I want the state and the city. So this is how I want to make my view. So I will just do it to visible to all users, and I'll just save this. Okay, so I have to give the view name and the view unique name. So for this view name, I'm just going to write as all, and that's it. Now I'll just save this. After clicking on save, we have this view here. So here we can see the serial number, lead 1, lead 2. After that, we have the lead name and phone number, email ID, state, and the city. So this is our new view. And what we are going to do next is we are going to add some more records to it. So first of all, we will just click on any of the lead, and here we can see the all details of our lead. So let's say we are just going to click on lead 1, then we have this details, then we are going to click on lead 2, we have this detail. So we can add many more fields to our leads. Let's say we want to note what was the previous conversation with this lead, what is the situation going on with this lead and me. So I can just create a text box area, a text area field, and I can just write those things here, and we can add any amount of fields to our objects. So that's it for this leads. And now what we are going to do is we are going to move on to the next part of our Salesforce tutorial, and that is relationship in Salesforce. So there are basically two types of relationship in Salesforce, that is a lookup relationship and a master detailed relationship. So for that purpose, what we are going to do is, first of all, we are going to create one more object, and then we will study about the relationship in Salesforce. So to create one more object, we will just click here, we will just go on new object, and here we are going to add the label of our new object, that is job. The plural will be jobs, and that's it. What we are going to do is, so here we can see the record name is jobs and the data type is text, because whatever we are going to mention in the jobs object will be of course in the text format. So that's it, and we are just going to click on the save button here. So after saving this, we have created one object, that is jobs, and what we are going to do is we are going to add this job object into our list. So for that we are going to click on the tabs inside the create option. So we will just click on new custom tab. Here we are going to select on jobs, and for the tab style, let's say we are going to select this. That's it. We are just going to select next here, and again we are going to select on next, and then we are going to save it. So this tab has been created. We can see here jobs has been created and jobs has been added to the list. So now let's move on to the next part, that is relationship in Salesforce. So as I have mentioned before, there are two types of relationship in Salesforce, that are master detail relationship and lookup relationship. So let's just quickly verbally understand what is master detail relationship. So master detail relationship is when, suppose you have two objects, one is parent object and one is child object. So whenever you are deleting the parent object, the child object also gets deleted. So basically that is master detail relationship. On the other hand, we have the lookup relationship, in which we have the parent object and the child object. So when the parent object gets deleted, there is no effect on the child object. The child object will be present there only. It won't get affected even if we delete the parent object. So these are the two relationships in Salesforce, the master detail relationship and the lookup relationship. So now what we are going to do is we are going to create relationship between my leads and jobs. Suppose I want every person in my leads to have a from my jobs object. So I want to assign one job to every person in my leads. So for that, first of all, we are going to add some jobs here. So there are no jobs added to this object yet. So we will just start adding. So first of all, I have added the sportsman. Then again, we will just clone another job. So the second, let's say we are going to add writer. We'll just save and clone another job. Let's say the third one is actor. We'll just save and clone another job. So the next thing is software developer. We'll just save. Let's add one more job. Let's say web developer. We'll just save it. And the last job, let's say, will be entrepreneur. So we'll just save these. So now let's see the jobs object. We have all these jobs mentioned in our jobs object. So we have all these jobs in our jobs object. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create one relationship between my leads and the. So there is one more thing to remember here, that so every time the relationship is decided at the child's end. So here my leads is the child and the jobs is the parent object. So this is because we want to assign the jobs to the my lead. So that makes my leads a child object and jobs a parent object. So what we are going to do is we are going to visit my leads, and so here after going on my leads, what we are going to do is we are going to create one field here. And while creating that field, what we are going to do is we are going to mention a relationship there, which is lookup. When we were studying the data types, then we saw there a lookup or a master detail relationship. So that we are going to add to this new field. So we are just going to click on new field here. And after that, we are just going to click on lookup relationship, this part. So yeah, so now we are just going to create one new field in my leads, and then while creating that field, we are just going to assign a lookup relationship to that field. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to go to the objects. So let's go on the setup and just click on objects here. So these are all the objects. So we are just going to go to my leads, and inside the my leads, what we are going to do is we are going to create a field here. We will just click on new, and here we are just going to click on lookup relationship. So I have explained already that what is lookup relationship and what is master detail relationship, click on next after choosing. So now we have to choose what is it related to. So I'll just select the job option here, then I'll just click on next. So after that we have this field label as job and the field name is job. We are just going to ignore the description, and the child relationship name is my leads, and after that we are not going to check box this required, and after that we are just going to click on next. So we are just going to click on next here, and then of course we are going to click on next, and then we are going to click on save. So this relationship has been created here. So we are going to go to my leads, and then we are just going to assign one new lead. Let's say we'll just add Vani, and the number we are going to add is some random number. After that, email we are going to add is vani@edureka.co, let's say, and after that we are going to select Karnataka as a state and Bangalore. And now we can see that we are getting an option here that is of jobs. So what we are going to do is we are going to select a job here, let's say as a actor. So we have selected the job here as actor, and then we will save. Now this is our lead 3. Let's clone one more lead. Now let's say we will just add a name as Ashutosh, and again we are going to add some random number here. Let's say this is the number, and the email address, let's say ashu@gmail.com. The state we are going to select is Uttar Pradesh, and inside it we are going to select Noida. So again we are going to select the job here. So inside the job section, let's say we are going to select the web developer. Now save. Again we will clone one more lead here. Let's say we will create as Eva. Now the number will be any random number, and here inside the email again we'll mention, and inside the state we are going to mention as Tamil Nadu and Chennai. Inside this job we are going to enter any job, like we will enter actor. So that's it. We are going to save this, and now we will just go to my leads, and here we can see we have 5 leads here. So here we can see we have 5 leads here, and we don't have a job section here because of course that is our new field and we have not added it to our view. So let's say we will just edit the view. We will just go here, we will add the job here, and that's it. Save it. So the jobs has been mentioned for these 3 leads, that is lead 5, 4 and 3. So we can see the jobs here. So this is the relationship between the. Now what we are going to do is we are going to delete one job, and we will see will it affect our leads or not. So we will just go inside the job and we will click on the sportsman. We will just delete this. So this sportsman has been deleted. So there is one problem. We have not added sportsman as a job for any of the lead in our object. We will just delete one more job from here. So we know that we have added the actor for Eva. So we will just go to actor and we will just delete this. So this job role has been deleted. Now we will just go to my leads. So right here we can see, even though I have deleted the job from here, but still the linked object, which was Eva, this has not been deleted. So this is what a lookup relationship is. Even if I have deleted the parent object here, which was the actor, I guess here. So even if I have deleted the parent object, the child object has not been deleted. The child object, which is my leads, lead 5, is still here. So that is basically lookup relationship. So now if it was a master detail relationship, in that case, if I would have deleted the job from here, then the lead would have also been deleted because of the master detail relationship. So in the master detail relationship, if I will delete the parent object, then child object will get deleted, and in lookup relationship, if I'll delete the parent object, the child object will still be same. So that's all about the relationship in Salesforce. So we have covered the relationship in Salesforce. Now it's time to move on to the next practical, which is validation in Salesforce. So first of all, let us understand what is validation. So here we can see the phone number. So but we know that the phone number should not contain more or less than 10 digits. But here we can see this is the input of the phone number of Ashutosh, this is the input of Eva, this is of Nidija. So basically in the valid case, this phone number should be not considered as input. So now what we are going to do is we are going to apply this validation on phone number, that if the phone number is more than 10 digits or less than 10 digits, in that case it should be an invalid input. So now let's move on and apply this validation rule on the phone number. So now to apply a validation rule, what we are going to do is we are going to click here, and here we have this option view validation rule. So we can just click on new validation rule, and we will just write here the rule name, let's say phone number validation. We will just give this, and I will just mark it as active. We will just ignore the description. Now here comes the part where we have to add the field, where we have to apply the validation, and we can insert the fields here. So we have these fields, and after that we have this operator. We have these multiple operators of subtract, multiply, divide, and everything. We have not equal to, less than, greater than. So whichever validation rule we are going to apply, so there will be a need of operator in that validation rule. We can choose that operator from here. So here we have this multiple function, is null, is new, and max, and everything. We have these operators, or operator, null value. We have sort, substitute, and we have every kind of functions mentioned here. So we can insert the function, we can insert the field, we can insert the operator, and with the mix of these things, we can create one validation rule that we will apply to the field. So now what we are going to do is we are going to insert one field here, that will be the phone number. So we'll just insert. So here inside the function section, let's say I have clicked on any function here. I have clicked on if. So here you have the explanation of this function. So any function, if you are going to click, let's say we have the date and value, date time value, then you have this explanation here. So again we have multiple function here, sky. If we'll select sky as function, we have the explanation of sky here. So that's it for the function. Now let us create one validation rule for our phone number. So now we have to count the numbers of the phone number. So in that case we need length. So we have to count the length of the phone number. So we will just go to the function which is length. So this is the function that we are going to use inside the validation rule that we are going to create. So first of all, we have added the function here, and inside the text what we are going to do is we are going to mention the length of the text that we need. But in this case we have to enter the field, because we have to check the validation on the field which is phone number. So we'll just insert this field here, and after that what we are going to do is we are going to enter the rule here. Let's say we are going to add one operator here. So we have this operator not equal to. So we are going to enter this not equal to, which is 10. So here what it means is if the phone number is not equal to 10, then it will be considered as invalid input. So that's it. And by clicking on check syntax, we will just check the syntax, and here we can see no errors found. So this is the correct syntax for our phone number validation. Now what we are going to do is we are going to save this. So before saving, we just have to write the error message. So what we are going to do is we are going to type this error message as invalid input, and we will just select here field, and the field will be phone number. That's it. We are just going to save this. So now new validation rule has been created. Now what we are going to do is we are going to go to my leads, and inside this we are going to add one more lead. So let's just add one more lead here. So the lead name I will just enter as, let's say, Anupam. The phone number will just add this, and email address as anupam@gmail.com. State we are just going to select Uttar Pradesh and Noida. Job we are going to select as web developer. That's it. We are just going to save this. Now we are getting this message as invalid input. So let's just change this. We will just add one number here, 9876. That's it. These are the 10 numbers that we have added. Now we are just going to save it, and it has taken the input because these are 10 numbers. So this is done. We have created one validation rule. Now let's just clone one more lead. We will just add Shalini as a name. We are just going to add one more number, and we will just change this, and we will just change this too. And let's say we will just keep the job as it is. We will just save. Again, we are getting it as invalid input because these are not 10 numbers. Again, we are just going to add these numbers. So we are just going to click on save, and then new lead has been added. So we'll just go to my leads again. So here we can see these are my new leads, and the validation rule has been applied to it. And so that's it for the validation in Salesforce. Now we have to move forward and talk about formula fields in Salesforce. So the last practical that we are going to do is formula fields in Salesforce. So first of all, let me give you an overview of what is formula fields and what we can do via formula fields. So suppose we have one lead. Okay, we have one lead. Let's say that is Shalini, and Shalini is earning from two jobs. Shalini is earning from being a web developer and a software developer as well. So let's say she has two jobs and now she has two incomes. So what I want to do in my portal is I want to mention the salary of one job, and then I want to mention the salary of second job. And what I want my object to do is to calculate the total salary of Shalini. So what I'm going to do is, for that I'm going to create three fields: the salary 1, the salary 2, and the total salary. So the total salary will get calculated through the formula fields. We are going to apply a formula to calculate the primary salary and the secondary salary, and the total salary will get updated in the field. So now let's create two fields for the primary salary and the secondary salary. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to first of all create one field. So for that, I'm just going to go to setup, and from there I'll just go to objects, inside create objects. So here I have my leads object. Inside this, what I'm going to do is I am going to mention the fields inside the custom fields and relationship. I'll just add one more field that will be number, and we'll just select next. Let's say the field name will be primary income. So this is the field name, and the length will be by default 18 character. It cannot go above the 18 character. Number of decimals I have kept as 0. By default it is 0 only. I don't want any number of decimals. So again, we will just ignore the description, and after that we will click on next, and after that we are just going to click on next, and after that we are just going to save it. So this is the primary field. Now we will just create one more field that will again be a number, and we will just click on next. After that, one more field, secondary income, and after that we will just follow that path. We will just ignore the description. The length is 18, the decibel is 0, and click on next. So after that, again by default we'll just click on next, and then again save. So now these two fields has been created, the primary income and the secondary income. Now I will mention the primary income, the first income in the primary income, the second income in the secondary income, and after that what we are going to do is we are going to go to our leads. So we will just go to lead 1 here, and there are this primary income and secondary income. We have to create one more field for the total income part. So we are just going to my objects again. Here it is, I guess. Yeah, there is my object. Again, we are just going to create one more field here. So inside this field, again, we are going to choose as number. By mistake, we have selected the number here. We just have to select the formula. So we will just create one formula and we will mention the formula here. And after that, the total income will get calculated by the primary income and the secondary income. So just click on next and the field label will be total income. That's it. Now I have to choose the return type of the formula. That will be number, of course. The decimal places I will just select to 0 and that's it. We will just click on next. Now I have to mention the formula inside the total income is equal to. So we have to create one formula. So we have already seen in the validation field, we got the option of function. So right here, what we are going to do is we are going to create one formula. Again, we have the option of insert operator and all. So we are just going to create the formula for the primary and the secondary income. So select the field which is primary income, insert operator, that is and, then again insert secondary income. Now we will just put them into brackets. Now let us check the syntax and it says no syntax error. So the syntax is correct and now we are just going to ignore the description. We are just going to click on next and after that we are just going to click on next and I'm gonna click on save. So that's it. Now the new field has been created. So let's test it. So now if I go back to my leads object, so we will just create one new lead maybe. So let's say we are going to create as Vineet here, phone number, that's it. Email address we are going to give vineet@gmail.com and state we are going to select as Uttar Pradesh and Noida. Job we are going to keep it as maybe, let's say we have deleted some jobs, let's say writer. Primary income this much and secondary income, let's say. So after saving the primary income and the secondary income, when I have clicked on save, I got this total income. So this total income has been calculated by primary income and secondary income. So that's it. And this is the new lead that has been added. Now I'll just go to my leads and these are my leads. Let's just click on lead 1. I will just add primary income as, let's say, 90,000 here and the secondary income as 80,000. So that's it. We will just save it. And so we are editing the previous record. So that's why we are getting these errors. We have this invalid input. As we know, we have applied one validation rule to the phone number. So we are just going to add this phone number which has 10 characters and that's it. After that we are going to save it and now the total income has been calculated. So this is how the formula fields work. So that's it for this Salesforce tutorial. So we started with the introduction to CRM platform, then we covered the creation of app in Force.com, then we moved on to creating objects and adding fields to Salesforce, then we moved on to the relationships in Salesforce, then we studied about the validation in Salesforce, and after that we studied about the formula fields in Salesforce. So now let's talk about Trailhead. a Salesforce official learning platform. Trailhead is a free, interactive platform that helps you to learn Salesforce in a fun and engaging way. Instead of traditional courses, it offers you guided modules, hands-on projects, and super badges to help you develop real-world skills. So what sets Trailhead apart is its gamified learning experience. As you complete lessons, you will earn badges and points, turning learning into engaging and rewarding journey. So best of all, it is completely free and helps you to build the industry-recognized skills that can give your Salesforce career a significant boost. So now that we know what Trailhead is and why it is valuable, let's dive into the key features and see how it makes the learning Salesforce easy and fun. So the first point that we have is guided learning paths. So Trailhead offers structured learning path called Trails, which break down the complex topics into easy-to-flow modules covering everything from basics to advanced Salesforce skills. The next one that we have is hands-on projects and super badges. Learn by doing. Trailhead provides real-world projects and super badges that test your skills, giving you hands-on experience employers look for. And the next one is Trailblazer Community. Join the Trailblazer community to connect with Salesforce experts, ask questions, share insights, and grow your professional network. The next point that we have is certification preparation. Trailhead helps you to prepare for Salesforce certification with dedicated learning paths, making it easier to boost your career. And the next point that we have is free and self-paced learning. Best of all, Trailhead is completely free and lets you learn at your own pace, making it ideal for beginners and professionals alike. So now that we have explored the Trailhead's key features, let's talk about the benefits of learning Trailhead and how it can accelerate your Salesforce journey. So the first point that we have is hands-on skill development. Trailhead focuses on practical learning, allowing you to apply concepts in real-world scenarios rather than just theoretical knowledge. The next point that we have is career growth and job readiness. With structural learning path and certification prep, Trailhead helps you to build highly demanded skill faster, making you job ready. The next point that we have is engaging and fun learning. Learning on Trailhead is interactive and gamified, keeping you motivated with badges, points, and real-world challenges. The next point that we have is globally recognized learning. Trailhead is trusted by professionals worldwide, and completing its module can add credibility to your resume and LinkedIn profile. The next point that we have is flexible and self-paced. Whether you are a student, working professional, or career switcher, Trailhead allows you to learn anytime, anywhere at your own pace. So now that we know the benefits, let's talk about how can you get started with Trailhead and begin your journey. So let's start by creating an account on Salesforce Trailhead. Now to create an account on Salesforce Trailhead, the first step that you have to do is open your browser and search for Salesforce Trailhead. So we are going to visit this site. This is the official site of Trailhead. Just click here and then sign up to the Salesforce platform. Just click on sign up and then you will see this interface. You have the options to log in with Google, Salesforce, Tableau and MuleSoft. So choose the option that works best for you. I will go ahead with the Google. So if you're serious about learning Salesforce, I will recommend using your primary email so you can track your progress easily. I'll just choose my Gmail and then just continue. So that's it. And the next step is to select the region. Just click on next. And then you will see this interface. I'll just write my company name, my role. You can select anything here and the relationship with Salesforce. That's it. Click on next and then click on next, and after that you're ready to go. So now we have successfully logged into our Trailhead account. This is the interface that you're going to see. Here I can see my name and this is my profile right here. This is the Trailhead platform. Here you can see the learning options, the community option, career growth, credentials, and inside these you have many options. Here you can see the trails, modules, projects. After that, here you can see the certification. So this is the learning platform for Salesforce. Here, if you come as a beginner to learn Salesforce, you can master Salesforce easily just by one platform. Just by using the Trailhead platform, you can master Salesforce. So now quickly, let's explore the Salesforce Trailhead platform. And now I will guide you what you need to do in order to learn Salesforce. So first of all, we can see here we have search bar. Here I can search any module, any Like I can go and I can search, let's say, admin. And here I will get the results of admin beginner. This is the first thing that you need to start with and everything. So here you can basically search the modules and courses and everything, whichever you want. So after that, what we have is here we will go on learn, and then we can see we have trails here, we have modules here, we have projects here. So let's talk about trails now. So basically you have different trails organized by the skill level from beginner to intermediate to advanced. So each trail is made up of modules, short lessons and projects, which is for hands-on experience. And let's open one trail, let's say. And inside this trail, what we are going to see is different types of modules. Here we can see these are different types of modules. You have the practice set here, you have the classes here, like 20 minutes, 5 minutes and everything. So it is super simple to navigate through modules and trails and everything. You can just start here and start your course. This is absolutely free, and then you can perform any kind of hands-on experience here. So these are basically the trails in Salesforce platform. Now after that, what we are going to see is modules. So I've already showed you the module, but you can see here, you can just go on any module here and you will get the lessons here. After completing, you will get these points and badges. So here I can see 25 minutes left. That means this whole module is of 25 minutes. So when I'll complete this, I'll get 500 points into my profile. Here I can see my profile. I have 0 badges and 0 points. But if I'll complete this module, I'll get 500 points. So this is how it works. This is what the gamified learning is. And now let us see the next thing, that is projects. So here I'm able to see different kinds of projects. I will just click on one project. So after I complete this project, what we'll have is I'll get 300 points. It is of intermediate level and it is of 45 minutes. So this is how you can cover everything. So the next thing that we need to see is Trailblazers Quest. So that makes your learning more fun. Quests are interactive challenges where you can complete the task and earn badges and prize. So it is the great way to keep you motivated for learning Salesforce. So after that, in this credentials platform, we have certifications. So here every certification that you need to get certified for in order to become Salesforce Administrator, Advanced Administrator or Salesforce Developer, every certification is present here. We will just go on one certification. Let's say it is of Administrator. And here I can see whatever courses I need to study and everything to get this certification done. So this is how you can get your certification done. And that's it about the certification. Here are so many certifications present. Once you are done with your trails and modules and projects, you can move on to the certification part. So now let me tell you one more thing. Let's say you're familiar with the Trailhead platform now. So now the most important question is where to start learning Salesforce. Like from what level you should start learning Salesforce. So the first thing that you need to learn is admin. How to become a Salesforce admin. So I will search admin beginner. So I'll just search admin beginner here. So here I can see the admin beginner trail. I'll just go on this. So I've just opened the admin beginner trail, and inside this I have 8,600 points. If I'll complete this admin beginner course, which is of 8 hours and 5 minutes, I will get this 8,600 points. So by completing this trail, the foundation of Salesforce will be done. So once you complete this, you'll be comfortable with using the platform. So after Salesforce beginner, you need to move on to the Salesforce intermediate. Right, we have Salesforce intermediate platform here. So similarly, just like Salesforce beginner, we have the Salesforce intermediate platform. Here we get 9,800 points and it is 11 hours 45 minutes trail. So again, this trail takes you from basic user to confident Salesforce administrator. Now after completing this intermediate, finally you'll move on to admin advanced. And by the end of admin advanced, you'll have a solid grip on Salesforce administration and you'll be ready for real world projects or even Salesforce admin certification. So after completing the admin, you will move on to the developer. Let's say you have completed every trail which is required to become Salesforce administrator. So now you want to become a Salesforce developer. So for that, you will move on to the super badges. Again, you have to complete the trails of developer, in which you can start with Apex specialist, security specialist and process automation specialist. So this will help you to stand out and get closer to Salesforce certification and jobs. So this is all about the Salesforce Trailhead platform. So this is how you can start learning your Salesforce and you can start your Salesforce journey with the Trailhead.
Why CRM? Well, as I've mentioned in the starting, that Salesforce is the world's #1 customer relationship management company. So now let us understand what exactly is a CRM or customer relationship management. Customer relationship management basically means a strategy which organization uses to administer its interaction with their customers. Now, CRM system allows the companies to manage all their customer relationship and interaction through a single tool, which provides a better customer experience and helps improve business outcomes. Now, the question is, why do we need CRM? Well, let me explain this with an example. So imagine a company selling some product. Now, the sales team of the company will generate a lot of data about the customers, which would include which customer is interested in which product, which customer they should talk to at what time, which product has to be delivered, the customer informations, and many more. Also, the customers could be reaching out to the sales team through different platforms like emails, calls, social medias, and asking questions or following up on orders or contacting about some issues. Now, without a CRM or a platform to store all this data, all the information would be stored in either handwritten notes or laptops or in the head of the salesperson. Now, what happens is, without a common platform for customer interaction, communication can be missed or lost in the flood of information. The team might just miss out on some meetings with the client, or he or she might forget the status of an order, or many such blunders. Now, all this can lead to unsatisfactory response of the customers, which a business would not prefer. All this can lead to unsatisfactory response of the customers, which the company would not prefer. So this is when CRM comes into the picture. With CRM, you get a clear overview of your customers. You can see everything in one place. It is a simple, customizable dashboard that can tell you about customers' previous history with the companies, the status of their orders, or if there is any outstanding customer service issues, and many more. It can also mention from where did the customer hear about the product and decide to buy it. In this way, you can also market the product in a better way. So therefore, companies use customer relationship management to gather, manage, and use the information for a better customer experience and to also increase their profitabilities. And what better CRM than Salesforce, which is the world's #1 customer relationship management platform. So now I guess you have some idea about how CRM can be helpful. So now let us move on to the next topic and talk a little more about Salesforce. Initially, Salesforce started as a software as a service CRM company, but now it provides various software solutions and a platform for users and developers to develop and distribute custom software. Now, Salesforce services allow businesses to use cloud technology to better connect with customers, partners, and their potential customers. It offers a variety of products for customers such as the Salesforce Sales Cloud, the Marketing Cloud, Service Cloud, Community Cloud, Analytic Cloud, App Cloud, and a few other services. Each of the services has its own functionalities and can be used by different teams in a company. Like the sales team can use the Sales Cloud, marketing team can use the Marketing Cloud, and the support team can use the Service Cloud, and so on. So I guess you have some idea about Salesforce. So let us move on to the next topic and see what are the services offered by Salesforce. Now the first service is the Sales Cloud. Now the Sales Cloud is a CRM platform that enables you to manage your organization's sales, marketing, and customer support facets. It is a cloud-based application designed to help your salesperson sell smarter and faster by centralizing customer information, logging the interaction with their companies, and automating many of the tasks that a salesperson does every day. If your company is engaged in business to business and business to customer business, then Sales Cloud is a service your sales team needs. Also, the Sales Cloud contains account and contact management, which allows you to have a complete view of your customers, including their activity history, key contacts, customer communication, and internal account discussions. You can also find the possible leads, which means you can concentrate on customers who are more likely to buy your product. Now, this was about the Sales Cloud. Next, we have the Marketing Cloud. The Marketing Cloud provides you with one of the world's most powerful digital marketing platforms. You can manage customer journals, emails, mobile, social media, web personalization, content creation, content management, and also data analytics. Also, Salesforce Marketing Cloud develops marketing automation and analytics softwares for email, mobile, social, and online marketing, and also offers consulting and implementation services. After the Marketing Cloud, next we have the Service Cloud. This service can be used by companies who are deeply concerned with customer service. The Service Cloud provides a service platform for your organization's customer service and support team. It provides features like case tracking and social networking plugin for conversation and analytics. This not only helps your support team solve customer problems faster, but also gives the customer access to answers. These answers will be available on the Service Cloud, so your customers can solve some of the common problems on their own. Next, we have the Community Cloud. Now, the Community Cloud enables companies to connect their customers, partners, and their employees with each other and share the data and records they need to get the work done. Your employees, your customers, and your partners can communicate data, images in real time with each other with the Community Cloud. Salesforce Cloud Community is highly flexible for any business demand and use cases. You can leverage your CRM data by directly connecting with your community or any third-party system. Overall, the online community software gives your company the ability to build customized and branded communities for seamless enterprise collaboration and streamlined business processes. After this, we have the Salesforce Commerce Cloud. The Salesforce Commerce Cloud is a highly scalable, cloud-based software as a service e-commerce solution. It offers best-in-class features and functionalities developed to provide a highly optimized e-commerce experience. The Commerce Cloud enables your organization to provide seamless customer service and experience irrespective of your customer's location. Your customers can be online or in-store. It also provides your customers data integration. So if your goal is to provide customer with a positive, engaging customer experience, then Commerce Cloud is a service you need. After this, we have the Analytic Cloud. The Analytic Cloud provides a business intelligence platform for your organization to work with large data file, create graphs, charts, or any other pictorial representation of the data. The Analytic Cloud, as the name suggests, allows you to analyze and use data insights to uncover new business opportunities. This Analytic Cloud is optimized for mobile access and can be integrated with various other cloud services such as the Marketing Cloud, Sales Cloud, Service Cloud, and also the Commerce Cloud. Next, we have the Salesforce IoT Cloud. Now, when your organization needs to store and process Internet of the Things data, you can utilize the services of the Salesforce IoT Cloud. This platform is built to take massive volumes of data generated by devices, sensors, website, or application, customers, and partners. And on receiving this data, the platform initiates actions to give you real-time responses. After this, we have the Salesforce App Cloud. Now, the App Cloud can be used to develop custom apps to run on the Salesforce platform. Salesforce App Cloud provides you with a collection of development tools that you can utilize to create custom applications on Salesforce. Some of the tools in the App Cloud includes Force.com. Which allows admins and developers to create websites and applications into the main Salesforce.com application. Next is the App Exchange, which is an online application marketplace for third-party applications that run on the Force.com platform. After this, we have Heroku, which allows developers the flexibility to create applications using the preferred languages and tools. Next is Salesforce Thunder, which is a big data and rule processing engine designed to analyze events and take personalized actions. Next, we have the Salesforce Sandbox, which allows developers to test ideas in a safe and isolated development environment. So these were some of the services offered by Salesforce. So now let us move on to our next topic and see some of the features of Salesforce. So in this topic, we will be mainly talking about Salesforce Sales Cloud features. So the first feature is contact management. Salesforce CRM provides a hassle-free contact management by giving access to all the critical data of the customers and the interaction histories. You'll get a complete picture of all your customers, from insights about how to engage with them to deal they're involved in. You can also use the social data of the customers for a deeper understanding of the particular behavior regarding what product or services they're interested in. Also, cloud-based contact management enables you to easily collaborate within the organization and share your insights and important documents to create a knowledge-sharing workplace. They provide social collaboration tools to share insights, relevant documents, and more on every business records and contacts. The next feature is lead management. So Salesforce lets you track the right information about your CRM leads. Now, leads are nothing but the potential customers who have the chances of buying the products. Salesforce Rich Activity Timeline lets you see and access the most up-to-date contact information while understanding best practices and relevant documents using SalesPath, which means how did the customer know about your product? Was it through social media or text message or some ads? This will help you market your products better, as you know from where more people are knowing about your product. You can read the relevant insights on your customers and act on it. You can also write and track emails from the CRM solutions. It's everything you need to convert more leads faster. Also, it helps the manager to set proper leads to particular salesperson, so all the task is evenly distributed among the team. The next feature is mobility. So now let's say you're away from your office and there's an emergency and you have to log into your Salesforce account, but you don't have your laptop with you now. So this won't be a problem because of Salesforce mobile application. The Salesforce mobile app can even help in making conference calls, taking meeting notes, and collaborating with your team members via instant conversation. With this, the files and document sharing becomes very simple and it gives you more flexibility to work from anywhere. The next feature is reports and dashboards. Salesforce dashboard components gives us a visual representation of how your business is performing in the market. Reports and dashboards gives you easy access to key data insights which help in making better decisions. It provides you real-time statistics of your company's information in very less time. It is very simple to create reports and dashboard in Salesforce. You can build a dashboard by simply dragging and dropping icons into the Salesforce CRM. Following this, the next feature is Artificial Intelligence Integration, or also known as Einstein Analytics. Salesforce Einstein Analytics is a cloud-based analytic tool that allows Salesforce users to understand, aggregate, and visualize data coming from different locations. So the main aim of Einstein Analytics is to solve the challenge of combining all the information to analyze large volumes of data and generate powerful insights. This analytics also connects the user to sales, service, and community cloud with embedded dashboards. So these were some of the prominent features of Salesforce. Now let us move on to a demo part where I will talk about the Sales Cloud service. For a demo, I've signed in into Salesforce.com. So Salesforce offers all its new customers with 90 days of free trial. So you can learn how to use Salesforce within this 90 days. In the free trial, Salesforce will guide you on how to start using Salesforce. It is very simple to start your free trial. All you have to do is enter your name, your job title, company's name, phone number, and your email ID. Now this is what a Salesforce Sales Cloud would look like. Now you see there are a set of options available here such as contacts, leads, opportunities, tasks. We will talk about them one by one and understand them. So the Sales Cloud is for the sales team. And the main purpose of the sales team is to get in touch with the customers and sell them products or close the deal. So their main focus will be on leads, contacts, and opportunities. Now leads is basically a customer who is interested in your product. So let us say a customer inquired about your particular product. Now he would become a lead. So for our demo, let us first create a lead. So when I click on leads, you will see I have no recently viewed leads. When I click on this, you can filter the leads. We have my leads. These are the sample leads which are already present. So let me create a new lead. We'll come back to lead status. So we'll just name our lead first. We'll just say his name is Mr. Henry Steven. Now what is the job title? Let's say he's a developer. And what companies he works for. Let us say he works for Edureka. You can enter his email ID over here. Let's say henrywell@gmail.com. Some random phone number. Industry, let's say he's from the engineering industry. And now you see you have something called a lead source. As I've told you before, customers could contact you through calls, emails, social media, and many more platforms. So it is important for the salesperson to note down the source. It will be very helpful in marketing. So let us say many customers are contacting the sales team through social media. So now the company can market better on social media. So we'll select the lead source to be advertisement and then come back to lead status. Now you see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 types of lead status. Now unqualified means a customer who is not willing to buy your product. New means he or she is a new customer and you're yet to talk to them. Working and nurturing means the customer is interested and is willing to buy your product. And chances are he or she will buy your product if you convince them. Now qualified means the customer is ready to buy your product. So we'll just go with new and I think it is good enough. We'll just save it. Now you do not have to fill in all the details. The only mandatory columns were company, name and lead status. So we'll just save it. Now get a message saying lead Mr. Henry Steven was created. Now let us just create one more lead over here. So now let the lead status be new again. We'll just name our lead as Abhinav Anand. The title, let it be testing. Company be TCS. We'll just give him an email ID, some random phone number. We'll give the lead source as employees referral over here. We'll just save it. Now our second lead was also created. Now we have created 2 leads. Now let us say the sales team convinced Abhinav to buy the product. So now I have to change the lead status from new to converted. I can do that with a few clicks. I'll just click on it and you see status changed successfully. Once the lead is successful, its information is stored in the account section. So his account name is TCS, which is his company's name. So we'll just convert it. Now you can see in the lead section, there is only Henry Steven left out. So when we click on account section, we will see the company for which Abhinav works, which is TCS. So under the account option, you will basically have the list of the companies that your customer works for. So when you click on all account, you can see a few sample companies for which your customers work for. If you click on TCS, you can view Abhinav's information over here. Now under the contact tab, you will have information about your customer. You can see the person's name, the company he works for, his phone number, his email ID, and many more. So when there are a lot of information over here, you can just search for a particular customer over here. You can also filter your view over here. Now as there are less contacts, we cannot use proper filters. So we'll just leave it. Now the major difference between account and contacts is account contains the companies that you're doing business with, and contacts are the people who work for these companies. Moving on to opportunities. Now opportunities are past or pending sales for an account that you want to work or track. Opportunities includes various user information. There are few customers with whom the deal was closed. They either bought it or did not buy it. And it also includes customers who can buy your products. So you can see what are the opportunities which are closing this month, next month, which are new to this week, and what all you have won. Means which all customers have bought your products. Now in recently viewed, we'll just change this opportunity into closed win because Abhinav is willing to buy the product. So we'll just change it to closed win over here and we'll save it. Now after opportunities, we have task. Now task is nothing but the duties to be carried out by the salesperson on a particular date. It can be something like calling a customer at a particular time or emailing a customer asking him for feedbacks. It could be anything like this. Next, we have calendar. Now, calendar can be used to create an event. For example, a customer wants to close a deal on a particular date. So instead of writing it down somewhere, you can just create an event in the calendar. You will be notified about the meeting beforehand itself. You can set a reminder from 5 minutes to 2 weeks before the meeting. So let's say you want to create an event on Wednesday. So we'll just click on the date. So we'll just select the time at 2 p.m. I have a meeting. So we'll just name it call Henry. The location is not compulsory. The start and the end time is already assigned. So it will be a call. So I can set a reminder from 5 minutes to 2 weeks. So I'll just give it 1 hour. I'll save it. Now an event was created. Now the salesperson can carry on its duty without having to worry about the meeting. He'll be notified 1 hour before the meeting itself. Next, you have Salesforce Dashboard, which will allow you to present multiple reports side by side so you can compare them. Now, if you want to take down any notes while talking to any customer, you can write it over here. Next, you have reports. Now, reports are used to generate data and display the data in the form of rows and columns with rule criteria. Next is group. Groups are nothing but a set of users. So if a company has many sales teams, each team can create a group and communicate among themselves. So you see, Salesforce Sales Cloud can be very helpful for your sales team. It stores all the customers' information at one place, so you can use them to increase your company's profitability. So now let us move on to the next demo on reports and dashboard in Salesforce. So for our demo, I've signed in into the Salesforce console. So Salesforce offers all its new customers with 90 days of free trial of the Sales Cloud. So if you want to learn how to use the Sales Cloud within this 90 days, you can just go ahead and create one account. Now it is very simple to create a Salesforce free trial account. It will ask you for a few information such as your name, your job title, company's name, phone number, and email ID. Once you give all this information, you can just start your free trial. So for our demo, first we're going to import a sales data from our document and then use that data to create a report and then prepare a dashboard for those reports. So for people who are new to Salesforce, this is what the Salesforce console would look like. It will have the performance here, assistant, task, events, and contacts. If you want, you can also change the entire interface over here. And you can see there are a few options here such as accounts, contacts, leads, opportunities, tasks, calendar, dashboards. We will talk about them one by one now. So we'll just start with leads. Leads store customer information who are interested in your product. Let's say some customer inquired about a particular product. Now he would become a possible lead. Next, accounts. Accounts has a list of all the companies that your customers are working for. The contact tab will contain information about your customer. We'll just go to all contacts over here. Here you can see we have some of the sample data. You can see the name of the customer. Then we have the account name, which means which company is he working for, what is his job title, his phone number, email, and its owner name. Next, account will have a list of companies that your customers are working for. We go to my accounts. Now these 3 companies' employees are your contacts. Next, opportunities are past or pending sales for an account that you want to work on or track. Here you can see what are the stages of that opportunities. Whether you have closed the opportunity successfully or you've lost it, or does it need any analysis, and so on. Now task is the daily activities of a salesperson. So when I go to open task, you can see a few of the sample tasks over here. such as discuss partnership opportunities, follow up on a particular customer, and so on. Next is calendar. Now, calendar can be used to create an event. For example, a customer wants to close a deal on a particular day. So instead of writing it down somewhere, you can just create an event and you'll be notified about the meeting before itself. Now, we're going to talk about reports and dashboard in details now. Now, notes are nothing but while talking to a customer, if you want to write down something, you can just write it over here. Now, coming back to a demo, the first step is to import sales data into leads. So we'll just go to leads. When you go to my leads, you can see a few of sample leads which are already here. We can also use the sample leads for a demo, but I'm still going to import sales data to my leads. So click on imports over here. Select leads. I'm going to add new records. We can also update existing record or add new and update existing record both. So go to add new records. Now I'll just drag my file over here and click on next. Now, one very important point to remember here is whenever you're importing any data, you should always have name, company's name, lead status object in your file. Then we'll click on next over here and we'll start the import. So you'll get a message saying, congratulations, your import has started. Now, after I click OK, it will redirect me to the lead console. So when I click on all leads, you can see my leads have started appearing. I had around 163 sales data samples in my file. So there are a total of 168 leads. 162 are the data sample leads which I had imported and 6 are the default samples which are already available. Now let us create a report with this data. We'll just go to reports and select new reports. Now you can see there are sample reports which are already available, but we're going to create our own new report. So we'll just select new reports. You have to choose a report type. So it's in leads. So we'll just select leads and we'll continue. Now to preview only a limited number of records, but after you run it, you can see everything. So we can group our rows from here and we can select any column which we want a report to display. I can also remove the column which I don't want my report to display. Now let's say I don't want title because it's only present for 6 data samples. So I'll just remove title from here. You can also filter your reports according to your convenience. Now let us group our rows based on lead status. So we'll just select lead status from here. Now you can see the records are grouped according to the lead status. We have 3 in new, 2 working, 1 nurturing and 13 in shipped. Now this is only the preview, but in report we can see many more under shipped. Now in report you can also add charts. So if you just click on add charts over here, now you can see the number of new lead status, the working lead status, nurturing, shipped. Now this report actually contains 2 different types of data. As there were sample leads before I imported, even those are present here. From the dataset I had imported, the status were only shipped and on hold. Now if you want, you can also change the type of charts. You can just click on the setting button over here and you can show it in donut format, in funnel, line. So to see this properly, we're going to create dashboards. So I'll just go to dashboards over here. Now first we have to save this. So we'll just save it. We'll name it demo report and the folder, that will be the same folder. Now if you want to add any description about your report, you can also add it here. But now I'll just let it be and just save this. Now let us create our dashboards. So click on dashboards over here. We'll have some of the sample dashboards over here. If you want, you can just go click on this and see how is the dashboard. Now if you want, you can just click on any dashboard and see how it is. So now let us create our dashboard. So we'll just go to dashboard, select new dashboard. So we'll name our dashboard demo dashboard. If you want to describe your dashboard, you can describe it over here. Now you can select any folder from here. If you want, you can also create a new folder, but I'll just let it be in the private dashboard folder and I'll just create it. Now a dashboard has been created. Now we have to add components to it. Now as I've told you before, there are 5 components in Salesforce dashboard, which are charts, gauze, metrics, table, and visual force page. So we can select any one from those options. So we'll just go to add components. You must have a report to create a dashboard and use the dashboard components. Now we'll just select the report. Now here if you want, you can select any type of dashboard components. You can go for horizontal bar chart or you can go for vertical bar chart So we'll add few of these charts to our dashboard. Now I'll add a horizontal bar chart. Now you can see the lead status over here. There were 3 new, 2 working, 1 nurturing lead status in the lead data. And from the sales data which I had imported, there were 148 shipped, 6 on hold, 4 in progress and 4 cancelled. Now I'll also add few more dashboard components. So I'll select the report. I'll add the donut chart. So I'll just add it. Here you can see our donut chart with the values. I'll also add funnel chart. Now I'll also add the funnel chart. Now if I want, I can move this over here. I can add any of these dashboard components as well. Now it is up to you which dashboard components you want to add. We'll just add one more component. We'll just add the line chart. And here is the line chart. We'll just move it to the top. And we'll save the dashboard. Now you see it is very easy to create reports and dashboard in Salesforce. It is also very visually pleasing and interactive. What are workflows in Salesforce? Now workflow in Salesforce is a business logic engine which basically allows you to define some rules which automate certain actions when a particular criteria or a condition is met. In simple words, workflow performs some action, like sending an email or updating a field when a particular event happens or when a particular criteria is met. For example, every time an account is created, an automatic email will be sent to a mail ID using the workflow rules. Now we'll be talking about all these actions and these criteria in the entire session. Also do watch a demo where I will show you how you can set a workflow rule for automatically sending an email. Now let us understand this better. So each workflow rule consists of 2 main things. One is the criteria and the other one is actions. But before we get into this, I want you to understand that you can set a criteria when a record is being created or when it has been updated. Now these records are only based on a single object. Now I'll just explain you what are objects, fields and records so you'll understand this better. So objects in Salesforce are like leads, accounts, opportunities, contacts or any other custom object. And fields are basically the columns in the table that tells us about what is stored in the records. And records are the rows or any entry in the table. This is basically the information of an individual. Now coming back to criteria. Now criteria is basically the condition that causes the workflow rules to run. Only if the condition is true, the actions are automatically performed. But if the condition is false, then the workflow rules does not apply. Next is actions. Now actions are automatic tasks which are performed after the criteria is met or when the condition is true. So I guess you have some idea about what is workflow in Salesforce. So let us now move on to a next topic and understand what are the automated actions that can be performed in workflows. So firstly, there are 2 types of workflow actions which actually vary with the time these actions are executed. First is the immediate actions and the next is the time triggered actions. Now as both of the names suggest, the immediate actions are the actions which are performed right after the criteria is met, and the time triggered actions are actions that are performed after a time interval. You can set a time when you want these actions to run. After the particular time is done, it checks for the criteria, and if the criteria is true, then it performs the automated actions. For example, you can automate a workflow rules which will send an email 30 minutes after an account is created. So these were the variation of actions based on the time they run. Now let us understand what are the automatic actions that can be performed using the workflow rules. So the first action is you can send emails. You can automate a workflow rules to send emails to one or more recipient when the criteria is met. So for example, when a sales representative successfully closes a deal, which means when a salesperson convinces the customer to buy the product and when he updates this to the sales record, an email can be automatically sent to the sales team manager informing that the sales was done. So this was about email action in workflow rules. Next we have field update. Now field update action lets you automatically update a field value. So when a record is created or updated and you have set a criteria for field update and the criteria is met, then a particular record field automatically changes. Just to give an example for this, let's say a company gets a lead only from a particular country. So whenever a new lead is created, the country field is automatically set to the particular country name. So with this automated action, you do not have to enter the country name over and over again. The next action is task. Task actions are basically a particular task that determines the detail of an assignment given to a specific user by an automated process. You can send a notification email to the assignee when a task is automatically created. For example, if an opportunity is closing in a few days and its amount is too high, then you can automate action using workflow so an employee can look into that matter. Also, tasks should only be assigned to roles if they have only one user assigned to that role. If there are more than one user assigned to that role, then a task is automatically assigned to the user who triggered the workflow rule. After the task action, we have outbound message. An outbound message sends information, which is basically a message, to a designated endpoint, like an external service. You can configure what should be the content of the outbound messages from setup. After you decide what the message content is, you have to provide the external endpoint and create a listeners from the message using the SOAP APIs. This is basically sending a message to any external services or any external applications, which are integrated with Salesforce. Also, this outbound message will be in XML format. So these were the different types of actions that can be performed using workflows in Salesforce. Now let us move on to our next topic and see what are the evaluation criteria for workflow. So evaluation criteria means when does workflow evaluate the rule or check for the condition. So there are three evaluation criteria. First is created. This evaluates a workflow rule when a record is created. So when a record is created, it checks for the rule criteria, and only when the rule criteria is met, then it performs the automated action. Using this option, the rule runs only once. For example, when a new lead is created, then the workflow rule will send an email. Next is created, and every time it's updated. Now this evaluates a workflow rule when a record is created and updated. So when a record is created and then updated, it checks for the rule criteria, and only when the rule criteria is met, it performs the automated action. Also with this option, the rule criteria runs repeatedly as long as the rule criteria is met. The third evaluation criteria is created, and anytime it's updated to subsequently meet criteria. Now this evaluates the workflow rule criteria every time a record is created or updated. This usually happens in two conditions. The first case is when you create a new record, it runs the rule if the rule criteria is met. Second, for any updated record, it runs the rule only if the record is changed from not meeting the rule criteria to meeting the rule criteria. With this option, the rule can run multiple times per record, but it won't run when the record edits are unrelated to the rule criteria. Just to give an example for this, suppose that for an opportunity record to meet the rule criteria, the opportunity probability must be greater than 50%. Now if you create an opportunity with a probability of 75%, the workflow rule runs. But if you edit that opportunity by changing the probability to 25, then the rule will not run. Then if you edit the opportunity by changing the probability from 25 to 75, the edit causes the rule to run. With this last edit, the rule runs because the record is changed from not meeting the rule criteria to meeting the rule criteria. So these were the evaluation criteria for workflows in Salesforce. Now let us move on to our next topic and understand some use cases of workflow rules in Salesforce. Firstly, workflow helps in faster conversion of leads. So when a new lead comes in, you do not want to waste any time and try convincing the lead to buy your products. Now for those of you who don't know what a lead is, now a lead is someone who is interested in buying your product. And if you convince them enough, they can even buy your products. So you will have to respond to this lead as soon as possible. Else he or she might just look for the same product with some other company. So you can just set a workflow rules that when a new lead comes in, then an email can be sent to a particular sales representative to look into it. Also, let's say if a lead is not claimed within a day, you can use workflow to send an email or a message to the sales manager to look into the matter and then assign a representative manually. The second use case is it helps in providing better customer service. So when a user has any problem, he or she will reach out to the service team to solve the problem. So now firstly, you can set up a workflow email or a message to inform the service team that there is a customer query. And also when a case is resolved, you can set a workflow rule to automatically close a case after a particular amount of time. So in this way, the service team does not have to manually close a case after it has resolved it. It can be automatically done using workflows in Salesforce. The next use case is minimizing human errors. So now all the repetitive tasks can sometimes be time consuming, and you might also forget to send some emails or update some fields. Also when you're sending a message or performing any task, you can miss out on a few things. Let's say for example, the service team individual might solve the case but forget to close it. Now this could happen for a various reason. Now you can just automate this repetitive task, and every time the case is resolved, it can be closed. All these automated actions will help minimize human errors. The next use case is tracking the sales processes. Now setting up automated action using Salesforce workflow helps sales representative and the manager stay top of their business. So when the sales reps are dedicating the time to a specific customer, other opportunities can be missed as they cannot give time to that. So now for this, email alerts can help them keep updated about the task. Also the sales manager can set up workflow rules to track competition or to assign tasks to users who have completed a task faster than the others, Also, the sales manager can set up workflow rules to track competition or to assign tasks to users who have completed the task faster than the others, and can also look into deals where the amount is very large and do many other things using workflows in Salesforce. When you go deep into Salesforce workflow, many things are possible. So these were some of the use cases for workflows in Salesforce. Now let us move on to a final topic for today, which is the workflow demo. So for my demo, let me just log into my Salesforce account. For that, go to developer.salesforce.com. So now let's just log in. So click on sign in. So if you're new to Salesforce and you haven't created your account yet, it is very simple to create an account. All you have to do is enter these details: your first name, your last name, email ID, your job role in the company, your company's name, country, your postal ID, and you can set a username over here. Then after you click on sign me up, you'll get a mail to your email ID where you'll have a link and a username. So when you click on the link, it will ask you to set your password. Then after you create a password, you can just log into your Salesforce account with the username and the password. Now, as I already have an account, let me just log in. So I'll select my username, enter my password. Now for people who are new to Salesforce, this is what the Salesforce console would look like. Now if you do not find setup in the starting, just go to setup over here. Now here we'll just search for workflow rules. We'll select workflow rules from here. Now here you can see it will explain what exactly is workflow. Workflow automates the following types of action based on your organization processes. It can perform tasks, email alerts, field updates, and outbound messages. All of this we have talked about in the theory session. Here are some of the examples of the workflow actions. Like for tasks, you can assign follow-up tasks to a support rep once a week after a case is updated. Then you have an example for email alerts, field updates, and outbound messages. After that, you can read that each workflow rule consists of two things: criteria and the actions. After you've read this properly, just click on continue. Now we're going to set a new rule. So I'll click on new rule. Now it'll ask us which object do we want to set the workflow rule on. So for a demo, we're going to create a workflow rule that will automatically send an email to me whenever a large deal in opportunity is created. So our object will be opportunity here. So I'll just select opportunity from here and click on next. This is the step one. You have to select the object on which you have to apply the workflow rule. Next, we have to name a rule. So I'll just name a rule as demo opportunity. And if you want, you can add a description about the rule. I'll just give the description as opportunity deal greater than 100,000. Next, we have to decide the evaluation criteria. Now here we'll choose created and every time it's edited to subsequently meet the criteria. So every time the opportunity amount is greater than 100,000, I should get an email. Here we'll keep it the same when criteria are met. Now here we can set which field in the object opportunity has to be changed. So I want amount. So first we have amount. We'll just select it. Now here we have operator. If amount equals to, not equals to, starts with, contains, all this are the operator you can select from. Now I'll select if amount is greater or equal to 100,000. And you can also specify any other condition along with that. Now after you set this condition, which is the rule criteria, just click on save and next. Now this is your second step. Now in the third step, you should specify the workflow action. Here is a condition. Now in order to set up a workflow action, we need to add workflow action from here. You can select any task. From the option, we'll select new email alert. So here you need to give the description of the email alert. So let's say opportunity amount greater than 100,000. Next, we have to give a unique name to our email alert. So let it be opportunity amount itself. Next, we need to select an email template. Now, if you do not already have an email template, I will show you how you can create a new email template. So for that, just go to any one of the console. Just go to a new tab in Salesforce. Go to view all. And here search for email templates. Here it is. And now click on new email template. So firstly, we have to name the email template. So let's just name it opportunity. And if you want, you can add any entity type. So it is not necessary. We'll just let that be. Next, you can select in which folder will be the new email template saved. We'll just select the public email template. Now here is the body of the email template. Now email template is nothing but what should be the content of the email which is supposed to be sent. So here we'll add a subject saying opportunity amount greater than 100,000. The body, start off with hello. an opportunity is created whose amount exceeds 100,000. Kindly look into this. I'll type an opportunity is created whose amount exceeds 100,000. Kindly look into this. After this, thank you. So let me just save this. Now this is saved as the name of opportunity. So click on save. Now you can see our email template opportunity was created. So let me just go back and just select the opportunity email template. Now here you can see there is no opportunity email template. That is because I'm in the classic user interface. So let me just go to Lightning and see here is our email template opportunity. Now here you can select to whom will the email be sent to. So I want the email to be sent to me. So I'll click on this and I'll add it. Now if you want, you can also add 5 more additional email IDs over here. Next, here you need to select from whose email ID do you want the email to be sent to. Now as there is only one, I'll just go with the current user email ID and just click on save and then click on done. Now our workflow rule is created. Now all you have to do is activate this. Now my workflow rule is activated. So in order to test the workflow rule, let us create an opportunity whose amount is greater than 100,000. So I'll just go to opportunity here and I'll create a new opportunity. The amount here I'll enter as 110,000. The close date, I'll just select any random date. Let me just keep it as 15th August. The name of the opportunity, let's just call him test opportunity. And then the stage will set it as qualification. I guess no other fields are mandatory. So I'll just click on save. Now after I save this opportunity, an email should be sent to my email account. So let me just go check. See, we have got the email. Here is the subject, opportunity amount greater than 100,000. And here is the body of our email. Hello, an opportunity is created whose amount exceeds 100,000. Kindly look into this. Thank you. So you see, it is very simple and effective to create a workflow rule in Salesforce. What is Process Builder in Salesforce? Now, Process Builder is a point and click tool that lets you easily automate business processes and see a graphical representation of your process as you build them. So to explain this in simple terms, Process Builder lets you automate certain actions when a criteria or a particular condition is met. And process builders are designed in a graphical representation. Now, there is also workflow in Salesforce, which is also used for automating actions. So the question here is what to use for automating actions or when to use Process Builder. Well, workflows can be used for only one condition. It is like an if statement. If the criteria is met, only then the actions are performed, else the actions are not performed. And also in workflow, you can automate only 4 actions. But in Process Builder, it's like a multiple if statement. So if the first criteria is met, then the first set of actions are performed. But if the criteria is false, it checks for the next criteria. And if that criteria is true, then the next set of actions are performed. Just think of Process Builder as an enhancement of workflow. Now, each process in Process Builder will consist of 3 main components. First is trigger, second we have criteria, and third is actions. First is trigger. Now, a trigger basically identifies when the process should run. This usually happens in 3 conditions. 1, when a record is created or edited. Next, when a platform event message is received. And next, when another process invokes this process. Next, coming to criteria, a process will have at least one criteria node which decides the condition under which the actions are executed. And next, we have at least one automated actions. And next, a process will have at least one automated actions. The actions could be immediate actions or time-triggered actions. So I guess you have some idea about what is Process Builder in Salesforce. Now let us move on to our next topic and understand what are the evaluation criteria for Process Builder. Now criteria is basically the condition on which the automated actions are executed. So each criteria node controls whether the process executes the associated actions or no. Also there can be multiple criteria nodes. Like I mentioned before, if the criteria is true, then only the set of actions are executed. Else if it is false, the process checks for another criteria. So if any other criteria is met, then it executes that set of actions which are associated to that criteria. Now when we talk about criteria, in each criteria node, you can filter the condition according to your convenience or even enter a custom formula. For example, in validation rules, the formulas could be either true or to be false. Now you will see all this when I'm doing the demo. It will give you a better understanding. Also, this criteria is not compulsory. You can opt out of criteria and always execute the associated actions. So every time a process is triggered, the set of actions are automatically executed without any criteria or conditions. So this was about the evaluation criteria in Salesforce Process Builder. Now let us move on to the next topic and see what are the automated actions that can be performed using Process Builder. So firstly, there are two types of Process Builder actions, which vary with the time these actions are executed. First is the immediate actions, and the next is a time-triggered action. Now, as both of the names suggest, the immediate actions are the actions performed right after the criteria is met. And next, time-triggered actions are the actions that are performed after a time interval. You can set a time when you want these actions to run. And after the particular time is done, it checks for the criteria. And if the criteria is met, then it performs the automated actions. For example, you can automate a process which will send an email 30 minutes after an account is created. And then it will send the email to the recipient after 30 minutes itself. So these were the variation of actions based on the time they run in. Now let us see what are the automated actions that can be performed using Process Builder. The first action is you can create a record. You can automate a process which will automatically create a new record. So when the criteria is met, Process Builder allows you to create new records and set certain field values for the new record. Now Process Builder creates a record by manually entering values or by using the value of any related records. So this was the first action, that is to create a record. Next we have updating of records. You can update one or more records that are related to the record that started the process. You can update a record with manually entered values or by using the values from related records. Now one major benefit of using Process Builder instead of workflow is that we can update records of both parents or child records, whereas in workflows, we can only update parent's object from the child. The next action that can be performed using Process Builder is you can perform some quick actions. Now, quick actions is basically performing some particular action when the criteria is met. It is determining the details of an assignment given to a specific user by an automated process. You can select some quick actions like log a call, or maybe send an email, or updating a record, which can be given to a particular user. Also, you can send notification email to that assignee when a task is automatically assigned. Just to give an example for this, if an opportunity is closing in a few days and its amount is too high, then you can automate actions using Process Builder so that an employee can look into that matter. So this was the third action in Process Builder. Now the fourth action is you can invoke another process. Now one process can be used to trigger another process. So when a particular criteria is met, you can set an automated action that will trigger another process. So for this action, you need to always choose process type as it is invoked by another process. The fifth action is you can launch a flow. Now flow is an application in Salesforce that automates complex business problems. Just to explain this in simple terms, it collects all the data and then does something with that data. It can be used to build code like logic without using a programming language. So you can launch a flow using Process Builder in Salesforce. So this was about the automating flow action in Salesforce. The next action is you can send an email alert. You can automate a Process Builder to send an email to one or more recipient when a criteria is met. For example, when there is a large deal, then you can send an email about the information of the deal to your manager. So instead of manually sending the email, you can automate these email actions. So every time there is a large deal, an email will be sent to your manager. So in this way, you will save a lot of time. Now, in order to send an email alert, you need to first set an email template. Now, the email template will basically contain what will be the body of the email, what will be the subject of the email, and to whom will it go to. Also, you can send custom notification to any user using Process Builder. The next action that can be performed using Process Builder is you can post something to Chatter. Now, Process Builder post to Chatter action helps you post information to any user or group Chatter field within Salesforce. Now, for those of you who don't know what Chatter is basically Salesforce real-time collaboration application that lets users to work together, talk to each other, and share information. Chatter lets you collaborate on sales opportunities, service cases, campaign, and projects with embedded app and custom actions. It is basically a place where you can share all the information and talk to each of your colleagues. So when you post to Chatter using Process Builder, the post will appear in the Chatter field as if the person who triggered the process had written it. We can also reference group or topics and merge field. Now when I say you can also refer, it means you can add the person name and tell him like congratulations or well done, something like that. Now moving on to a next action that can be performed in Process Builder, you can submit a record for approval. So with Process Builder, you can send a record to anybody for an approval. So when the criteria is met and it needs approval from some higher authority, you can just automate such actions and send that record so it can be approved. For example, when you have to take an approval for some record every week, we can just automate that action instead of manually doing it every week. Also remember that only the records that started the process will be submitted. You cannot submit any other related records for approval. Now, Process Builder can also be used for another action, that is to trigger an Apex code. You can use the Salesforce Process Builder to invoke Apex code you have written within Salesforce. Apex can be anything from custom logic to save a record to complex business processes. And to invoke an Apex class in Process Builder, we have to use the Aura enabled attribute. Now, a very important point to remember here is, if you create a process to replace any workflow rule, ensure that you delete those workflow rule when you activate the equivalent process. Otherwise, both workflow rule and the process fires and causes unexpected results, such as overwriting records or redundant email messages. Do the same if you create processes to replace any Apex trigger as well. So this was about the various actions that can be performed using Process Builder in Salesforce. Now let us move on to a final topic, which is the demo part. So for a demo, we are going to create a process in which we'll check for two conditions. The first condition is when the high value opportunity is closed won, which basically means the customer has decided to buy your product. And the next condition is when a high value opportunity is closed lost, which means the customer is not willing to buy your product. So when an opportunity is closed won, we'll automate some actions like first we'll create a contract for the deal, which is very important. Next, we'll notify a user about the deal by sending an email. So we're performing three process builder actions over here. We're creating a new record, we're posting to Chatter, and we're sending an email. Now the second condition is if the opportunity is closed lost, then we'll send a mail to the user, which could be anyone in real-time scenario. Like it could be the sales manager or the vice president of the sales or someone to look into the matter. So based on these conditions, we're going to create a process builder now. So let's get started. So for our demo, we're going to log into our Salesforce console. So for that, we'll just search for developer.salesforce.com. So here you can just click on sign up. Now, if you're new to Salesforce, it is very simple to create your first Salesforce account. All you have to do is enter a few details like your name, your email address, your job role, your company you're working for, your country, your postal code, and you have to set a username for your account. And after that, just click on sign me up. Then you'll receive an email in which you'll have a link and your username. And when you click on the link, it'll ask you to set a password. And after all the process is done, you can just log into your Salesforce account. But as I already have my account, I'll just log in. So for people who are new to Salesforce, this is what the Salesforce console would look like. Now for going to Process Builder, we'll just search for Process Builder over here. Here, we'll just select it. Here you can read about how to create your Process Builder. You have to select your object, you have to define your criteria, and you have to select your actions. All this I've mentioned in the theory section. Now to create a new Process Builder, I'll just click on New. We have to name our process. So let us just name it Process Demo. And the API name is automatically selected as Process Demo. Now if you want, you can describe your Process Builder. Now I would describe it as Demo Process Builder. And next is a very important step. You have to select when the process will start. You have three conditions over here. When a record changes, or when a platform event message is received, or when it is invoked by another process builder. So for our demo, we are going to select a record change. So every time a record changes, this set of actions will be executed. So we'll click on save. Now you see the process builder is more like a graphical representation. It's like a flowchart. We have to select an object on which the automation will happen. Then we have to select a criteria, and if it is false, it will stop. But if it is true, it will do some automated actions. You can also time schedule any actions to be performed after a particular time. And after all the actions are performed, the process builder will stop. So for our demo, our object is going to be opportunity. So we can just search for opportunity. Here it is. We'll select it. And it will ask when you want the process to start. When a record is created, or whenever a record is created or edited. So for our demo, we'll just select only when a record is created, because we're not going to update anything now. So we'll click on save. Now it's the time to add criteria. So we have two criteria over here. One when the opportunity is closed won, and the other one is when the opportunity is closed lost. So let us first automate action for opportunity closed won. So for that, we'll click on add criteria. We have to name a criteria. We'll just name it as criteria 1. Now here we can select what is the criteria for executing actions, when the conditions are met, or when the formula evaluates to be true, or you can just skip this criteria and just execute the actions. So we're going to set conditions. So for our demo, we're going to check for condition. So let it just be condition are met. So now we have to set our conditions. Now as the opportunity should be closed won, we have to select that as a condition. So here we'll search for stage. So we'll select stage. Now if stage equals closed 1, the type will be pick list itself and the value is closed 1. So if our opportunity is closed 1 and the deal amount is greater than a particular amount, then only the set of actions will be executed. So in order to set another condition, we'll just click on add row. Now here we'll select amount. So we'll choose this, and amount should be equal to or greater than. So we'll select greater than or equal to. The type will be currency. And now let us set this as 100,000. And after this, it'll ask if you want both the condition to be true, then only execute the actions, or if only one of the condition is true, then you can execute the action. So we'll select AND operator. If both the conditions are true, only then a process builder will execute the actions. So we'll click on save. Now our criteria is also added. Now it's time for us to add our actions. So we're going to add immediate actions. So for that, we'll click on add action. So we have to select what action do you want to perform. So for our first action, we're going to create a record. Now we're basically going to create a contract. Now we're creating a contract because for a large deal, having a contract is compulsory. It acts as a document proof. So now we have to name our action. So let us just name it action 1 and then select the record type. So here we can search for contract. Here it is. And now we have to set the field values for contract. Now for field value, we will select account ID because account ID will be present on the contract that this account has a deal of more than 100,000. We'll go to field reference. The type would be field reference. And now we'll just select the account ID. We'll select the account ID and we'll choose this. Now this account ID will be present on a contract. Next, we'll make this as draft and then just click on save. Now every time an opportunity is closed 1 and the amount is greater than 100,000, and contract will be automatically created. So we'll just click on save, and here is the first action. So our next action is to send an email. So we'll click on add action, email alerts. We'll name our action as action 2. Now if there is already an existing email alert, we can select it. But as of now, we do not have any existing email alerts. So let us just create one. Also, when I'm creating this, all of us are in the same page. Now let us first create a new email alert. Now what is email alert? Now email alert is nothing but who the message should be sent to, what should be the subject and body of the email. So we have to decide all that in email alerts. So we have to add a description for the email. So let's just say opportunity deal is greater than 100,000. Now we need to give a unique name to that. So our unique name is automatically selected. So let it just be that. Now we have to select our object, and here it will be obviously opportunity. So I'll select opportunity. And now we have to create an email template. Now an email template is basically what should be the body and subject of the email. So now let me show you how you can create an email template. So just go back. You can create it in classic user interface also, but I'm just going to create it in the Lightning user interface. So open any of this link in a new tab. Now here just search for email template and open this in a new tab. Now here you can create a new email template. So just go to new email template, name the email template. So we'll just name it opportunity closed 1. Now if you want to add in a description, you can do that, and you have to select in which folder it will be saved in. It could be either private or public. We'll just make it public for now. And now here, the subject of an email would be opportunity closed 1. And a body of the email would be, so a body of the email would be an opportunity whose amount was greater than 100,000 is 1. Thank you. And we'll save this. And an email template for opportunity closed 1 is created. Now we have to create one more email template if the opportunity is closed 1. Now this one you have to notify to the manager, or in this case just to me that the opportunity was closed lost. So now let us create one more email template. So this would be opportunity close lost. And we'll save this also in the public email template. And the subject would be again opportunity close lost. Now the body of this email would be, hey, an opportunity whose amount was greater than 100,000 was lost. We're going to make no much changes in both the email, and we'll just click on save. Now both our email template is created. Now what you have to do is just select an email template over here. We'll just refresh this again and see our email templates. Here we have the 2 new email templates. So now here we'll just select our email template. Now all the classic user interface email templates will be present over here. But as we have created in the Lightning experience, we'll just click on Lightning over here And as this is for closed one, we'll select this one. Next, we have to select the recipient type. Now it would be for the user itself. Now we have to select who do you want this email to be sent to. Now I'll select my email ID. I added it. Now if you want, you can send this email to 5 other email addresses. So as of now, I do not want to send it to anybody else. Next, we have to select from whose email ID you want the email to be sent. So it will be current user email ID itself, and we'll click on save. Now our email alert is being created. So we'll go back to process builder, and now we'll just type for that. Our unique name was opportunity deal is greater than 100,000. So we'll just select that and click on save. We have added 2 actions. Now the last action is to post to chatter. So we'll go to add action, go to post to chatter, and we'll just name it action 3. And let us post it to user. Now if you have a group, you can also post this message to the group. Now we'll just select for user, search for user, and I'll just send it to myself. Now here will be the message which will be posted to chatter. We just say good job. Now if you want to add any field to the message, you can do that as well. For example, if you want to add the account ID, you can do that. So let it just be short and sweet, good job. And we'll save this. Now remember, only if the opportunity is closed one and the amount is greater than 100,000, all these 3 actions will be executed. Else it will become false, and check for the next criteria. Our next criteria would be opportunity closed lost. So for that, we'll just name this criteria as criteria 2, and it will be the same when conditions are met. Now we have to select the condition. Now the field again would be stage equals pick list. Here we'll select closed lost. Then we'll add another row, search for amount. If it is greater than or equal to 100,000. Next, the condition would be that all the conditions are met. So click on save. Now we're going to send an email. So I'll just select on email alerts, and this will be action 4. Now we have to create a new email alert, but we have already created an email template. So we'll just create one email alert. We'll name it opportunity deal is lost. And the unique name will be again opportunity deal is lost. Now here we'll just select the email template which we have created before. So go to lightning again, opportunity close lost. Recipient type again is user. We'll send this email to me again. Everything else will be the same, and we'll just click on save. We forgot to select the object. So it will be opportunity again, and we'll click on save. Now our email alert is created. So we'll just go back and just search for opportunity deal is lost, and we'll click on save. Now here we have designed our process builder. Now opportunity is the object. Next we have selected 2 criteria. The first criteria is when the opportunity deal is closed one and the amount is greater than 100,000. And next criteria when the opportunity deal is closed lost but the amount is same, which is greater than 100,000. Here we're performing 3 actions and here 1. So the last step is to activate this. So click on activate. Click confirm, and our process builder is being activated. Now let us check if the process builder works. So for that we'll just go to sales console. So we'll just search for opportunities. Now let us create 2 new opportunity. One which is closed one and the other one is closed lost. So we'll just name this opportunity name as test opportunity 1, and now we have to select the amount. Let it be 110,000. Now the close date, we'll just select any random date. We'll just keep it at 31st. Now we have to link an account name to this. So we'll just select one account name from here. We'll just go with Burlington Textile Corp of America. We have just selected any account over here. Now this is the important part. We have to select a stage. So first let us select closed one. Now nothing else seems mandatory. So we'll just click on save. Now our opportunity was created. So now let us see if a contract was created or no. So we'll just search for contract over here. Here it is. Now if you do not find contract over here, you can go to edit. Now here you will find contract. So we'll just select contract from here. And you see a contract was being created. This is the contract number. This is the account name the contract has been made on, and the date when it was created. So now let us also check for the email. Here you see we have got an email. Here an opportunity whose amount was greater than 100,000 is 1. So this was 2 of the actions. Now let us see if it was posted to chatter or no. So for that let us go to chatter, and here 2 minutes ago, good job. So this was for the first criteria. So now let us check for the second criteria. So for that let us create another opportunity. The amount would be again greater. Let's make it 120,000. opportunity, we'll name it as test opportunity 2. The close date, again, we'll just select any random date. We'll again associate this opportunity with Burlington Textile Corps of America. Now the stage here would be closed lost, and we'll click on save. Now our opportunity was created. Now let us check our email. Now here you see we have got another email saying that an opportunity whose amount was greater than 100,000 was lost. Now you see how easy it is to create a process builder in Salesforce and how effective it is to automate any action in Salesforce.
What is approval process? So let me explain the approval process in a very simple way by taking an example, assuming this is Neha, as you can see here on the left hand side in the diagram, and she has applied for a leave. Now it can either be a casual or a sick leave. This application will go to the leave authorization. That is, when she apply the leave request, it'll go to the leave authorization, maybe the head or a manager, whether he will approve the request or reject the request, and depending on the approval, your balance is left with how much amount of leave is still available with you in whatever management or platform the organization is using. So this is basically a general idea of leave management in the organization. So let us see the proper definition of what is approval process. So approval process in Salesforce is an automated process that automates how Salesforce records and approve in your org or not. Approval process in Salesforce is a combination of steps for a record to be approved or rejected either by a user, queue, or public groups. Now there's a list of steps for approval process in Salesforce. Firstly, you need to get your approval process set up, then select object for approval process to be written, then you can create new approval process. From there on, you can select standard setup wizard from your drop down and then enter the process name, unique name, and description for your process. And lastly, specify the entry criteria. So in short, that was a few steps required for approval process in Salesforce. Now let's go ahead and check the approval process example a bit more in detail. So the first point we have here is a process definition details. That is your approval process header levels details like names, emails, templates, etc. And the second point here, we have your initial submission action. It will be executed when the user clicks on submit for approval on the object record. Thirdly, we have the approval steps. It is the details of steps, criteria, and the approvers. Now, when we talk about the final approval actions, now they will be executed after all the approval process steps have been approved. Now, when it comes to the final rejection action, it will be executed if one of the approval process steps have been rejected. And the last section we have is recall action. Now, they will be executed if one of the approval process steps have been recalled. So these are few of the list of sections to be configured in Salesforce approval process. Now let's go ahead and check how to create that process in a bit more in details. The first step here is you have to log into Salesforce. However, you can ignore this step if you have already logged in. Now the second step is to navigate to setup and search for approval process in Quick, find or navigate to create, then workflow and approvals, then approval process. And the third step is from there you have to go to manage approval process and select on opportunity as you can see on the slide below. Now the next step is you have to click create new approval process. Now you can click on the use jumpstart wizard. The jumpstart wizard helps you create a simple approval process by making some decision for you. Now the fifth point is you can configure the approval process as you can see in the diagram below. As you can see here, you have an approve opportunity amount. Then you have the fields where you have to apply the opportunity amount and equals to greater than and the amount of value and select the approver. Now in the sixth step is you have to save the approval process, and then on the next step you have to click view approval process details page. Now after that, under the final approval action, click add new, then field updates and configure it with these values and then hit on save. Under final rejection action, click add new, then go to field update and configure it with the value. Then the last step is simply to click on save. After that, your approval process has been successfully configured. So in paper, that is how you create your approval process. So let's go ahead and do this process in a hands-on demo. So to create approval processes in Salesforce, we need to have an object which should create a leave process, right? So I'm going to show you guys how to make an approval process in Salesforce. we have a custom object I created called delivery commitment, and I'm going to put an approval process on it that once fully approved is going to move the proposed promised delivery date to the approved promised delivery date. Along the way, it is going to keep the approval status pick list updated to reflect whatever the approval process is in. One nice thing about this process is that it can update fields which are not editable to the users, so that you can have integrity around your processes and can pass an audit. So let us go ahead and get started here by clicking on the setup menu. In the quick find box, you'll type approval and click on approval processes, and make sure that the object you're putting the approval process on is in this drop down right here. So in my case, delivery commitment. So hit on create a new approval process and use the standard setup wizard. Now give it a name, say delivery commitment, representative of what it is, and here you can put in a filter so that you can stop bad data from your approvers. For example, I only want the proposed promised delivery date in the future, so I'll just click on next. Here you can select an automated routing based on the submitter's field on their profile. We're not going to do that today. We're going to do one user for the entire OR record and its ability. Now we're going to let the approver edit the record that they can save on the back and forth and don't have to reject it, and have the submitter resubmit it. Now for the approval assignment email template, now this is the email template that will go to all the approvers within the approval process. Now it should be pretty generic one, like your approval is being requested on this delivery commitment. Here is the link to it, and then you can simply click on next. If they click on that link to go to the approval, you wouldn't want to show them a certain number of fields that may be not overwhelming them, but just the relevant ones. Next thing you need to do is click on opportunities, then click on add, and I like to display the approval history and keep the recommended security, then hit on next. Here you can find who can and cannot submit for approval. Now you can keep it pretty broad and use public groups and rules, or you can be very specific and say who can do it, or maybe the record creator or owner or something like that. Now I'm going to add in the page layout the button to submit for approval immediately and allow my submitters to recall the request if they want, and then hit on save. Now I'm going to create the steps that go in this approval process. In my case, I'm going to have one step, and that's going to be one delivery commitment person. Notice step number 1, you can have multiple steps. Now if you do, it's going to do in sequence. So after the first person approve, it goes to the second steps and so on. So the next thing you need to do is click on next, and you can have some criteria here that will automatically approve or reject that steps, but we only have one person in this whole process, so we're going to do any of this automated stuff. So I'll simply choose to approve and click on next. Now we could let the submitters choose an approver manually, but I'm going to automatically assign it to our delivery commitment person, like say Sir Patrick. And I want to put out that one nice thing about Salesforce is the flexibility you give within these steps. Now you can have multiple people and make it so that they all have to approve it before it goes to the next step, or just the first person gets to approve it and they can use the delegates. So you can simply click on save. Now here we're going to take a step back with a quick and go to the actual approval process screen, so you can see all the sections. Now there are 5 menu sections: the initial submission, the final approval, the final rejection, and the recall, which have all been discussed earlier in the presentation, and the actual steps. And on these you can put action that should happen. Now I have already made some field updates that I'm going to put on each of these to keep my drop down in sync. So click on field update and hit save. So in each of these main ones here, I'm going to add a field update that's going to make the drop down reflect what step it is in. From here, I'm going to add one more on the final approval action. Now it is going to be an email alert to the original submitter, letting them know it's been approved, and then we're going to add one more field. Now update that is going to be approved delivery commitment. Essentially, it is going to be where we update the approved promised delivery date to equal the promised one. So it is going to be a formula field, and we're just going to grab the proposed date and hit save. Now we've got one more update on the email alert. This isn't a normal step, I just want to reroute this email to a generic email address for the sake of this video. Now the only thing left is to activate this. Once again, this is a very high level demonstration and there is a lot more you can do with this. Now if I hit the refresh button on the delivery commitment page, I can enter the approval process by submitting for approval over here and type in please and hit submit. Now you can see the status change to submitted automatically, and since I am the approver on the related tab, I can see the history and approve and reject, reassign and recall. So I'm going to approve it. And once I did that on the details page, you can see that it's now approved and the date approved.
Now let us understand what exactly is reports. A report is a list of records that meet the criteria you defined. Now let us understand this with an example. Now let's say, for example, I have a training institute which offers a variety of courses like Java, machine learning, Python, cloud computing and many more. Now to keep track of my courses which have been sold, my customer details, I'm going to use Salesforce. Now I want to know which of the courses is the highest selling course. So for this, I can use Salesforce report, which will give me a set of records that contains all the information about the courses and which customer is buying what. So with Salesforce report, I can see which of my course is the highest selling course. Now reports are displayed in Salesforce in rows and columns and can be filtered according to a particular object. Let's say I just want to see the people who have registered for Java courses. So I'll just filter the data and find out which all people have opted for the Java course. Also with Salesforce report, we can group the data together and also display them in the form of graphical chart. A company or an organization can use reports to track progress towards its various goals. It could be controlling expenditure, increasing revenue, or any other business goals. Reports also help in predicting trends, such as which project is selling the most, which customer is buying the projects regularly, and many more. All this is an advantage of increasing your profit. In Salesforce, you can create reports in very short time and also schedule the reports. Salesforce provides a powerful suite of analytics tools to help you organize, view, and analyze your data. You can generate reports in various styles. Now let us understand what are the type of reports we can create. But before that, let us understand what is a report type. Now a report type is like a template which makes reporting easier. The report type determines which fields and records are available for use while creating a report. Reports display only records that meet the criteria defined in the report type. Salesforce provides a predefined standard report types such as summary, tabular, mixed, and joint. Now you can also create a custom report type. For example, an administrator can create a report type that shows only job applications that have an associated resume. Application without resume won't be shown in the report. So now I guess you have some idea about what exactly is report type. Now let us see the types of report that are provided by Salesforce. First is the tabular report. Now tabular reports are the basic and simplest of any Salesforce report. They just display the rows of data in a table with a grand total. You can use tabular reports when you want a simple list or a list of items with a grand total. For example, you want to see the list of contacts or the list of leads based on a particular criteria. You can use a tabular report. Also, this type of reports cannot be used to create groups of data or charts and cannot be used to create dashboards. The next report type is summary report. Now, this type of reports in Salesforce are the most commonly used reports. They provide a listing of data with grouping and subtotals. With summary reports, you can group data based on different criteria and then perform calculation to find out the total, maximum, minimums, and the average. These reports will help you analyze your data better and can be used when you want to create a hierarchically grouped report, such as sales organized by the year and then by the quarter. The next report type is matrix report. Now this type of records is a bit complicated. They allow you to group records both by rows and by columns. You can use matrix reports when you want to see data in two different dimensions that aren't related. For example, the date and the product which has been sold. Now these reports can be used to create dashboards. Moving on to the final report type, which is the joint report. The joint report can be used to group and show data from multiple report types in different views. The data in joint reports are organized in blocks. Now each block can have its own unique column, summary fields, formulas, filters, and sorting order. You can use this type of records to build a report to show opportunities, leads, and activity data for your accounts. These were the types of report provided by Salesforce. Now each report in Salesforce is stored in a folder. A user who creates a folder can control who has access to the contents of the folder. It can be based on roles, permissions, or any other criteria. They can make the folder public, which will be available to the entire organization, or make it private so only the owner can have access to the folder. Now each user has its own level of access to a report folder. There are 3 types of access level to a folder. First is the viewer access level. The user in this access level can only view the data in the report and cannot make any changes except cloning it into a new report. Next we have the editor access level. Now the user with this access level determines what data is shown in the report. They can view and modify the data in the report and can also move them from one folder to another. The third access level is the manager access level. The user who creates a folder is usually the manager. They control other users' access level to the folder. The manager can do everything the viewer and editor can do, but in addition, the manager can also control which user gets what access to the folder. Also, user with the manager access level can delete the report. Now this was about report. I guess now you have some idea about reports in Salesforce. Now let us move on to the next topic and see what are dashboards in Salesforce. Basically, dashboard is a graphical representation of the data generated by a report or multiple reports. It shows data from source reports as visual components. These components give a snapshot of key metrics and performance indicator of the organization. Now for each dashboard component, there is a single underlying report. However, you can use the same report in multiple dashboard components on a single dashboard. Now multiple dashboard components can be shown together on a single dashboard page layout, which makes viewing the report more interesting than viewing them in rows and columns. Now as I've talked about dashboard components so many times, let us understand what are they. So there are 5 types of dashboard components in Salesforce. The first one is charts. Now in charts, there are 6 types of charts you can choose from. The horizontal chart, the vertical bar chart, the line chart, pie chart, donut chart, and the funnel chart. Now viewing your data in a pictorial format is more visually pleasing and interactive than just viewing the data in rows and columns. Second is a gauze. You can use a gauze when you have a single value that you want to show within a range of custom values. For example, if you want to show the number of courses which were sold in a month, whether it was higher than the other month or was it lesser than the other months, you can show it with the help of gauze. Third is metrics. Now you can use a metrics when you have one value to display. For example, if you have a report showing the total number of courses sold or it's expected to be sold in the current month, you can just name the value as courses selling target for the month and display it on the dashboard. The next Salesforce dashboard component is table. You can use a table to show a set of report data in column form. You can use colors and scale to help users interpret the report data the table displays. Now an example for using table would be, now if I want to see the top 5 selling courses of all time, I can use table for that. Fifth Salesforce dashboard component is a Visualforce page. You can use the Visualforce page when you want to create a custom component or show information not available in another component type. Like reports, dashboards are stored in folders which control who has access to them. Now only if a user has access to the folder, they can view its dashboard. However, to view the dashboard components, they need access to the underlying reports as well. Now each dashboard has a running user, whose security setting determines which data to be displayed on a dashboard. Now if the running user is a specific user, all dashboard viewers see data based on the security setting of the specified user, regardless of their own personal security settings. For example, if you set the sales manager as a running user for the leaderboard for his or her team, this will allow the team members to view the leaderboard for the individual team, but not the other teams. Now this was about dashboards in Salesforce. Let us move on to the next topic and see some of the benefits of reports and dashboards in Salesforce. The first benefit is you have visibility into data. Report and dashboards gives you easy access to key data insights, which helps in making better decisions. It provides you real-time statistics of your company's information in very less time. The next advantage is it saves money and time. With Salesforce Report and Dashboard, you don't have to manually search for a particular field or entry. You can just search or filter the records based on the object you're looking for. According to a study, 4,000 Salesforce customers reported that they reduced the amount of time they spent making reports by 52% using Salesforce. Also, since they were paying someone to create those reports, they probably reduced their budgets as well. The next advantage is flexibility. With reports and dashboards, you can pull data from all your standard and custom objects in field. It provides many powerful options for tailoring reports and dashboard to a specific need of your end users. Now, these were some of the benefits of report and dashboards in Salesforce. Now let us move on to our next topic, which is the demo part. So for our demo, I've signed in into the Salesforce console. So Salesforce offers all its new customers with 90 days of free trial of the Sales Cloud. So if you want to learn how to use the Sales Cloud within this 90 days, you can just go ahead and create one account. Now it is very simple to create a Salesforce free trial account. It will ask you for a few information such as your name, your job title, company's name, phone number, and email ID. Once you give all this information, you can just start your free trial. So for a demo, first we're going to import a sales data from our document and then use that data to create a report and then prepare a dashboard for those reports. So for people who are new to Salesforce, this is what the Salesforce console would look like. It will have the performance here, assistant, task, events, and contacts. If you want, you can also change the entire interface over here. And you can see there are a few options here such as accounts, contacts, leads, opportunities, tasks, calendar, dashboards. We will talk about them one by one now. So we'll just start with leads. Leads store customer information who are interested in your product. Let's say some customer inquired about a particular product. Now he would become a possible lead. Next, accounts. Accounts has a list of all the companies that your customers are working for. Now, contact tab will contain information about your customer. We'll just go to all contacts over here. Here you can see we have some of the sample data. You can see the name of the customer. Then we have the account name, which means which company is he working for, what is his job title, his phone number, email, and its owner name. Next, account will have a list of companies that your customers are working for. We go to my accounts. Now these three companies' employees are your contacts. Next, opportunities are past or pending sales for an account that you want to work on or track. Here you can see what are the stages of that opportunities, whether you have closed the opportunity successfully or you've lost it, or does it need any analysis, and so on. Now task is the daily activities of a salesperson. So when I go to open task, you can see a few of the sample tasks over here, such as discuss partnership opportunities, follow up on a particular customer, and so on. Next is calendar. Now calendar can be used to create an event. For example, a customer wants to close a deal on a particular day. So instead of writing it down somewhere, you can just create an event and you'll be notified about the meeting before itself. Now we're going to talk about reports and dashboard in details now. Now notes are nothing but while talking to a customer, if you want to write down something, you can just write it over here. Now coming back to a demo, the first step is to import sales data into leads. So we'll just go to leads. When you go to my leads, you can see a few of sample leads which are already here. We can also use the sample leads for a demo, but I'm still going to import sales data to my leads. So click on imports over here. Select leads. I'm going to add new records. We can also update existing record or add new and update existing record both. So go to add new records. Now I'll just drag my file over here and click on next. Now one very important point to remember here is whenever you're importing any data, you should always have name, company's name, lead status object in your file. Then we'll click on next over here and we'll start the import. So you'll get a message saying congratulations, your import has started. Now after I click OK, it will redirect me to the lead console. So when I click on all leads, you can see my leads have started appearing. I had around 163 sales data samples in my file. So there are a total of 168 leads. 162 are the data sample leads which I had imported and 6 are the default samples which are already available. Now let us create a report with this data. We'll just go to reports and select new reports. Now you can see there are sample reports which are already available, but we're going to create our own new report. So we'll just select new reports. You have to choose a report type. So it's in leads. So we'll just select leads and we'll continue. Now to preview only a limited number of records, but after you run it, you can see everything. So we can group our rows from here and we can select any column which we want a report to display. I can also remove the column which I don't want my report to display. Now let's say I don't want title because it's only present for 6 data samples. So I'll just remove title from here. You can also filter your reports according to your convenience. Now let us group our rows based on lead status. So we'll just select lead status from here. Now you can see the records are grouped according to the lead status. We have 3 in new, 2 working, 1 nurturing, and 13 in shipped. Now this is only the preview, but in report we can see many more under shipped. Now in report you can also add charts. So if you just click on add charts over here, now you can see the number of new lead status, the working lead status, nurturing, shipped, Now this report actually contains two different types of data, as there were sample leads before I imported. Even those are present here. From the dataset I had imported, the status were only shipped and on hold. Now if you want, you can also change the type of charts. You can just click on the setting button over here, and you can show it in donut format, in funnel, line. So to see this properly, we're going to create dashboards. So I'll just go to dashboards over here. Now first we have to save this. So we'll just save it. We'll name it demo report, and the folder, let it be the same folder. Now if you want to add any description about your report, you can also add it here. But now I'll just let it be and just save this. Now let us create our dashboards. So click on dashboards over here. We'll have some of the sample dashboards over here. If you want, you can just go click on this and see how is the dashboard. Now if you want, you can just click on any dashboard and see how it is. So now let us create our dashboard. So we'll just go to dashboard, select new dashboard. So we'll name our dashboard demo dashboard. If you want to describe your dashboard, you can describe it over here. Now you can select any folder from here. If you want, you can also create a new folder, but I'll just let it be in the private dashboard folder, and I'll just create it. Now a dashboard has been created. Now we have to add components to it. Now as I've told you before, there are 5 components in Salesforce dashboard, which are charts, gauze, metrics, table, and Visualforce page. So we can select any one from those options. We'll just go to add components. You must have a report to create a dashboard and use the dashboard components. Now we'll just select the report. Now here, if you want, you can select any type of dashboard components. You can go for horizontal bar chart, or you can go for vertical bar chart. So we'll add few of these charts to our dashboard. Now we'll add a horizontal bar chart. Now you can see the lead status over here. There were 3 new, 2 working, 1 nurturing lead status in the lead data. And from the sales data which I had imported, there were 148 shipped, 6 on hold, 4 in progress, and 4 cancelled. Now I'll also add few more dashboard components. So I'll select the report. I'll add the donut chart. So I'll just add it. Here you can see our donut chart with the values. I'll also add funnel chart. Now I'll also add the funnel chart. Now if you want, I can move this over here. I can add any of these dashboard components as well. Now it is up to you which dashboard components you want to add. We'll just add one more component. We'll just add the line chart. And here is the line chart. We'll just move it to the top. And we'll save the dashboard. Now you see, it is very easy to create reports and dashboard in Salesforce. It is also very visually pleasing and interactive. What is organization level security in Salesforce? So basically, there are 4 levels of security in Salesforce: organization level security, object level security, field level security, and record level security. Let us talk about them one by one. First is the organization level security. So organization level security is the highest level of security in Salesforce. It includes maintaining a list of authorized users, setting password policies, and limiting logins to certain hours and locations. So basically, the organization level security lets you decide when and from where your users can access the system. It secures the data from any unauthorized users. So some of the important security features in this level of security includes restriction of IP addresses, password policies, and login access. So let us understand this one by one. So first is IP restriction. You can allow certain users or your employees to log in from a set of IP addresses. So using trusted IP ranges, you can limit your users' ability to log in only when they are in the office. Furthermore, if they attempt to log in from outside the trusted ranges, they might be asked for 2-factor authentication, in which they'll have to enter a code sent to their mobile devices in order to log in. You can set this IP restriction on individual user profiles or even a group of profiles. Next, we have password policies. Here you can specify an amount of time before a user's password expires and the type of password required to log in. Like, you can decide the rules to create a password. Like, the password should be at least 10 to 12 character long. Like, it should contain at least one symbol. It should have both uppercase and lowercase letters and numbers. You can basically set rules to set a password. And having a strong password will make it hard for hackers or unauthorized users to guess the password and log into the account. Next is the login access. Here you can specify the hours from when to when the users can log in depending on the job. So let's say, for example, you do not want certain users to log in during the weekend, or you want to limit the night shift employees to log in only during their shift. All this can be set in the organization level security. Now let me switch to my Salesforce account so that I can show you what all can be done in the organization level security. So I've logged in into my Salesforce account. So people who are new to Salesforce, this is what the Salesforce homepage would look like. So now let us go to Setup, click on Setup, and in the quick find, let us search for users. Select users. Here you can see we have a set of users. We have the system admin, we have the chatter-free user, we have analytics cloud integration user, and the analytic cloud security users. Now I've logged in as a system administrator. So you can create new users or create multiple users or reset password for any of these users. So if I want to create a new user, I'll just click on new user. I'll enter the details and then click on save. Now it is the duty of system administrator to add new employees into the Salesforce organization. So these are the important fields, which means it cannot be empty. You can enter his first name, last name, his alias, email, username, nickname, and then select a role and the user license and its profile. Now let us go back. So when you click on a user, it will give you details about the user and what all permission they have. Now if you want, you can change your password from here, or you can just go back or just select the user and click on reset password. So this is how you can add new users or reset password for any user. Now let us see how can we set password policies. For that, let us search for profiles. Select profiles. So just select the profile you want to set the password policy for. So I'll just click on contract manager over here. I've just selected a random profile. So let me just scroll down and you'll get password policies. Now you can see the default password policy set as user password expires in 90 days. In the password history, 3 passwords will be remembered. The minimum password length is 8 characters. The complexity must include alphabet and numerical characters. The password question required, it cannot contain the password. The maximum invalid login attempts are 10 and the lockout effective period is 15 minutes. Now if I want, I can change this to anything I want. I can select when the user password expires in, what is the minimum password length, how many passwords would be remembered, the password complexity, the password question requirement, the maximum invalid login attempts, and the lockout effective period. So this is how you can set password policies in the organization level security. So now let us see how can you limit login access to certain hours of a certain location. So again, scroll down. Right under password policies, you have login hours and login IP address. So if you want, just click on edit and you can decide from when to when you want this particular user to log in. Now if you don't want the user to work on Saturdays and Sundays, you can make sure he cannot log in, or you can make sure he can only log in during the office hours and after that he cannot. Next, in login IP ranges, you can limit the IP addresses from which a user can log in. So this was about organization level security. So now let us move on to the next level of security, which is the object level security. Now before we get into the next 3 types of security level, I want you to understand what exactly are objects, fields, and records. Objects in Salesforce are like leads, contacts, opportunities, or any other custom objects. Fields are basically the columns in the tables, and records are the rows or entries in the table. So now coming to the object level security in Salesforce. Object level security or object permission helps control data access. Using object permission, you can prevent a user from seeing, creating, editing, or deleting an instance of a particular object type, such as a lead or an opportunity. Object permission lets you hide whole tab and objects from a particular user so that they don't even know that a type of data exists. This does not always have to be about preventing the access. You can also give access to certain users to see and edit the objects. Now there are 2 ways of setting object permissions. One is profiles and the other one is permission sets. Let us talk about them one by one. First is profiles. Now profiles are a collection of settings and permission that determine what a user can do in the application, which means what data and features can be accessed by the user. So for example, a sales representative will have a sales profile. So you can only access the object that he will need to carry out his daily tasks. He won't have access to the data or object that a developer uses and the vice versa. So in object level security, you can assign only those objects that the user profile will use. So basically, profile controls objects that a user can see and what they can do on those objects. Like can they read it or even edit and delete it. So I guess you have some idea about profiles. Now let us see what are permission sets. Now a permission set is a collection of settings and permission that gives user access to various tools and functions. Permission sets extends user functional access without changing the profile. So if a permission isn't enabled in a profile to access an object but is enabled in a permission set, users with that profile and permission set can access the object. It's just like additional access to object. Let me give you an example so you can understand this better. Let's say you have several users who must delete and transfer the leads, but according to the profile, they cannot delete and transfer the leads. So you can create a permission set based on the task so that the user can perform the task of deleting and transferring the leads. So now let us switch to our Salesforce console to see how can you set profiles and permission sets. So again, just search for profile over here. So from here, just select the profile who you want to give access or deny object access. So I'll just select a random profile. Now you can just scroll down. So now when you scroll down, you will find standard object permission. Now as I'm logged in as a system admin, I can set what all tasks a user profile can do. So under standard object permission, you can set what all the user can access and what all object the user cannot access. So if I want to give the user only read access in account, I can just uncheck all this, create, edit and delete. Then he won't be able to create, edit or delete an account object. So this is how you can grant object access to different Salesforce profiles. Now let us see how can you set permission sets. So for that, let me type permission sets. We'll click on it. Now if I want to create a new permission set, I'll just click on new over here. Ask me to label it. I'll just label it new user. And if you want, you can add a license. Else you can just click on save. Now here you'll find something called object settings. So from here you can set additional permission for a profile. So let's say I want to set a permission for account object. Click on edit. So you can give permission for the user profile to either read it or create, edit or delete it. So this is like an additional permission for a user profile. So I guess you have some idea about object level security. So now let us move on to the next level of security, which is the field level security. Field level security allows user to have access to an object while limiting their access to individual field in that object. Field level security or field permission controls whether user can see, edit and delete the values for a particular field of an object. They let you protect sensitive fields without having to hide the whole object from the users. Now field permissions are also controlled in permission sets and profiles. Field permission controls the visibility of fields in any part of the application, including related lists, list views, reports, and search results. So in this level of security, to ensure a user cannot access a particular field, we use field permissions. And one more important point in field level security is that field level security can only restrict access. It cannot grant it. It is similar to object level security, but at a field level. Now let us switch back to a Salesforce account to see how can you set field level security. For field level security, you need to go to profiles, select the profiles, then select the user profile for whom you want to set the field level security. So just scroll down and you'll find field level security over here. So these are all the fields which are present in your Salesforce account. You can just click on the particular field you want to make the changes in and click on edit. Now if you do not want the particular user to see the annual revenue, and you can just unclick it and the user won't even know that there is a field called annual revenue. So this is how you set field level security. So now let us move on to a last level of security, which is the record level security. Record level security allows particular user to view an object but then restrict the individual object records they are allowed to see. So the user can see the object, they can see the fields, but some records will not be visible to them. For example, an interviewer can see and edit only his or own reviews. He cannot edit or see the reviews of other interviewers. Now, record level security is often referred as Salesforce sharing model or simply record sharing. you can manage record level access in 4 ways. First is organization-wide default. In Salesforce, records have a field called owner ID that points to a real user. Owner of the records are usually people who have created a record and have full CRUD access to it. CRUD means create, read, update, and delete. So if the user wants, he can make the object record private so that only he can view the record, or he can make it public so that other users can also view them. So let me switch to my Salesforce account to show you organization-wide sharing. So as I've mentioned, every record will have a field called as account owner. So let us go and see that. So we'll go to the Sales console, accounts, we'll just click on one account. And here you can see we have a field called as account owner, which is Aman Patra. Now this account owner is the person who has basically created the record and has complete access to it. Now if I want, I can keep this record private so only I can see the record, or if I want, I can also make it public so that other users can see this record as well. So to change from public to private or from private to public, we need to go to sharing settings. So for that, we'll go to setup. We'll search for sharing settings. Here. So here we have organization-wide defaults. And here under object, we can see account and contract. And the default internal access is public rewrite and the default external access is private. So if you want to change it, we can just go to edit. And for account and contract, we can just make it private. So only I will be able to view the record, or you can make it public read only. So only the users can read it and not make any changes to this. And if I give public rewrite, which means the other users can even edit the record. So this was a demo for organization-wide sharing. The next way is role hierarchy. This gives access for users higher in the hierarchy to all the records owned by the users below them in the hierarchy. For example, the sales representative can only view their record and not their colleague's record, but the managers can view all the sales representatives' record. Now, role hierarchy does not have to match your organization chart exactly. Instead, each role in a hierarchy should represent a level of data access that a user or a group of users needs. Now, the question arises here is, how can I share my records with my fellow employees? So this can be done by sharing roles. A user or admin can share records based on roles and subordinates and public group ownership. For example, a sales executive can share all the records owned by him with everyone in the service executive role if he wants to. Next, the fourth way of managing record level access is manual sharing. Manual sharing provides a mechanism to share individual records with others. This permission is accessed through sharing button on the record detail page and lets end users share individual records with each other. So this was about the different level of security in Salesforce. So now let us move on to the next topic and see some of the Salesforce security features. The first feature is auditing. Now Salesforce keeps a track of all the login attempts for the past 6 months. This includes the location of the login attempts and the IP addresses. Administrators can also turn on field history tracking, which gives them visibility into field value changes and the users who perform the changes. The next feature is two-factor authentication. Administrators can turn up company-wide two-factor authentication. So when a user tries to log in from a different system or a different IP address, he can be asked for verification, and this verification could be something like an OTP sent to his phone or email address. Admins can also set login restriction based on the time of the day and the location from which login attempt originates. The next security feature is custom login flow. Now this is one of the innovative access control feature of Salesforce. It has the ability to create custom login flows. So let's say for example, if a user attempts to log in into Salesforce from a restricted IP or during restricted hours, admins can implement a flow that will still allow the users to access Salesforce, but only after they've gone through several steps of authentication beyond the two-factor authentication. In this way, an organization can meet the security requirement while also being able to perform business-critical activities within Salesforce. Now moving on to a fourth security feature in Salesforce, it is encryption. Salesforce provides what is known as classic encryption. Admins can encrypt custom fields with 128-bit advanced encryption standard using this feature, which comes out of the box. But there are several limitations to this, including the fact that it only applies to custom text fields that can't be more than 175 characters long. So these were some of the prominent Salesforce security features. Now moving on to a final topic for today, which is what are Salesforce security's best practices. The first one is to turn on IP restriction for users login to minimize the risk of unauthorized access in case of compromised accounts. Second is making organization-wide sharing rule as restrictive as possible, while allowing normal business functions and using role hierarchy, sharing rules, permission sets, etc. to extend access beyond the organization-wide sharing rule. Third is to require secure password that combines uppercase letter, lowercase letters, numbers, and symbols and require a minimum of 8 characters. Next, you need to set the maximum incorrect login attempts to between 3 and 5 times. Fifth, you need to ensure that the user re-login upon session timeout but enable session timeout warning pop-ups. Next, if you're using platform encryption, regularly generate a new tenant secret which will generate a new encryption key. And when destroying the encryption keys, make sure all data encrypted with that key is decrypted first. So these were some of the Salesforce security's best practices. What exactly are platform events in Salesforce? Now, platform events enables users or developers to deliver secure, scalable, and customizable event notification within the Salesforce platform or from external sources. With platform events, you can monitor your system and communicate the changes to other systems. Now, whenever there is a change in some process and you want others to know about the change, you can notify them using platform events. It simplifies the process of communicating changes and responding to events. In simple terms, platform events are secure and scalable messages that contain some data. It is a special kind of Salesforce entity which is similar to the Salesforce object. Now, an event message is an instance of a platform event, similar to how a record is an instance of a Salesforce object. You can use platform events to connect business processes in Salesforce and external application to the exchange of real-time event data. So this was just a quick introduction to Salesforce platform events. Now let us understand it better by understanding its architecture and how does it work. So Salesforce platform events are based on a publish subscriber architecture. So in this, the publisher broadcasts the events or the message, and there is one or more subscribers that can capture the message. So here the publisher and the subscriber communicate with each other through events. Now here, what are events? Now events are nothing but the messages that convey the changes. So the publisher publishes the event message that the subscribers received in real time. So this was just the architecture of Salesforce platform event. Now let us understand how does it work. But before we get there, let me explain few of the important terms we'll use here. The first term is event producer. Now the event producer is the publisher of an event message. Next we have event consumer. Now event consumer is a subscriber to a channel that receives a message from the channel. The next term is event. Now event is nothing but a change in the state that is important to be notified in a business process. Now this change could be anything. It could be creation of a record or updation of a record or change of any value in a record. It could be anything. Next we have event message. Now a message that contains data about the event is called the event message. It is also known as event notification. Just to give an example, let's say an event message can be a notification about an order placement containing some information about that order. So this is an event message. Next we have event bus. Now our event bus is a communication and storage service that enables event streaming using the publish subscribe model. The event bus enables the retrieval of stored event message at any time during the retention window. And finally, we have event channel. Now, an event channel is a stream of events on which an event producer sends event message and the event consumer reads those message. It is just a stream of events. And for platform events, the channel is for one platform event and that groups all the event messages for that platform event. So now let us understand how does this work. So for this, firstly, a system subscribes to an event channel and is notified whenever new states occur. The system that subscribes is called the event subscriber. Now, any number of consumers can receive and react to the same events. It's same as a YouTube channel. So when you subscribe to a YouTube channel, you'll be notified when they upload a video. Same way, when an event occurs, systems that have subscribed obtain this information and can react to it in near real time. Also, the sender of the event message is called a publisher. The system that sends event message and the others that receive the event don't have dependencies on each other except for the semantic of the message content. Now, platform events can be created just like custom objects. The prominent difference between platform events and custom objects is a suffix that is added to the API name. In platform events, its API name suffix with __e, where the custom object appends with __c suffix to create API name. We will see all this in the demo part. Also, another major difference between custom objects and platform events are, unlike custom objects, we cannot update or delete event records, or even view this event record in the Salesforce user interface. Now let us talk about the ways where you can publish the events. You can publish the events using Apex or one of the Salesforce platform APIs, which could be SOAP API, REST API, or Bulk API. In addition, declarative tools such as Lightning Process Builder or Cloudflow Designers can be used to publish platform events. Next, let us talk about how are the ways you can subscribe to events, so you get notified whenever a state changes. You can subscribe to events in various ways, through Apex Trigger, through Comet-D client. Now, Comet-D is a scalable HTTP-based event routing bus. It's used to enable external apps to subscribe to platform events without the need for polling. Now, polling means repeatedly querying a server for a resource. You can also subscribe to events with declarative tools such as Process Builder or Flow Builder. So this is how you can publish and subscribe to platform events in Salesforce. The Salesforce Enterprise Messaging Platform offers the benefits of event-driven software architecture. Platform events are the event messages that your apps send and receive. They simplify the process of communicating changes and responding to them without requiring you to write complex logic. Publishers and subscribers communicate with each other through platform events. Also, one or more subscribers can listen to the same event and carry out actions. Let us move on to our next topic and see how platform events can be used in real-time use cases. So in the first scenario, an app in Salesforce notifies an external or third-party application of a product shipment order. So starting when an opportunity closes as won in Salesforce, it means your company has won a deal with a customer. Now let's say you use different vendors to ship your different products. Now each of these vendors have an external application that processes the shipment order for specific products. So now you can just publish the event message and the external application will listen to the platform events. When an opportunity closes, a trigger, which is a part of the product order, fires and publishes a platform event message. Each vendor app is then notified about the event. Next, the vendor who is responsible for shipping the specific product associated with that opportunity makes the shipment. So this was the first scenario. In a second scenario, an external product application notifies Salesforce of a product return. So in this scenario, let's say someone wants to return a purchased product to the vendor. An external system sends product return requests to Salesforce for processing. So for this, the external system publishes a platform event to alert Salesforce for the return. Then an event listener, which is a trigger in Salesforce, receives that event and performs some action. For example, the trigger might alert the sales representative for the return and send a confirmation email to the customer. So these are just some of the examples of how platform events can be used in real time. Now let us move on to a demo part where we are going to create a platform event and then publish an event using Apex method. So for our demo, we're going to log into a Salesforce account. So for that, search for developer.salesforce.com and then click on sign up over here. Now, if you're new to Salesforce and you don't have your account, then it is very simple to create a Salesforce account. All you have to do is enter your name, your email address, your job role, the company you're working for, your country, your postal code, and then you can select your username. Then after that, just click on sign me up. And then you'll get an email to your email account, which will have a link and a username. And when you click on the link, it will ask you to set a password. After you set a password, you can just log into your Salesforce account. Now, as I already have my account, I'll just log in. Remind me later. So in today's session, we're going to create a platform event called Cloud News. And then we're going to publish a change in that event using Apex method. So for people who are new to Salesforce, this is what the Salesforce setup console would look like. So we'll just search for platform event over here. We'll click on that. Now we're going to create a new platform event. So click on new platform event. So now we have to give a name to our platform event. So we'll just name this as Cloud New. And the plural will be Cloud News. Next, our object name is automatically selected, which is Cloud New. Now if you want, you can also add some description to your platform event. So I'm just going to say platform event demo. Next, we have publish behavior. Now you can see there are two types of publish behavior. First one is publish immediately, and the next is publish after commit. Now publish after commit means it is published after it is saved and can be rolled back. But publish immediately, on the other hand, is published when the publish call executes and it cannot be rolled back. So we'll just select publish after commit for our demo, and our deployment status will be deployed itself, and we'll just click on save. Now our platform event Cloud New is created. Now let us add some custom fields. So we'll just click on new. Our first custom field is going to be location. Now location is important because we need to know which location vendor are we referring to. So location would be a text field. So we'll click on text and click on next. Here our field label would be location. The length we'll just give it as 100. Now if you want to add any description about your field, you can go ahead and do that, but I'll leave it blank. And now if you want to make this a required field, you can just click on this. And after this, we'll just click on save. So first field has been created. Now let us add another field called as urgent. Now this will help us know if there are any warnings, like if there is certain climate change or something like that. So we'll click on new again. For this, we'll just select a checkbox and click on next. And the field label will be urgent. And the default value, let's keep it as unchecked itself. The field name will be automatically set, and we'll click on save. And the last field we're going to add is news content. Now here we'll mention what exactly is the weather news content. So go to new, we'll just select text area but long. I will name this news content. Now here you can set how much line will be visible. We'll keep it as default 3 lines. The field name is automatically updated. Now I'll just go ahead and click on save. So a platform event is created and we have added custom fields. Now the next step is to publish a platform event change. And we're going to do that using Apex method. So what we'll do is go to a developer console. So for that, setup, open link in new tab. So we'll just go to our execute anomalous window. So for that, we go to debug, open execute anomalous window. Now here we're going to type our code. Now a very important point you need to remember is if you want to publish an event using Apex method, this API name is very important. See, we have an API name here called as cloud new __e. Now this is very important. Now this is important because we're using the API name to create an instance of an event. So the API name was cloud news __e. So let me just create a new instance for that event. We'll call it news event, which is equal to new cloud news __e. So here we're going to store the values in the news event variable. Now we're going to add records or values to our field. So our field values were location, urgent, and news content. So let's fill them up. Location __c. I'm giving __c is because all these fields API name is suffixed with __c. So we're going to give a place name. Let's say Manali. Next, urgent __c. Let's say it's true, it is urgent. And the news content. We'll just give a warning saying it might rain today. Next, after this, we have to save it and then publish our event. So for saving it, we'll just type database.save result. We'll save it in the variable SR. Now let us publish our event. So for that, event bus dot publish our event name, which is news event. So with this code, our event will be published. Now let us also check if our event will be published or if there is some error. So for that, if sr.is_success, then system.debug. Now system.debug is the output statement in Apex. So we'll just say successfully published event. If it wasn't successful, let it throw an error. So for that, database, D should be caps, database.error, a variable, sr.getErrors. Now we are using a for loop because there could be more than one error. And using a for loop, we can get a list of errors. So we will output our error over here, system.debug, error returned, err.getStatusCode. Now this will give us the status code of our error and will also output the error message. We close this, check for the brackets, and always make sure this open logs is ticked. And after this, just click on execute. So there were no errors, so our execution log page open. Now here, in order to find the output, you can just search for debug only or just click on debug only over here. So here you see we have got a message saying successfully published event, which means the event state was changed and we have published the event changed. What is Apex in Salesforce? Well, Apex is a strongly typed, object-oriented programming language that allows developers to execute flow and transactional control statements on the Salesforce servers. Along with this, they can also make calls to different APIs. Now, Apex syntax looks 70% the same as that of Java. Apex enables developers to add business logic to most system events, which includes button clicks, record updates, and creating visual force pages. Now, as I've mentioned, Apex is a strongly typed. It means Apex validates or checks the reference to the object at the compile time. It is also object-oriented programming language, which means it supports classes, inheritance, and interfaces, and so on. And all the Apex code is saved, compiled, and executed on the Salesforce server itself. So now let us move on to our next topic, which is features of Salesforce Apex to understand Apex better. So the first feature is Apex can be integrated with DML calls and APIs, which means Apex can be used to perform DML operation like insert, update, upsert, delete on Salesforce object records. Now, Salesforce objects are like accounts, your contacts, your leads, opportunities. All these are known as Salesforce object, and you also call them S objects. You can perform queries on this S object records using SOQL, which stands for Salesforce Object Query Language, and SOSL, which stands for Salesforce Object Search Language in Apex. It also supports custom public API calls that can be built from stored Apex methods. The next feature of Apex is it is easy to use. Now, Apex is based on the familiar Java idiom, such as variables and expression syntax, blocks and conditional statement syntax, loop syntax, object and array notation, and so on. Apex syntax and semantics are easy to understand, and it encourages the efficient use of Lightning Platform. Therefore, Apex code are both briefly and clearly understood and also easy to write. Also, Salesforce Apex is very easy to test. It provides built-in support for unit test creation and execution. It includes test result to indicate how much of the code is covered and which part of your code could be more efficient. Now, moving on to the third feature of Salesforce Apex, which is it is data focused. Now, when I say Apex is data focused, it means most of the operations are based on the data in the database and is designed to execute multiple queries and DML statements together on the database. And database is basically where all the data is stored. So developers can use the database stored procedures to combine multiple transaction statements on a database server. The next feature of Salesforce Apex is it is multi-tenant aware. So for people who are new to Salesforce, you should know that Salesforce runs in a multi-tenant environment, which means it has a common database which multiple users use. They store all the data and records in the shared database itself. So the Apex runtime engine is designed to guard closely against runaway code, which prevents from monopolizing shared resources, which means it does not allow any single user to use more of the database than the other user. So any code that violates this limit false, there will be an easy to understand error message displayed. So in this way, all the users will get equal access to the database. So these were some of the features of Salesforce Apex. Now let us move on to the next topic and understand when to code using Apex. Firstly, we can use Apex to create web services that integrate Salesforce with other applications. You can integrate Salesforce with various third-party applications using APIs. Second, you can use Apex to create email services for email setup. Just to give an example for this, you can create an Apex trigger that will send a mail to your email ID whenever a new lead or a new contact is added to the Salesforce database. So Apex can be used to create email services. The third point is you can use Apex to implement functionalities that can't be implemented using existing workflow flows and process builder functionalities. Now, workflow rules and process builder operations sometimes have feature limitation that can be overcome with Apex. For example, pulling information from an external system can be done through Apex and not by workflow logic and process builders. Also, when dealing with certain or large set of data, Apex can be more efficient than the other options. The fourth scenario when we can use Apex is it can be used to perform complex validation over multiple objects. You can create custom transaction logic, that is the logic that occurs over the entire transaction and not just a single record or object. For example, using the database methods for updating the records and so on. So these are some of the scenarios you can use Apex to get your work done. Now let us move on to our next topic and see the Apex development environment. So in this topic, let us first understand the working structure of Apex. As shown in the diagram below, Apex runs entirely on the Force.com platform. So in this diagram, you can see there are two users. One is a developer user and the other one is the end user, who perform two different sequences of action. First is when the developer saves the code, and the second is when an end user performs some action which invokes the Apex code as shown here. So let us talk about this action one by one. So first is the developer user. So when a developer writes and saves Apex code to the platform application server first compiles the code into a set of instructions that can be understood by the Apex runtime interpreter, and then saves all those instructions as metadata in the data storage. Now all the uncompiled Apex classes and triggers are compiled and stored in the data storage. So this was the developer user actions. Next, coming to the end user action. So when an end user requests or triggers the execution of Apex by either clicking on a button or accessing a Visualforce page, the platform application server retrieves the compile instruction from the metadata, which is your data storage, and sends them through the runtime interpreter or Apex runtime to the end user. All this happens with the help of the internet and in a fraction of a second, so the end user observes no difference in the execution time. So this was the working structure of Salesforce Apex. Now you can develop the Apex code in either Sandbox or Developer Edition of Salesforce. You can write Apex code using various tools. So let us talk about some of the tools we can write Apex code on. So the first one is Force.com Developer Console. Now the Developer Console is an integrated developer environment and collection of tools that we can use to create, debug, and test application in our Salesforce org. Next, we have the Force.com IDE. Now this is a plugin for Eclipse IDE which provides a unified interface for building and deploying Force.com application. It is especially designed for developers and the development team. And next, we have the code editor in the Salesforce user interface. The code editor in the Salesforce user interface is where all classes and triggers are compiled when they're saved. And any syntax errors are flagged here. Also, you cannot save your code until it is compiled without any errors. The Salesforce user interface also numbers the lines in the code and uses color coding to distinguish between different elements such as comments, keywords, strings, and so on. So now I will show you how you can go to the developer console in Salesforce. So to go to the developer console, type developer.salesforce.com. So here you can see you have two options. One is login and the other one is sign in. Now as most of you would be a new user, you can just click on sign in over here. Just fill in these few details. First name and your last name, your work email ID, your job role, your company's name, the country you're in, your postal code, and you can choose a username for your account. After this, just click on this condition and click on sign me up. After this, you'll be sent a mail to an email ID where you have the link for the developer account and also a username. So after you click on the link, it will ask you to set a password for your account. After you set the password, you'll be redirected back to this page. Now, as I already have an account, I'll just log in. I'll select my account. Now click on allow over here. Now see, I'm redirected back to the same page. So all I have to do is go to my name over here, click on the drop down button and go to my developer account. Select my account. Now for people who are new to Salesforce, this is what the Salesforce console would look like. So to go to your developer console, what you need to do is click on the setting button over here and you have an option here called the developer console. So we'll just click on this. So here is the developer code. We can write our Apex code over here. So first you need to either create a class or a trigger and then start with the code. You can code right here using the source code editor. So when you save a trigger or a class, the code is automatically compiled. Also when there is any compilation errors, it will be reported to you. The source code editor uses a color scheme for easier readability of code element and provides auto completion for classes and methods name. I will show you how to execute an Apex code in the demo part. So in this topic, I've taught you how to create your Salesforce Developer Edition account and then how to come to the developer console. So let us move on to the next topic and see what are classes in Apex and how to create them. Firstly, an Apex class is a blueprint or a template from which objects are created. Now an object is an instance of a class. A class can contain variables and methods. Now variables are used to specify the state of an object, such as an object's name or type. Since these variables are associated with a class and are members of it, they're commonly referred to as member variables. So now let us see what is the syntax for the Apex class. In Apex, you can define an outer class also called as top level class, and you can define classes within the outer class called as inner classes. Next, it is mandatory to use access modifier like global or public in the declaration of the outer class. Then an Apex class is defined using the class keyword followed by the class name. You can name your class anything you want. Next, it is not necessary to use access modifier in the declaration of the inner classes. So this was the syntax for the Apex class. So now let us see how can you create a class in Salesforce. So there are three ways of creating an Apex class in Salesforce. The first one is through developer console, the second one is through Force.com IDE, and the third one is through Apex class detail page. So let us talk about it one by one. The first is creating the class from the developer console. So for this, we need to sign in to a Salesforce console, then go to setup, developer console, new, Apex class, and then name our class. Let me just switch to the Salesforce console to show you how you can do it. So I'm back to my Salesforce console. So after logging in, after going to your developer account, after setup, going to your developer console, you'll be landed to this page. Now here you can just go to File, New, and you have an option here called as Apex class. So when we click on the Apex class, it will ask us to name our Apex class. You can name it anything you want and click on OK. And after that, your Apex class will be created. So let me just create it to show you how. So let me just name it as class 1 and click on OK. You see, we have the outer class access modifier followed by the class keyword and then a class name. You can now write a code over here. So this is one way to create a classes in Apex. Now let us see what are the other ways of creating a class in Apex. The second way of creating classes in Salesforce Apex is through Force.com IDE. So for this, the first step is to open your Force.com Eclipse IDE. Then you can create a new project by clicking on File, go to New, and then select Apex class. Then you can provide the name for the class and click on OK. The diagram here shows us how you can create an Apex class from the Force.com IDE. Now moving on to the third way of creating a Salesforce Apex class, it is from the Apex class detail page. For this, you need to go to Setup, then search for Apex class and click on the link. It will then open the Apex class detail page. So let me just show you how you can do that. So when you log into a Salesforce Developer Console, this tab will also be opened. You can just see over here. Here is my Developer Console and the tab from which I got to my Developer Console. So here you can just go to Setup, click on Setup. Just search for classes. Here you have an option called as Apex classes. So just click on this. Here you can just click on New and you can start coding. So this was the third way of creating a class in Salesforce Apex. So now I guess you have some idea about how to create a class in Apex. So let us move on to our next topic and see what are the data types and variables in Apex. Now as we know, Apex language is a strongly typed language. So every variable in Apex will be declared with a specific data type. Now variables are in-memory containers that can hold data belonging to a specific data type during processing and can be reused based on their scope. All Apex variables by default are initialized to null initially. Now Apex supports the following data types. The first one is the primitive data type, which includes integer, long, decimal, date, datetime, string, ID or boolean. Next we have sObject, which represents any record in a Salesforce database. And after that we have enums. Now enum is an abstract data type that stores one value of a finite set of specified identifiers. So let us talk about them one by one. So first we'll start with primitive data types. So first in primitive data type is the integer data type. Now this integer data type is a 32-bit numbers that does not include any decimal point. The value ranges from the start from minus 2,147,483,468 and the maximum value is up to 2,147,483,647. So now let me just switch to my Salesforce console and show you how you can declare an integer data type and variable. So just to show you how you can declare an integer data type and variable, we'll first go to debug and open execute anomalous window. Now execute anomalous window is a place where you can write the logic of a program and run it without having to save it. So we'll just go to open. So here you can just write integer, which is the data type, and we're going to use a variable, let's say I, and we'll initialize I to 100. Now this 100 will be stored in the I variable. Now let us print the I value. For that I'm using system.debug I. Now system.debug is like an output statement, like we have system.out.println in Java or cout in C++. Like that in Apex we use system.debug. So after this we'll just click on execute. Now if you don't see this window, what you have to do is just click on open logs. Make sure this is always checked and then click on execute. Now you can see there are different timestamps, events, details. In order to get our output, you need to search for debug. See, you'll have an option here called user debugs, and that is where our output will be seen. Also, you can just click on debug only option over here and you can see 100. So this was about the integer data type in Apex. Now let us move on to the next data type. Our next data type is long. Now this is a 64-bit number without a decimal point. This is used when we need a range of values wider than those provided by integer. The syntax will almost be the same. All you have to do is replace integer I is equal to 100 by long L and the value. Next we have decimal data type. Now a number that includes a decimal point are declared with a decimal data type. By default, all the currency fields are automatically assigned to the type decimal. Also, if you want to add more numbers after the decimal point, you can use double data type. Next we have the date data type. Now this variable data type indicates a date, but it can only store the date and not the time. Now if you want both the date and the time, we can use the datetime data type. which is a value that indicates a particular day and time. Here is the example for date data type. Date today is equal to date.today function, and it will display the date in this format. First will be the year, then will be the month, and then will be the date. After this, we have a unique data type which is known as blob. Now, blob is basically a collection of binary data stored as a single object. And here is an example of a blob. After this, our next data type is the string data type. Now, string is any set of characters or alphabet within a single quote, and it does not have any limit for the number of characters. You can define a string data type with a keyword string followed by the variable, and you can write any number of characters over here. In the example, I've written A, B, C, D, E. Followed by the string data type, we have the ID data type. Now, ID is used to store the ID of a record. Now, as we know, all records will have a unique ID. So in order to perform any operation on that record, we need to use the ID of that. So ID in Apex is any valid 18-character Lightning Platform record identifier. If you set an ID to a 15-character value, Apex automatically converts the value to its 18-character representation. Here you can see the example of an ID, which is 003 followed by a number of zeros, 3T, 2PGAAD. It is basically an 18-character Lightning Platform record identifier. After this, we have the Boolean data type. The Boolean data type is a value that can only be assigned true, false, or null. It is basically used to check for a condition, if it is either true or false or null. So these were some of the primitive data types in Apex. Next, we have the S-object data type. The S-object is a special data type in Salesforce. Now, as we know, Apex is tightly integrated with the database. So S-object represents and record into the Salesforce database. So with this data type, you can create or modify or delete any records in the database. So for example, let me just execute a set of code so you can see how does S-object data type work. So for this, let me just switch back to my Salesforce console. Now here, I'll just go to Open Execute Anomalous window. So I'm going to create a new account using the S-object data type. So first, let me just show you what all accounts name do I have. I'll just go to accounts. So these are the accounts I have. So let me just create an account called latest account. So for that, I'll go back here, account, which is my S-object. I'll just create an instance for the account. Let's say ABC is equal to new account, and then I'm going to name my account. Let me just name it latest account, semicolon, and I'm going to insert ABC to the database and just click on execute. Now you can see our latest account should be created. So let me just go back here and refresh this. Here you see our latest account is created. So this is how S-object data type can be used. After the S-object data type, we have the enum data type. Now enum is an abstract data type that stores one value of a finite set of specified identifier. You need to use the keyword enum to define an enum data type. Here is an example for an enum data type. Public, enum, season, and we have a list of the identifier, winter, spring, summer, and fall. After this, we also have collection, which includes list, sets, and maps. So this was about Apex data type and variable. Now I guess you have some idea about classes and data types in Apex. So let us move on to the next topic and write an Apex program. So in today's demo, we're going to write a simple hello world program. So for that, I've switched back to my Salesforce console. So my first step is to create an Apex class. So for that, I'll go to Files, New, Apex class. So I'll just name my Apex class as Apex class itself. So click on OK, and a class is created. So you can see a class starts with a public access specifier followed by the keyword class and a class name. Next, we will write a method which will contain the hello world code. So for that, we'll specify public static void. Our method name, we'll just call it Apex method. Yeah, and now inside this, we are going to output hello world statement. So what is the output statement in Apex? It is system.debug. So I'll just write system.debug. Now you see Apex is suggesting me to choose any of these following options. And you can see there is different colors in which public is written, void is written, and the method name is written. This is what I was talking about. So I'm going to type in hello world over here. Now we'll put a semicolon. Now this is the code for the Hello World program. Now we'll have to save this. So just go to save. Also in Apex, we do not have to manually compile the code. As soon as we save the program is automatically compiled. So there is no error in our code. If there is an error, it would be displayed over here. See, under problems, it will be displayed. Let me just show you. So if I remove void from here and save it, you see we have a problem over here. Now you can see our error over here. Static is not allowed on constructors. Invalid constructor name Apex method. So when I remove void, I will have to return some value if I don't use void. So that is why the error is over here. So just type void again. Save this. Now in order to view our output, what we need to do, go to debug, open execute anomalous window. Now here all you have to do is enter your class name and your method name. So class name is Apex class dot a method, semicolon. Always make sure that the open log is ticked and click on execute. Now you see the log appears over here. Now if you uncheck the open log button over there, this log will not automatically open. So for our output, you can just scroll down to user debug, or you can just click on debug only over here. So here is our output, hello world. Now this was just a simple example. We are going to see many more example program in this tutorial. So now let us move on to our next topic, which is keywords in Apex. First is the final keyword. You can use the final keyword to modify a variable and give it a constant value. To define a constant, mark a variable as both static and as final, which means you need to use both the keywords static and final. Also, you should remember that the final variable can only be assigned a value once, either when you declare a variable or inside a constructor. You must assign a value to it in one of these two places only. Now here is an example for the final keyword. Here you see we have used both the keywords static and final, and we use the integer data type, and int constant is the variable, and we have initialized the value to 10. Now this int constant variable value will be 10 throughout the program. If you try to override the value for this int constant variable, then you will get an exception, system final exception. Final variable has already been initialized. Then you will get an exception, system final exception, final variable has already been initialized. So this was about the final keyword in Apex. The next keyword is return keyword. A return keyword is a keyword used to return a value from a method. Now looking at an example of the return keyword, it starts with the keyword return and then is a variable whose values we want it to be returned. After the return keyword, we have with sharing keyword. Now if a class is defined with this keyword, then all the sharing rules of the class applies to the current user. Explicitly setting this keyword ensures that the Apex code runs in the current user context. Now this is the syntax for the sharing keyword. First is the access specifier, which is public in this case. Then is the with sharing keyword, followed by the class keyword and the class name. After this, the next keyword is without sharing. Now without sharing keyword is opposite to the with sharing keyword. The without sharing keyword is used when declaring a class to ensure that the sharing rules for the current users are not enforced on that class. You can use this when you can explicitly turn off sharing rules enforcement when a class is called from another class which is declared using with sharing keyword. Now coming to the syntax of without sharing, it is almost the same as with sharing keyword, but instead of with sharing, we have the without sharing keyword over here. So these four were few of the keywords in Salesforce Apex. Now let us move on to the next topic and understand the conditional statements and the looping statements in Apex. Decision-making structures requires the developer to specify one or more condition to be evaluated or tested by the program, and along with this condition, there should also be statements or set of statements to be executed if the condition is determined to be true, and optionally other statements to be executed if the condition is determined to be false. So now let us take a look at the conditional statements in Apex. First, we have the if condition. So in this, it checks for only one condition. If it is true, then it executes the body of the code. Else, if it is false, it does not execute the statement in the parenthesis, but the next statement after it. Now take a look at the syntax for an if condition. It starts off with the if keyword followed by the condition. After this, if the condition is true, the set of statement inside the parenthesis is executed. Else, it just comes out of the parenthesis, and after the parenthesis, the next statement is executed. So let me just switch back to my developer console to show you the working of if statement. So for this demo, let me just go to open execute anomalous window, remove this. So I'm going to use an if condition to check which of the two numbers are greater. For that, I'll assign two variables with some numbers. I will assign integer a to 100. Next, I'll assign integer b to 200. Now after this, I'll check for the if condition. If A is greater than B, then if it is true, it will output A is greater. And if the condition is false, it will output that B is greater. So now the open log is ticked. I'll just execute this. Now I'll click on debug only, and you can see B is greater. Now let me just change the value of A and make A greater and see what will be the output. So I'll just change this to 300 and click on execute. Debug only, and you see A is greater. It shows the timestamp when the program is executed. So this was the if conditional statement in Apex. So now let us move on to our next conditional statement, which is if-else statement in Apex. Now an if statement can be followed by an optional else statement, which executes when the condition is false. Now if the condition is true, then the if block of code will be executed. Otherwise, the else block of code will be executed. Now let us take a look at the syntax for the if-else statement. So it starts off with the if keyword followed by the condition, and if the condition is true, the first set of statements are executed. But if the condition is false, the second set of statements are executed. Now let us see an example for the if-else statement in a Salesforce console. So let me just switch to my Salesforce console. I'll go to open execute anomalous window. Now I'll just make the changes in this code itself. So I will add in another variable over here, integer c, which is equal to 400. We'll assign the value of c to 400. Now we'll check for a condition over here. If A is greater than B and also A is greater than C, then we'll output A is greater. Else, if it is not true, we will output B or C is greater. Now here we're checking for a condition if A is greater than B and if A is greater than C also. If that is true, we'll get the output saying A is greater. Else we'll get the output saying B or C is greater. So this is checked. We'll click on execute. Now I use the debug. Click on debug only. Now you see B or C is greater. So this was the if-else conditional statement in Apex. So now let us see the next conditional statement, which is nested if. You can use nested if there are more than 3 conditions to test and more than 4 set of statements to execute. This is the syntax for nested if statement. So it checks for the first condition, and if the condition is true, the first set of statements are executed. Next it checks for the second condition and so on. So these were some of the condition statements in Apex. Now let us see what are looping statements in Apex. So the first looping statement in Apex is the while loop. The Apex while loop repeatedly executes a block of code as long as a particular Boolean condition remains true. And after the condition becomes false, the control comes out of the loop and the other statements are executed after that. So this is the syntax for a while condition. The syntax starts with a while keyword, then it checks for the condition, and if it is true, the set of code is executed. So let me switch to the Salesforce console to show the working of the while loop. So go to debug, open execute anomalous window. So I'm just going to display first 10 numbers. So for that, I'll just initialize the count integer variable to 1. Next, I'll just add the while loop. While count is less than 10. System.debug count. And then increment the count value to count plus plus. So here in the first statement, I've initialized the count integer variable to 1. Then I'm checking for a condition. So in the first time, it'll check if 1 is less than 10. It is. So it'll display 1 over here. So as count is initialized to 1, it'll check if 1 is less than 10. As it is true, it'll display the count value over here, which is 1. Next, it'll again check if 2 is less than 10. So let me just make it 11 over here. So now when the value of the count is 11, it'll check and the condition will be false. So it'll just come out of the loop. So I'll just execute this. And I'll go to debug only. Now you can see all the 10 values are displayed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this was the working of the while loop. So now let us move on to the do while loop. The Apex do while loop repeatedly executes a block of code as long as a particular condition remains true. But unlike the for loop and the while loop, which tests the condition at the top of the loop, the do while checks the condition at the bottom of the loop. Another major difference is that the set of code is at least executed once in the do-while loop. Now this is the syntax for the do-while loop. First is the do keyword, then is the code to be executed, followed by the while condition. So let me just switch back to my Salesforce console to show the working of do-while loop. So let the integer count be 1 itself. I'm going to type do over here, then execute the set of code. Now here we are going to print an increment inside the code and then check for the while condition. Now I'll execute this. Now I'll see the same set of values will be appear. So let me just make it 12 in order to show the difference. I'll just make this 12. So I'll just make it 13. So the first 12 number will be visible. So I'll execute this and go to debug only. And you can see the first 12 digits are displayed. So this was the working of the do while loop statement. So now let us move on to the third loop, which is the for loop statement in Apex. A for loop is a repetitive control statement that allows you to effectively write a loop that needs to be executed a specific number of times. There are different ways of writing a for loop in Apex, but here is the syntax for the list or set iteration. So the syntax starts with the for keyword followed by the variable and the list or set you want to iterate. Then it has the body of the code. Now let me just switch back to my Salesforce console to show you the working of for loop. So here I'm going to make a list of integer values is equal to new integer list. We're going to make a list of integers. So here you should also specify the value of the list. So let it just be 1 to 10. So let it be a list of numbers from 1 to 10. After this, we'll add the for condition. For integer I in the list system.debug I. So we'll just execute this now. So I guess I've misspelled system over here. So I'll just make the change system and I'll execute this. Now you can see. So this is how you can use a for loop to iterate a particular condition. So these were the conditional statement and the looping statement in Salesforce Apex. So now let us move on to the next topic and see what is Apex triggers. Apex triggers are a piece of code which enables you to perform custom actions before or after changes to any Salesforce record. These changes could be anything like insertion of records, updating of records, or deletion of records. You can use triggers to perform operations based on a specific condition, so only when the condition occurs, the triggers are executed. Now triggers could be used to modify related records or restrict any certain operation from happening, like restricting addition of a field or deletion of a field. Now you can use triggers to do anything that you used to do in Apex, including executing SOQL and DML, or also calling custom Apex methods. So I guess you have some idea about Apex triggers. Now let us see what is the syntax for Apex triggers. A trigger definition starts with the trigger keyword. It is then followed by the name of the trigger. Next is a Salesforce object that a trigger is associated with. This could be anything like leads, contacts, accounts, or any custom object, which is also called as S object. Next is the trigger event. You can fire a trigger in one or more events also, but it should be comma separated. Next is the body of the code, which contains the conditions under which the trigger is fired. So in this demo, we are going to create a trigger so that when someone creates an account, the trigger will check if the account name already exists. If it does, it will throw an error message saying the account name already exists. So for this, let us go to our Salesforce account, developer.salesforce.com. So if you're going to the website for the first time, here you'll have two options, login and sign in. If you're a new user, you can just create an account. It'll just take maybe 1 or 2 minutes to create an account. After you have logged in, you can just go to your name over here and go to my developer account. Select your username. So if you're new to Salesforce, this is what a Salesforce console would look like. Now to go to the developer console, just click on the setting over here and select developer console. Now go to file, new, Apex trigger. We can name our trigger anything we want. We'll just name it account duplication. And on what Salesforce object we're going to do this? It's on account. And we'll click on submit. So here we have the trigger keyword, the name of a trigger, and on account object. And here we have the trigger event. Next, for a body of our code, we're going to create a for loop first. For account object, we're going to create an instance for account. trigger.new. Next, list account. Next, creating another instance, list account myNew is equal to. Now here we need to select an ID which will compare the new account name with the existing account name. So for that, let's go to select ID, comma, name from account where name is equal to account name. This statement will get us the account name. Now in order to compare and throw an error message, we need to check for a condition. So for that, if myNew.size. Here we are using the size context variable, which will return the total number of records in a trigger invocation. So if it is greater than 0, it will throw us an error message. Account.name.add error. Account with same name already existing. We're just going to save this. So it's saved. Now let us go to our account section. Now here you can see I have 5 account records and these are my account names. So now let me try creating a new account with the same name. So I'll click on new and the account name I'll give it as test account. So now none of the other fields are mandatory, so I'll just click on save. So here you can see we are getting an error message saying account with the same name already existing. And you can see how simple it is to create a trigger in Salesforce. What exactly is Salesforce Integration? Salesforce Integration is connecting Salesforce.com with other third-party external systems and applications like Facebook, LinkedIn, Gmail, Outlook, and other external websites. It allows you to establish and manage communication between Salesforce CRM and other systems with the help of APIs which are used to interpret the messages that these systems exchange. So explaining this in simple words, Salesforce Integration is just connecting your Salesforce to any other tools you need to run your business. Now what this helps with is, it sets up an appropriate Salesforce integration which enables adequate access to the third-party application. So you can use the features or functionalities of those applications with Salesforce. It can be helpful in analysis of data and also support the managers and directors who are basically the decision makers to make the right and powerful decision at each stages of decision making. So integrating Salesforce with other tools can be very helpful in enhancing productivity and also bring significant improvement, which all leads to the success of running your business. So I guess you have some fair idea about what exactly is Salesforce integration. Now let us understand what are the layers of Salesforce integration. The first layer is the user interface layer. Now user interface integration means I can integrate the third-party applications like Facebook, LinkedIn, Gmail, Outlook with Salesforce. The user interface layer mainly focuses on user interactions with the system. In this layer, you identify the components to integrate third-party web application into Salesforce. What this means is you can combine the user interface from multiple systems, such as displaying Salesforce user interface in any third-party application. Just to give an example, look at the diagram here. You can see Salesforce is integrated with Outlook over here. So you can view the Salesforce user interface in Outlook. The next layer is the business logic layer. The business logic layer lets you interact with the data and build which were on the user interface layer. Business logic integration helps extend the business logic which is present in Force.com with the outside platform. Now outside platform are nothing but your third-party application. In the case of inbound logic integration, it is handled using Apex Web Services. Now Apex Web Services allows us to write logic and expose it as web service with a third-party application. It gives us flexibility in adding custom logic before modifying the Force.com standard or custom object data. But for business logic layer, it requires knowledge of Apex programming language for writing the Apex classes that exposes its web services so it can be invoked by the client applications. So the steps involved in business logic layer integration is first creating a global class. This global class is accessible across all Apex script and not just to the source Salesforce application. This basically forms like a container for everything else. Your next step is creating an inner Apex class in that global class. This inner Apex class contains the actual request message of the Web Service Description Language, or WSDL, which basically includes the variables that need to be accessed by the third-party application. The third step is connecting an Apex method that is exposed as a web service. This would include defining data mapping of the inner class variable to the Salesforce object and field. It also contains any logic that needs to be implemented and the operation to be executed, like insert, delete, something like that. The final step is generating the web service description language from the part setup, app setup, develop, Apex class, and then sharing it with the client or the third-party application. So these were the steps involved in integration in the business logic layer. This layer usually handles all the scenarios where business logic is spread across several applications to implement the complete end-to-end business process. Now moving on to a third Salesforce integration layer, which is data integration. This data layer is a connection with the user interface layer and the business process layer. It helps in maintaining the consistency in application data between multiple integrated systems that needs to be in synchronization. So one way to achieve real-time synchronization of data between systems is using SOAP APIs, among all the other options. SOAP APIs lets you create, retrieve, update, or delete records such as accounts, leads, and custom objects. With more than 20 different calls, SOAP APIs also allows you to maintain passwords, perform searches, and many more functionalities. You can also use REST APIs. Now, REST APIs provides a powerful, convenient, and a simple REST-based web service interface for interacting with Salesforce. Its advantages include ease of integration and development, and it's an excellent choice of technology for the use with mobile application and web projects. So these were the Salesforce integration layers. Now let us move on to the next topic and see what are the types of Salesforce integration. Salesforce is a very versatile and powerful tool that offers a number of ways to integrate data. So there are different solutions which the companies can choose from based on their requirements. Some of the prominent types of Salesforce integration are single platform integration, custom code integration, batch integration, real-time integration, and real-time mashups. Let us discuss about each of them in details now. So the first one is single platform integration. So single platform integration is one of the best Salesforce integration options. So basically Salesforce provides App Exchange, where users will find many native Salesforce solutions, which means the solutions are built on the platform. Through App Exchange, Salesforce.com offers a variety of pre-built integrations and applications from partner companies. The advantage of this type of integration is it might reduce the amount of time and also the financial resources needed for hand coding. They're also called as native integration as they're naturally designed to share data within the ecosystem. This is the easiest, most effective, and least expensive option because data sharing is much more streamlined and reliable. So when we compare single platform integration to outside integration, single platform integration requires only 1/3 of the work to efficiently relay data. The next type of Salesforce integration is a custom code integration. Now, custom code integration, as the name suggests, are developed for unique solution and requirements. So for this, developers must create custom connectors using Salesforce APIs and hand-coded solution to synchronize data between Salesforce.com and the third-party application. This can be done using the Force.com platform, which allows developers to build new application and then integrate Salesforce.com with the existing one using the platform's APIs. But this type of integration has a few drawbacks. The first one is they're costly to develop and they must also be maintained carefully when Salesforce or the third-party application is being updated. The third type of integration is batch integration. Now, batch integration is probably the most common Salesforce integration. This integration relies on data updates based on hourly, weekly, or monthly basis. It all depends on how quickly the data must be transferred. Batch integration is usually suitable for data that changes infrequently but is also generated in a greater quantity. It is the easiest method to implement, and it is also an excellent solution for processing flat files. The next type of Salesforce integration is real-time integration. Now, real-time integration is less challenging and generally efficient at handling errors and control queues. It is similar to batching, which means it can take place in seconds or be delayed for several minutes or even occur in any point in between. The method is normally used when data integration needs to happen very quickly. However, like other integration, data is constantly traveling back and forth between Salesforce.com and the third-party application. All this data have to travel between systems, and can cause delays or even dysfunction could happen. So the next type of Salesforce integration is real-time mashups. Real-time mashups requires building a user interface in Visualforce. Now Visualforce is a framework provided by Salesforce for creating customized user interfaces. These integrations are known for being able to access and share data efficiently from external systems or the third-party applications. Like the traditional HTML-based web app, custom branding, callouts to retrieve data from external systems and complex flows are all possible using real-time mashups. It is frequently used when immediate access to data residing outside of Salesforce is needed, such as retrieving multiple documents from several external systems. So these were some of the prominent types of Salesforce integration. So now I guess you have some idea about the types of Salesforce integration. So let us move on to our next topic and see what are the things you should consider or keep in mind before starting a Salesforce integration project. So the first point you need to keep in mind is the identification of the integration type. It could be real-time or batch integration. Real-time integration is the procedure of recording the data immediately as soon as it is created or updated. On the other hand, batch integration is the process of collecting data at a regular interval and not instantly. The next point you should consider is reviewing the API limits. The API limits shouldn't exceed 15,000 API calls per day. It is important because it helps in maintaining the optimal performance of your project. The third point is knowing about all the information which is needed to move data between systems. You need to have prior knowledge about the requirements and the steps to perform for integrating Salesforce with a third-party application. The fourth point is assuring authentication of the system that you're going to integrate with Salesforce. Next, you should reconsider design if you're using Apex to solve middleware issues. So in Salesforce, code-based integration occurs using Apex programming language, which comes with a powerful set of features that allows organization to create custom APIs and third-party APIs for some additional data. So with such additional features, many people try to use it as a middleware rather than an integration tool. So it can turn out to be a very serious issue as Apex is not designed for handling complex middleware applications. So you need to keep this point in mind. The next point is creation of custom APIs to call third-party APIs for additional data. Next, you need to understand when to move data to Salesforce. This is because allocation of data capacity comes with several licenses, and it is strongly recommended to get access to capacity planning and archival strategies before you move your data to Salesforce. The next things you should consider before a Salesforce integration project is you should know about the configuration options and also have understanding of performing integration on enterprise and unlimited data. So these were a few things you need to keep in mind before you start a Salesforce integration project. So with this said, let us move on to the next topic and see what are the advantages of Salesforce integration. Now, integrating Salesforce with different applications have their own benefits. Like integrating Salesforce with Gmail has its own set of benefits, then integrating Salesforce with Outlook has its own set of benefits, and so on. So in this topic, I'll just talk about some of the general benefits of integrating Salesforce with external systems. The first benefit is it offers all-in-one access. As I mentioned before, Salesforce can be integrated with various other third-party applications. So the users can access the functionalities of both Salesforce and the third-party application. They won't have to switch between systems to get what they need. They can stay logged into one system and get everything done over there itself. The next benefit is it increases the productivity. So sometimes job requires a lot of copying data to ensure it appears in all the systems. However, manually copying and pasting this task can sometimes lead to mistakes, and it can also take away most of your valuable time. But you can integrate systems to have automated checks and balance to ensure they have the same information. So the time spent in duplicating data will reduce, and you can spend those time in being more productive. The next advantage of Salesforce integration is it provides enhanced communication. So in a company, there is a possibility of one department being more comfortable with Salesforce while the other one preferring to work with a different system. Now integrating the two systems allows each team to work in different systems they prefer while streamlining communication, which leads to more information being shared. Moving on to the fourth advantage of Salesforce integration is it automates workflows without any code. Salesforce integration will be beneficial since it automates many workflows for your organization. What this means is some tasks that are repetitive and require absolutely no human being to handle this can be automated using Salesforce integration. For this, sometimes you don't even have to code, you can just integrate your required application from Salesforce App Exchange. The fifth advantage of Salesforce integration is it can help you make better decisions. Better decision making is not possible when the data exists in paths. So Salesforce integration offers a complete view of the data, and that results in improved decision making based on a proper understanding of risk and the benefits. Salesforce integration offers streamlined data flow and relevant reports to improve your decision making with critical insights on customer data, which will help you make better decisions and take the best actions. So these were some of the advantages of Salesforce integration. Now let us move on to the final topic for today, which is the demo part. So we're going to see two demos today. The first one is how to integrate Salesforce with Outlook, and the next one is how to integrate Salesforce with Workbench. Now Workbench is a powerful web-based suite of tools which is designed to interact with Salesforce.com organization via the Force.com APIs. We're going to use REST APIs in order to integrate Salesforce with Workbench. So first let us search for Microsoft Office. Next, select all apps from here. It will be at the bottom. Now you have an option here called as add-ins. So click on that. Now this will direct you to a web page where there will be a lot of add-ins. So now you can just search for Salesforce over here, or you can just scroll down until you find Salesforce. You will usually find it under the popular Microsoft 365 column. So we have Salesforce over here. So we'll just click on Salesforce. So you can see Outlook over here, which means we can integrate Salesforce with Outlook. You can scroll down and read about Outlook's integration with Salesforce. Now this is a very simple approach. There is no need for any software to be installed or pushed or maintained. Here are some of the benefits of integrating Salesforce with Outlook. You can view all the contacts, leads, account, opportunities and cases which are basically present in Salesforce. You can view all of them in Outlook. You can use the functionalities of Outlook and Salesforce at one place. Now what would that do? It would increase the productivity. You can search and browse Salesforce record inside Outlook. You can create new Salesforce record including custom object records directly in Outlook. You can add emails and appointment to Salesforce record in one click even when it is composing emails. And there are so many benefits of integrating Salesforce with Outlook. Once you've read through all this, you can just click on Get It Now. Now before this, you will get a dialog box which will ask you to enter your Microsoft username and password. Then after you've entered your username and password, you will get a form like this. Here you have to enter your name, your work email ID, your job title, the company you work for, the country or region you're present in, and your phone number. Now after you give all the details, just accept the condition and click on Continue. It will take some time for this to happen. Next, it will direct you to this web page where you'll have an add button over here. Just go ahead and click on the add button. Next, it will show you some instruction on how to get started with Salesforce. Where all can we use Salesforce with Outlook? So we'll close this. Now you can see Salesforce is added. So we'll close this. Now click on this new message. Go to Options. Here you will find Salesforce. It will either be present here or here. So we'll just click on this. Next, it will ask you to select the environment. So ask this production environment. So we'll just select that and click on Login to Salesforce. Next, we'll allow it, which will redirect us to a Salesforce login page. So we'll select the account. Now as I was logged in, it did not ask me for password, but usually it would ask you for the username and the password. Next it says connect your Salesforce account name to your Microsoft email account of Outlook. After the connection is established, you're automatically logged in into Outlook integration from now on. So click on Confirm and just wait for some time for Salesforce to be integrated with Outlook. You see, it is so simple to integrate Salesforce with Outlook. Now a sales representative can perform all the functionalities of Salesforce and Outlook at one platform. They don't have to switch between Salesforce and Outlook. They can perform all these functionalities at one place in Outlook. So now let us move on to a second demo where we'll see how to integrate Salesforce with Workbench using REST APIs. So in this demo, we'll see how Salesforce record is being displayed in Workbench. So for that, let me sign in into my Salesforce account. Click on Login. Now if you're wondering why do you have two usernames, It is because one account is in the professional edition and the other one is in the developer edition. I want you to know that you cannot create Apex classes in the professional edition. So I'm going to log in into my Salesforce developer edition. Now, if you're new to Salesforce and you haven't created your account, let me go back. Just click on try for free and then enter all your details over here and then click on start my free trial. But as I have my account, so let me just log in. So for this demo, I want to display all the account details in Workbench application. But before that, let us see what are the values present in our account. So we'll just go to accounts, select all accounts. Now you can see there are a few account details over here. Some of the fields we have is account name, account site, which is empty, the billing state and province, the phone number, the account type, and the account owner. So I guess I have somewhere around 14 demo accounts. Now I can also decide what are the fields or how many account records I want to display in Workbench. So to execute the code, let us first go to setup, search for Apex over here, select Apex classes, and create a new Apex class. So first step is we need to set REST resources and set a URL mapping. So for that, @REST resource URL mapping is equal to single quotes /. You can name this anything. So let me just name it accounts /* and then close the bracket. Next, what was the first step in the business logic layer integration? It was creating a global class, which basically acts as a container for the code. So now let us create a global class. Global class. You can name it anything you want. Let's just name the class as view account. Next, in order to extract account details from Salesforce, we need to use the HTTP GET method. So @HTTP GET. We're using HTTP GET method in order to extract the account details which is present in Salesforce. Now, after we've extracted the account details from Salesforce, I want it to be viewed in the form of a list. So for that, global static list account get account. Next, creating an instance list account LST. LST is equal to select. Now here you can select what all fields you want it to be displayed. Like there were username, there were phone number, there were the state, province, and the type. So I'm just going to select name, phone number, and the type for that account. So I'll type in name, phone, type from accounts. Next, we're going to return the list. Then click on save. So I missed the semicolon over there. So I just added it and clicked on save again. Now open a new tab and search for Workbench. The environment will be production itself, but you need to find your API version. So for that, go back to Salesforce, search for API over here. Open this in a new tab. So you have an option here to generate enterprise WSDL. So click on that. Now this will generate a file which tells you which API version you have. You can see our API version is 52.0. So we'll select 52, agree for the terms of service, and click on login with Salesforce. It'll ask you for the username and password. Here I'll select my username. Now under jump to, click on REST Explorer and click select. Now here you see you have an option of choose an HTTP method to perform on the REST API service URI. And there are 6 methods over here. The GET method is used to retrieve information about record or object. The POST method is used to create a new object. The put and patch method is used to update a record. Next, delete is used to delete a record, and head is used to retrieve objects or records metadata. So as we have used HTTP GET method, we'll just select GET over here. Instead of data and version 52, we will type Apex REST / what was the URL mapping accounts. So we need to copy this and paste it over here. And then click on execute. You can see all our 14 account records are displayed in Workbench. So when you select this, you can see the name, phone number, and the type. If you want, you can make any number of changes. You can make sure only the name of the record is visible, or you can make sure only the first 10 or the last 10 records are displayed. You can make many changes according to your convenience. So this was just a small demo to show you how you can integrate Salesforce with other applications using APIs. Who is a Salesforce admin? Salesforce administrator works with stakeholders to define requirements and to customize the Salesforce platform. A Salesforce admin best understands how to make the Salesforce platform work for the company's unique needs. They are a vital bridge between business and technologies. A Salesforce admin helps companies in automating complex business processes, creating reports and dashboards, and training users on Salesforce. For their team, they help in staying efficient and on top of the things while keeping an eye on the successes and customer relationships. Just to give you an example of what Salesforce admin does, say you have a sales team who uses Sales Cloud to keep track of opportunities and close deals. Now a Salesforce admin can help the sales team set up personalized dashboard, fields, alerts, and reports to shorten the sales cycle and track every lead in greater detail. This level of organization can lead to greater satisfaction among salespeople and new customers. This was just an example. There are many tasks that a Salesforce admin does on a daily basis. Salesforce admin is a career path for individuals who are passionate about learning and for professionals who enjoy working and using the latest technologies. Now I think you have some idea about who is a Salesforce admin. Let us move on to our next topic and see the roles and responsibilities of a Salesforce admin. Now, in some companies, administrator roles are combined with other roles. However, depending on the needs, some companies hire them for this role specifically. So one of the responsibility is a Salesforce admin should create new user profiles and monitor access levels, which means they create each user's account and determine the proper level of access to be given based on the employee's role within the company. When an employee is fired or leaves the company, it is the Salesforce administrator who must remove their access credentials as well. Next, they ensure optimal performance of a Salesforce system and product and take care of upgrading and configuring Salesforce system for optimized integration. Next, they import new leads and contacts for the sales team. A Salesforce admin oversees the importation of new leads and contacts on a daily basis. In large corporations, they develop a standard operating procedure for this process that is followed by entry-level market researchers and data analysis. They also help the sales team in creating reports and dashboards. They perform database maintenance tasks including diagnosis, test, and duplicate entry cleansing, because duplicate data clogs up Salesforce and keeps it from running at full force. Now a Salesforce admin uses duplication tools like Demand Tools or Ringlead to scrub duplicate data from the database at least once a week. The next responsibility is installing new Salesforce releases. A good Salesforce administrator installs update as soon as possible. This allows them to test the update in a controlled condition to see how it affects the system configurations. Along with this, they provide training and support to the new employees. Next, they document, record, and processes. The Salesforce admin have to keep records that go back at least 12 months and preferably 18 months. This includes documenting all error reports and all the changes to field history tables. They also help in automating complex business processes, manage Salesforce role, profiles, sharing rules, workflows, and groups. Next, Salesforce admin also assists in addressing and solving any problem users have while using Salesforce. They also educate the employees on new updates and onboard new hires whose roles involves access to Salesforce. Now, these were some of the roles and responsibilities of a Salesforce admin. Let us move on to our next topic and see the skills required to become a Salesforce admin. First is the Salesforce skill, and it would include user and data management, security, and actionable reporting. Now, user management is more than just creating user profiles and permission. It's about understanding how the user do their job so you can design an incredible user experience and create an effective strategies for both user training and adoption. Next, data management is all about ensuring data in the Salesforce is managed correctly. following the best practices to access and improve the quality of your data, which involves putting in place the validation rules, proactively preventing data duplication, and ensuring data is actionable to help users and executives make important business decisions. Next is security. A Salesforce admin should ensure measures are put to place to protect the customer and business data. They should regularly perform a Salesforce health check, which will improve the organization's overall security and is essential to see how safe your security settings are. Next is actionable reporting. The ability to provide reporting on your businesses is super important in helping your users and executives gain insight and make decisions from their Salesforce data. They can do this by creating reports and dashboards that are focused on providing goal-oriented stats. The next skills are business analytics skills. A Salesforce admin should have the ability to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of business operation. A large part of this centers across process analysis and documentation, which will help create transparency into your company's unique and customized business processes. In this process, you will identify the people, information, processes, and documentation involved in business activities, then use this information to build and improve upon solutions to meet business needs. The next skill is leadership skills. Being a Salesforce admin puts you in a really unique position within a company. Having both business and technical skills provide you with the credibility to be an innovation leader at your company. To really excel in this way, you'll want to continuously invest time in developing strong communication skills, both verbal and written. Now, leadership skill is also important for stakeholder engagement, as you often need to partner with other teams to deliver a project, including IT, executives, sales, and marketing users. You'll also want to build strong relationship and network with parties external to your companies, including other Salesforce admin and partners in the Salesforce ecosystem. Now, the next skill is technical skills. These skills are important for Salesforce admin as they will help you work more efficiently within your organization, especially when you're navigating a complex task or project. As a Salesforce admin, you'll want to develop expertise in areas such as database, management, security, and compliance. You'll also want to have a basic understanding of APIs. By having well-rounded technical knowledge, you'll be able to speak to users and executives more confidently using your specialized expertise. The next skill is project management skills. An effective Salesforce admin will apply the knowledge, skills, tools, and technique to activity aimed to meet business goals and needs. The main skills associated with project management are leadership, task management, scheduling, quality management, planning, and execution. The next skill required to become a Salesforce administrator is industry skill. Having a firm understanding of the business and the industry in which your company operates is important for Salesforce administrator. This is because the specific types of activities and business processes that you implement will be influenced by this. These were some of the skills required by Salesforce administrator. Now let us move on to the next topic and see some of the salary and market trend for a Salesforce admin. According to Glassdoor, the average salary for a Salesforce admin in India is 5,17,000. The average salary for a Salesforce admin in the United States is $93,000. According to Glassdoor, there are 816 job openings for Salesforce admin in India, with Bangalore having the highest of 254 job openings. In the US, there are more than 5,000 job openings for a Salesforce admin. Now, this was only according to one website. There can be many more job openings around you. Talking about the market trend, Salesforce forecasts interesting and promising trends such as increased Salesforce adoption by smaller companies, increased emphasis on field service, and the Internet of Things. They are also planning to simplify the app in order to appeal to a wider selection of users. Now, talking about Salesforce, according to the latest financial report, the revenue for the year 2020 surpassed $17 billion, reaching the annual Salesforce growth rate of almost 29%. Earlier this year, the company's executives predicted that the revenue will grow by 23% and reach almost $21.1 billion by the end of 2021. So you see, Salesforce is growing and is not going away anytime soon. So if you're planning to start your career in Salesforce, now would be a good time. Now let us move on to a final topic and see how to become a Salesforce admin. Firstly, for learning purposes, Salesforce offers Trailhead, which is a free platform for courses combining theory and practice of Salesforce development. Trailhead empowers you to learn in-demand skills to skill up for the future and earn resume-worthy credential. With Trailhead, you can learn topics at your own pace and from anywhere across the globe. Trailhead consists of specialized learning trails that explores the features of Salesforce platform. They are comprised of modules that explore key topics within the chosen trail you are completing. In your case, it would be the Salesforce administrator. Now, these modules are made up of units that introduce specific concepts within the topic of the module. Each unit ends with a hands-on interactive challenge. Next, learn from Salesforce resources. Search for Salesforce Admin Career Development page, where you will find admin blogs which will help you find best practices, tips and tricks, insights, and career advice from Salesforce admins. Next, listen to the admin podcast, in which guest speakers shares insight on topics ranging from Salesforce setup and customization, career and leadership advice. You can also join the admin events that are happening around you or the virtual events, which will help you gain insights from different Salesforce admins. After this, prepare for the Salesforce Admin Certification. Invest good amount of time preparing and practicing hands-on for the certification. Start by preparing and taking the Salesforce Administrator Certification. Next, if you want to learn more and take your Salesforce career to the next level, prepare the Salesforce Advanced Administrator Certification. Now, preparing for the certification will help you improve your Salesforce knowledge and can be very helpful during your job interviews as organization needs certified people. This is because clients generally prefer companies whose employees are certified, as it gives them assurance with regard to quality. These were some of the tips that will help you become a Salesforce administrator. Who is a Salesforce developer? Now, a Salesforce developer is an individual who programs software or application solution on the Salesforce platform. They analyze companies' processes, develop CRM workflows, and builds custom applications for specific business needs. They work collaboratively with the other team members of the development team in order to create a custom scalable process for the company. Now, a Salesforce developer must also collaborate with the colleagues in the sales, customer support, and marketing team in order to translate business needs into solutions using the right tools. Once these solutions are created, Salesforce developers are also responsible for quality analysis, testing, debugging, and developing user documentation. Now that you know who is a Salesforce developer, let us move on to our next topic and see some of the roles and responsibilities of a Salesforce developer. The responsibility of a Salesforce developer does not just include programming. They also have to gather, analyze, and document functional and technical requirements from the new clients and also solve production issues reported by the old clients. The next responsibility is they translate business requirements into a well-architected solution that uses the best features of Salesforce platform and products. Next, one of the main responsibilities is to build Salesforce application using Apex and Visualforce, and also leverage the full capacity of Salesforce platform. Next, Salesforce developers have to collaborate with various other teams like the sales team, marketing team, service team to translate business needs into solution using the right tools. They are responsible for developing custom application using Salesforce.com and integrating it with other systems. They should apply the best practices and design patterns to build their applications. Their next responsibility is to test and troubleshoot whenever needed. The developers are mostly the decision makers regarding testing and troubleshooting. They handle the process of Salesforce development, which includes coding, troubleshooting, and managing as well. The next responsibility of a Salesforce developer is they should provide technical assistance to end users for troubleshooting bug fixes, for enhancements, and to guide them on how to go about things that they don't understand. Now, these were some of the roles and responsibilities of a Salesforce developer. Now, let us take a look at what are the skills required to become a Salesforce developer. The first skill is analytic skills. Salesforce developer needs an analytic mindset to identify a client's business problems or needs, and then to design and produce a solution according to these requirements. The next skill is communication skills. Now, as a Salesforce developer, you will be expected to communicate complex information to people who might not have much computer knowledge and also have to answer the questions while giving clear instructions. You also have to communicate with your team members and people of other department. Now, the next and the most important skill is development skill. Now, this should obviously be on the list. Now, as a Salesforce developer, you're expected to be skilled in developing application and have knowledge about few of the Salesforce technology like Visualforce, Apex programming language, and Lightning component framework. The next skill required to become a Salesforce developer is time management. Now, a Salesforce developer has to follow the business timelines and schedules and complete the assigned work by the given deadline. They often work on multiple projects and ensures the work produced meets best practices. The next skill which is required is problem-solving abilities. Now, a Salesforce developer should be able to identify and troubleshoot issues and faults as they arise. They should be able to solve end users' doubt and queries as well. Now, these were some of the skills required to become a Salesforce developer. Let us move on to the next topic and see some of the salaries and market trend for a Salesforce developer. According to Glassdoor, the average salary for a Salesforce developer in India is 4,88,000, and a senior Salesforce developer can earn up to 10 lakhs per annum. Likewise, the average salary for a Salesforce developer in the United States is $99,300. And according to Glassdoor, there are 1,530 job openings for a Salesforce developer in India, with Bangalore having the highest of 431 job openings. In the US, there are more than 4,000 job vacancies for a Salesforce developer. Now, these are only from one website. There can be many more job openings around you. Now, talking about Salesforce, they forecast interesting and promising trends such as increased Salesforce adoption by small companies, increased emphasis on field service and the Internet of Things. They are also planning to simplify the app in order to appeal to a wider selection of users. And according to their latest financial report, the revenue for the year 2020 surpassed $17 billion, reaching the annual Salesforce growth rate of almost 29%. Earlier this year, the company's executive predicted that the revenue will grow by 23% and reach $21.1 billion by the end of 2021. So you see, Salesforce is growing and is not going anywhere anytime soon. So if you're planning to start your career in Salesforce, now would be a good time. Now moving on to a final topic for today, how to become a Salesforce developer. First of all, there is no prerequisite to become a Salesforce developer, but companies do ask for a bachelor's degree in computer science or some similar discipline. Now before you start preparing for a Salesforce developer job role, you should have good knowledge of at least one high-level programming language and some basic understanding of Salesforce. So if you have just started your journey in Salesforce or are willing to start, I would highly recommend you to start learning about a few Salesforce technology like Visualforce. Visualforce is a markup language for creating custom Salesforce pages. Now to build applications on the Salesforce platform, you need to know how to develop user interface and write application logic. As a Salesforce developer, you can develop the user interface using Visualforce. It's just like using JavaScript or AngularJS framework to build user interface for your website. The same way you can use Visualforce to design and build user interface for your Salesforce application. It can be used to build email templates, to develop mobile user interfaces, to generate PDFs of data stored in Salesforce, to override a standard Salesforce page, to develop custom tabs for your applications, and many more. Now this was about Visualforce. The next technology you should learn about is the Salesforce Apex. Now Apex is a proprietary language developed by Salesforce.com. After developing the user interface using Visualforce, a Salesforce developer needs to know how to add business logic to the application. Now you can write controller code and add business logic to your application using the Apex programming language. Basically, Apex is an object-oriented programming language that allows you to execute flow and transaction control statement on the Force.com platform. Now the best part is Apex syntax is 70% similar to that of Java. So if you have already worked with Java, you can easily learn Apex. With Apex, you can add web and email services to your application, perform complex business processes. It can also be used to add complex validation rules to your application and be used to add many more custom logics. These tools allow Salesforce developer to create custom application and processes within the CRM. They also allow to customize visual layout, providing users with the most relevant experience possible. They also help in integrating third-party platforms, troubleshooting technical issues, and many more functionalities. Along with this tool, it will be very helpful if you learn JavaScript, HTML5, CSS programming languages, and a few web development tools like Eclipse and Git. The next step is to learn from online courses. There are a variety of online courses and tutorials to learn the basic and advanced aspect of Salesforce development. Now the next step is preparing and getting a few Salesforce certification. Now Salesforce certification gives credibility to your Salesforce knowledge and validates your expertise in Salesforce. Now a point to remember here is before you become a Salesforce developer, learn the basics of Salesforce Administrator as it can be very helpful. For the certification part, you can start with the Salesforce Administrator certification and even write the Advanced Salesforce Administrator certification. After this, prepare for the Salesforce App Builder certification and the Salesforce Platform 1 certification. Now, what certification will help you with is, it will improve your knowledge and can be very helpful during your job interviews as organization needs certified people. This is because clients generally prefer companies whose employees are certified, as it gives them assurance with regard to quality. Now, these were some of the tips that will help you become a Salesforce developer. Who is a Salesforce admin? A Salesforce admin or a Salesforce administrator is the individual who works with stakeholders to define requirements and to customize the Salesforce platform. To explain this in simple terms, it means they help users or clients to make the best use of Salesforce and its services. Now, a Salesforce admin best understands how to use the Salesforce platform for their company's unique needs. Salesforce admin are trusted advisors on all the things in Salesforce. They are a vital bridge between business and technologies. Now, talking about some of the responsibility of a Salesforce admin, they help companies in automating complex business processes. They also help in creating reports and dashboards and training new users for using the Salesforce platform. Also for their team, they help them stay efficient and on top of the things while keeping an eye on the successes and customer relationships. Just to give an example of what a Salesforce admin does, say a company has a sales team who uses the Salesforce Sales Cloud. Now, to keep track of all the opportunities and to close deals, now the Salesforce admin can help the sales team set up personalized dashboards, create fields, alerts, and reports to shorten the sales cycle and track every lead in a greater detail. In this way, it will lead to greater satisfaction among salesperson as well as their customers. Now, this was just an example. There are many tasks that a Salesforce admin does on a day-to-day basis. Now, Salesforce admin is a career path for individuals who are passionate about learning many things and for professionals who enjoy working and using the latest technologies. Now, I think you have some idea about who is a Salesforce admin. So now let us look at some of the roles and responsibility of a Salesforce admin to understand what does an admin do on a day-to-day basis. Now, at some companies, administrator jobs are combined with other jobs. However, depending on the needs, some companies hire for only their role specifically. So one of the core responsibility of a Salesforce admin is they should create new user profiles and monitor access level, which means they create each user account and determine the proper level of access to be given based on the employee's roles within the company, which means they create each user account and determine the proper level of access to be given based on the employee's role within the company. So when an employee is fired or leaves the company, it is a Salesforce administrator task to remove the access credential as well. The next role is they should ensure optimal performance of the Salesforce system and product and take care of upgrading and configuring Salesforce system for optimized integration. The third responsibility is they should import new leads and contacts for the sales team. They should oversee the importance of new leads and contacts on a daily basis. In larger corporations, they develop a standard operating procedure for this process that is allowed by entry-level market researchers and data analysts. The Salesforce admin also helps the sales team in creating reports and dashboards to analyze and to make better decisions. Their next responsibility is to perform database maintenance tasks, which includes diagnosis tests and duplicate data entry cleansing, because duplicate data clogs up Salesforce and keeps it from running at full force. Salesforce admin use duplication tool like demand tool or ring lead to scrub duplicate data from the database at least once a week. Next, they are responsible for installing new Salesforce releases. A good Salesforce admin installs update as soon as it is available. This allows them to test the update in control condition to see how it affects their system configurations. Along with this, they also provide training and support to the new employees. So you see, Salesforce admin is a combination of many job roles and not just one particular job role. They're also responsible for documenting records and processes. The Salesforce administrators have to keep records that go back at least 12 months and preferably 18 months also. This includes documenting all error reports and all the changes to field history tables. They also help in automating complex business processes, managing Salesforce roles, profiles, sharing rules, workflow, and groups. And finally, they also address user issues. The Salesforce admin assists in addressing and solving any problems users are having with Salesforce. They also educate employees on new updates and onboard new hires whose roles involve access to Salesforce. So these were some of the roles and responsibility of a Salesforce admin. So I guess you have some idea about who is a Salesforce admin and what are their roles and responsibilities. Now, to increase the chances of becoming a Salesforce admin, I would highly recommend you to take the Salesforce Admin Certification. Now, if you're thinking how can this be helpful in becoming a Salesforce admin, well, first of all, having a certification will provide you a validation of a Salesforce skill. Also, it can be very helpful for your job interviews as organization needs certified people. This is because clients generally prefer to work with companies whose employees are certified, as it gives them assurance with regard to quality. Next, they also help in getting a job with a higher payday. Just to give you the numbers, according to Glassdoor, the average salary for a Salesforce admin in India is 5,17,000, and the average salary for a Salesforce admin in the United States is $93,000 per annum. So with this said, let us move on to the next topic and understand about Salesforce Admin Certification and how can it benefit you. So primarily, there are two certifications within the Salesforce Certified Administrator program. The first is the Salesforce Certified Administrator Certification, and the second one is the Salesforce Advanced Administrator Certification. Now, the Salesforce Certified Administrator Certification focuses on the features and functionalities used to maintain a Salesforce implementation. The second certification is more targeted towards the Salesforce Certified Administrator who has mastered Salesforce configuration maintenance and can demonstrate an understanding of administration's best practices and also be able to use the advanced features and functionalities to solve a variety of business problems. Now, after these two certifications, there are three other admin certifications, which are CPQ Specialist, Marketing Cloud Administrator, and Platform App Builder. Now, CPQ Specialist is for individuals with experience in designing, building, and implementing quoting flows with CPQ technologies used to organize the sales team. Next, Marketing Cloud Administrator is for administrators who configure and troubleshoot configuration and user requests in the Marketing Cloud, which includes subscriber data management and setup navigation. And finally, we have the Platform App Builder. This certification is for individuals who are skilled in designing, building, and implementing custom applications on the Salesforce platform. So in today's session, we'll primarily be talking about the Salesforce Administrator Certification. So now let us take a look at the Admin Certification Exam Guide. So each Salesforce certification exam contains 60 multiple choice questions. 5 of those are not scored. That means your total score will be calculated based on your answers to just 55 questions, and the passing percentage is 65%. Next, the time allocated to complete the examination is 105 minutes or 1 hour 45 minutes. And the registration fees is $200 plus any applicable taxes as required per local law. And you can either choose for a proctored exam at a testing center nearby or in an online proctored environment. So this was the exam guide for the Salesforce Admin Certification. Now let us move on to the next topic and see what are the topics you need to learn for the Salesforce Admin examination. So firstly, 20% of the questions are asked from configuration and setup, which basically includes questions based on proper setup of Salesforce environment and the maintenance of the user. It also majorly includes questions about security and access level in Salesforce. The next 20% of the questions are asked from Object Manager and the Lightning App Builder, where the questions are asked based on description of standard object architecture and relationship model, and also based on Lightning App Builder. The next 12% of the questions are asked from Sales and Marketing Application, where scenario-based questions are asked to identify the capabilities and implementation of the sales and marketing processes. After this, the next 11% of the questions are asked from Service and Support Application, which includes questions on case management and how to automate it. After this, the next 7% of the questions are asked from Productivity and Collaboration, which basically includes integration. The next 14% of the questions are asked from Data and Analytics Management, where questions are asked from data validation tools and reports and dashboard in Salesforce. After this, 16% of the questions are asked from workflow or process automation, where you will be expected to answer questions on how to automate solution based on the capabilities of various Salesforce tools. So these were the topics from which the Salesforce Admin Certification exam questions are asked. So now let us move on to a final and the most important topic, which is how to prepare for the certification. So my first tip would be to start with the basic. So firstly, understand the exam guide thoroughly so that you know what are the topics that are asked in the certification examination. Then focus on a few important topics from which the majority of the questions are asked. Some of the topics you need to focus more is on security in Salesforce. Now in this you need to learn about the various security levels in Salesforce, which is organization level security, object level security, field level security, and record level security. This would also include how to create a new user account, how to set password policies, how to set access for the various user. Now if you want to learn all this topic, just search for Security in Salesforce video by Edureka. And in that video, I've talked about security in Salesforce in detail. The next topic you need to focus on is automation in Salesforce. This would include workflow, process builders, and approval processes. Remember in the exam, they're going to ask scenario-based question. Like in this condition, what type of tools you're going to use or how are you going to go about that. So I want you to study all these topics in detail. Next, after automation, learn about sales, marketing, service, and support cloud. Then next, learn about how to create reports and dashboard using Salesforce and also about Lightning App Builder. So these were some of the important topics from which the majority of the questions are asked. So now let us move on to our next step. My next step is hands-on practice. Now this is a very important step. All the topics you've learned in the previous step, I want you to practice them. This will help you improve your knowledge and you will also be more clear about all the topics. So for learning purposes, Salesforce offers a free trial account. So all you have to do is go to the official website and create an account. Now it is very simple to create an account in Salesforce. All you have to do is enter a few details, set a password, and your account will be created. After this, you can start practicing all the topics mentioned in the previous step. After the hands-on practice, the next step is to take the Salesforce practice test. So the practice test will give you an opportunity to experience the format and questions you may see in the Salesforce Administrator Certification exam. Also, the result of the practice test will guide you and you will know your strengths and weaknesses. After this, you can focus on the area that you're weak on and learn those topics better. So for this, you just need to search online for some free Salesforce Admin practice test. Also, if you visit the Salesforce Admin Certification official website, you will find a practice test which will help you prepare for the certification exam. If you want to follow a structured approach and want some expert guidance for preparing for the certification, then I would highly recommend Edureka Certification Training, which is curated by industrial professionals and will help you learn about how to customize your application, including page layouts, fields, tabs, and business processes. It will also help you create a secure Salesforce environment, maintain and import clean data, create high-value reports and dashboard, and set up a workflow automation. All these topics can be very helpful for passing the Salesforce Admin Certification examination. Let me first explain the different types of certification in Salesforce, which will help you get a job you like. Now, Salesforce certification is highly important and beneficial if you're starting your career in Salesforce. Preparing for the certification will help you improve your knowledge and can also be helpful during your job interviews, as company needs certified people. This is because clients generally prefer to work with companies whose employees are certified, as it gives them assurance with regard to quality. So let us talk about the certification in Salesforce and the career opportunity associated to it. First, we have the Salesforce Admin Certifications, which would include Salesforce Admin Certification, Salesforce Advanced Admin Certification, CPQ Specialist, and Salesforce Platform App Builder Certification. All the certification will provide you with the necessary validation to become a Salesforce admin. However, it is not necessary to take all 4 certifications. Just practice and get 1 or 2 certifications, which will be very helpful in getting a job. Also, certifications are not compulsory, but having a certification has many advantages because it acts as a proof that you know Salesforce. Next, we have the Salesforce Developer Certifications, which would include Salesforce JavaScript Developer Certification, B2C Commerce Developer, Salesforce Platform Developer 1 and 2 certification. All the certification will help you become a Salesforce developer. Next, we have the Salesforce Architect Certification. In Salesforce, there are 10 Architect certification. Some of the prominent ones are Application Architect, System Architect, and Technical Architect. To view all the certification, just go to the Salesforce Certification official website. So let me just show you how you can go to the Salesforce Certification official website. Just search for Salesforce Certification and just click on this PDF, Certification Guide Salesforce. So in this PDF, you can find all the certification and the details about them. So now let us go back to our next job role. Next, we have the Salesforce Consultant Certification. There are 7 consultant certifications which would include consulting for different services in Salesforce, such as the Sales Cloud Consultant, Service, Education, Community Cloud Consultant, and so on. All the certification will provide you with the necessary validation to become a Salesforce consultant. There are 5 other career paths in Salesforce, which are the Salesforce Designer, a career in the Salesforce Sales Cloud, a career in Salesforce Marketing Cloud, and a career in Salesforce Service Cloud. And we also have Business Analyst. So there are 9 career paths in Salesforce. We will talk about them one by one. So first, let us talk about some of the prominent job roles in Salesforce, which are the Salesforce Admin, Salesforce Developer, and the Salesforce Consultant. Next, we'll talk about the rest of the career path. So let us start with the Salesforce Admin. A Salesforce administrator works with stakeholders to define requirements and to customize the Salesforce platform. To explain this in simple terms, it means they help users or clients to make the best use of Salesforce and their services. A Salesforce admin best understands how to make the Salesforce platform work for the company's unique needs. Salesforce admins are the trusted advisors on all the things on Salesforce. So now let us see what are the skills required to become a Salesforce administrator. First is the Salesforce skill, and this would include user and data management, security, and actionable reporting. The next skills are business analytics skills. A Salesforce admin should have the ability to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of a business operation, and a large part of this centers around process analysis and documentation. So this is why business analytics is one of the important skills to become a Salesforce admin. The next skill is leadership skill. Being a Salesforce admin puts you in a very unique position within a company. Having both business and technical skills provide you with the credibility to be an innovative leader to your company. It is also important for stakeholder engagement, and to have good leadership skills, you must have good communication skills. The next skill is technical skill. These skills are important for Salesforce admin as they will help you work more efficiently within your organization, especially when navigating a complex task or project. As a Salesforce admin, you'll want to develop expertise in areas such as database management, security, and compliance. You'll also want to have basic understanding of APIs. By having well-rounded technical knowledge, you'll be able to speak to users and executives more confidently using your specialized expertise. The next skill is project management skill. The main skill associated with project management are leadership, task management, scheduling your tasks, quality management, planning, and execution. And finally, the last skill is industry skill. Having a firm understanding of the businesses and industry in which your companies operate is very important for a Salesforce administrator, because the specific type of activities and business processes that you implement will be influenced by this. Next, let us talk about the job opportunities for a Salesforce admin. According to Glassdoor, there are more than 800 job openings for a Salesforce admin in India, with Bangalore having the highest of 254 job openings. In the US, there are more than 5,000 job openings for a Salesforce admin. Now, this was only according to one website. There can be many more job openings around you. Next, talking about the salaries for a Salesforce admin, according to Glassdoor, the average salary for a Salesforce admin in India is 5,17,000. And the average salary for a Salesforce admin in the United States is $93,960 per annum. So this was about the salary, the skills required, and the job trends for a Salesforce admin. Now let us move on to the next job role, which is a Salesforce developer. Now a Salesforce developer is an individual who programs software or application solutions on the Salesforce platform. They analyze companies' processes, develop CRM workflows, and build custom solutions for specific business needs. They work collaboratively with the other members of the development team to create custom, scalable processes for the company. Next, talking about some of the skills required to become a Salesforce developer are: the first skill is analytic skills. A Salesforce developer needs to have an analytic mindset to understand a client's business problems or needs and to design and produce a solution according to their requirements. The next skill is communication skill. Now, as a Salesforce developer, you'll be expected to communicate complex information to people who might not have much computer knowledge and also have to answer the question while giving clear instructions. The next skill required to become a Salesforce developer is development skill. We should have knowledge about few of the Salesforce technologies like Visualforce, Apex programming language, Lightning Component Framework, and also have knowledge of at least one high-level programming language. The next skill is proper time management. Salesforce developer has to follow the business timelines and schedules and complete the assigned work by the given deadlines. And finally, the last skill to become a Salesforce developer is problem-solving abilities. Salesforce developers should be able to identify and troubleshoot issues and faults as they arise. They should also be able to solve end-user doubt and queries. So these are some of the skills required to become a Salesforce developer. Now let us talk about the salary and market trend for a Salesforce developer. According to Glassdoor, there are more than 1,500 job openings for a Salesforce developer in India, with Bangalore having the highest of 431 job openings. In the US, there are more than 4,000 job openings for a Salesforce developer. And the average salary for a Salesforce developer in India is 4,88,000, and a senior Salesforce developer can earn up to 12 lakhs per annum. The average salary for a Salesforce developer in the United States is $99,300 per annum. So this was about Salesforce developer job role. So now let us move on to Salesforce consultant job role. A Salesforce consultant is responsible for tackling complex business challenges and solving them through business improvements. They deliver innovative solutions using Salesforce to ensure that the customers are successful. Now talking about the skills required to become a Salesforce consultant are: the first skill is problem solving skill, and next we have communication skill. The third skill is Salesforce skill, which means they should have complete knowledge of the Salesforce platform, which would include security, Apex programming language, automation, and many more. The next skill is managing relationship, because they'll have to regularly communicate with the clients, stakeholders, and the team members. And the next skill to become a Salesforce consultant is business empathy, which basically means understanding the business from the client's perspective. So these were some of the skills required to become a Salesforce consultant. Now let us talk about the salaries and the job openings for a Salesforce consultant. And again, according to Glassdoor, there are more than 650 job openings for a Salesforce consultant in India, And in the United States, there are more than 7,750 job openings for a Salesforce consultant. Talking about the salary, the average salary for a Salesforce consultant in India is 9 lakhs. And the average salary for a Salesforce consultant in the United States is $98,000 per annum. So this was about the prominent job roles in Salesforce. Now let us talk about the other job roles in Salesforce. Fourth, we have the Salesforce designer. A Salesforce designer solves complex problems and designs ethical, unbiased, and sustainable solutions on the Salesforce platform that serve both businesses and communities. Next, we have career in the Salesforce Sales Cloud. Now, this career path mainly focuses on the Sales Cloud. So the individual who want to start their careers in sales and in the Salesforce Sales Cloud should have complete understanding of the Salesforce Sales Cloud and should know how to use it for different applications. Next, we have Salesforce Marketing Cloud career. This career path focuses on Marketing Cloud. A candidate applying for a job in this field must have expertise in infrastructure architecture, client relationship, presentation, team management, and thorough marketing and leadership skills. The next career path is the Service Cloud career. Now, this career path mainly focuses on the Service Cloud and the customers. So the individual wanting to start their careers in the Service Cloud should have complete understanding of the Service Cloud and should know how to use it for different types of use cases. And finally, we have business analysts in Salesforce. A business analyst in Salesforce identifies key insights and maps a business strategy. They should also solve data-related problems and make actionable recommendations. So these were the different career paths in Salesforce. So starting off with the first basic question, what is Salesforce? You can answer this by saying Salesforce is a cloud-based software company which provides CRM services and along with that also provides various software solutions and a platform for users and developers to develop and distribute custom softwares. Salesforce offers a variety of products for companies such as the Salesforce Sales Cloud, the Marketing Cloud, Service Cloud, Community Cloud, Analytic Cloud, App Cloud, and a couple of more services. Each of the services has its own functionalities and can be used by different teams in a company. Like the sales team can use the Sales Cloud, the support team can use the Service Cloud, and so on. So this was about Salesforce. Now let us move on to our next question. Our next question is, what exactly is CRM and how is it helpful? CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management, and it means a strategy or a technique which is used by businesses to maintain a healthy relationship with the customers and the potential customers. CRM also includes managing all the interactions with the customers. Now talking about some of the benefits of using Salesforce CRM, it helps in enhancing the communication with the customers. Next, when you understand customers and their needs better, you can provide them with an improved customer service. Next, it aids in improving analytical data and reporting, so you can use this data for further references also. Moving on, CRM is also a great tool for automation, which relieves our businesses from repetitive and less important tasks, and they can focus on the more important tasks first. The fifth benefit is it provides greater efficiency in managing multiple teams and can also be customized to help in individual clients' account planning. So these were some of the benefits of CRM. Now I guess you have some idea about what exactly is CRM and what are some of its benefits. Now let us move on to our next question. Our next question is, what are tabs in Salesforce? A tab is nothing but a feature in Salesforce that displays custom object data that is embedded in a particular application. Some of the tabs in Salesforce are custom object tabs, web tabs, flexible page tab, lightning page tabs, and visual force tabs. Now moving on to our next question, what do you understand by sandbox org and define the different types of sandboxes available in Salesforce? Okay, first let us understand what is sandbox org. A sandbox is a copy of the production environment used for testing and development purpose. So this was the definition of sandbox org. Now let us understand this with an example. So let's say in a company there are various departments which requires data for different purposes, like for development, for testing, or for training. So to use these functionalities, Salesforce offers a feature that makes different copy of the production organization called a sandbox. These sandboxes are isolated from the main production, and hence whatever operation are performed on these sandbox will not affect on the production organizations. So I guess you have understood what exactly is sandbox org. So now let us see what are the different types of sandboxes available in Salesforce. We have developer sandbox, developer pro sandbox, partial data sandbox, and full sandbox. So this was about sandbox and the different types of sandbox in Salesforce. Now let us move on to the next question. The next question is, what is Salesforce Lightning App Builder? The Salesforce Lightning App Builder is a point and click tool, which means it is a drag and drop tool that makes it easier for you to create custom pages for the Salesforce mobile application and Lightning experience. With the Lightning App Builder, you can build a single page application that drills down into standard pages, or you can build dashboard styled application such as application to track top sales prospects or the key leads for the quarter. You can also customize the record pages for your object, which can be tailored to the need of the user. And you can also customize the Salesforce homepage, which contains the components and features that the user uses the most. So this was about Salesforce Lightning App Builder. Now let us move on to the next question. Our next question is, explain governance limits. Governance limits are the limit that controls the number of records you can store in the shared database. Now this is because of Salesforce multi-tenant architecture, where Salesforce uses a single database to store the data of multiple clients or customers. They set this governance limit so that no single client controls the shared resources. The different governance limits in Salesforce are size-specific Apex limit, per transaction Apex limit, static Apex limit, email limit, Force.com platform Apex limit, and miscellaneous Apex limits. So this was about Salesforce governance limits. Now let us move on to the next question. Our next question is, what is the difference between Salesforce.com and Force.com? So as we have talked about Salesforce before, you know what is Salesforce.com. It is nothing but a software as a service CRM application, whereas Force.com is a platform to support the developers and businesses in building customized enterprise applications. One of the major differences between Salesforce.com and Force.com is Salesforce is a software as a service product, whereas Force.com is a platform as a service product. Next, Salesforce helps the user to store data and application, and Force.com helps in building and operating applications that are connected with the Salesforce data. So these were some of the differences between Salesforce.com and Force.com. Now let us move on to the next question. Our next question is, what do you understand by Visual Force? Visual Force is a framework that allows developers to build custom user interfaces that can be hosted on the Lightning platform. It is a markup language which is similar to HTML, and developers can use it for performing tasks like developing user interfaces, defining the custom tabs, and integrating and customizing the sidebars in the Salesforce console. They can create and customize help pages and also add menus in Salesforce One. Visual Force can also be used to manage the home page in the account tab. So this was about Visual Force. Now let us move on to the next question. Our next question is, what is Lightning Component Framework? Lightning Component Framework is a user interface framework for developing web applications for mobile and desktop devices. It is a modern framework for building single-page applications with dynamic responsive user interfaces for Salesforce platform app. In this, the developers can use JavaScript, HTML-like markup languages, and CSS to create the applications. So in simple terms, it is just a framework for developing web application for mobile or tabs or desktop devices. So now let us move on to the next question. Our next question is, what is the difference between roles and profiles? Talking about roles first, it controls the level of visibility that user has in its organization's data. The primary function of role is that it allows higher level of users to get access to the records owned by the lower level users. An example of this would be a sales vice president getting access to the records owned by several sales managers, while the peers do not get access to it. Next, talking about profile, a profile is a collection of settings and permission that controls the user. It controls what they have to do in the application and what access they have. Like the sales team has access only to the sales related application and data. The next difference between roles and profile is, it is not mandatory that a user should have a role, but it is mandatory to define a profile for an user. So now I guess you have some idea about what are the difference between roles and profiles. So now let us move on to the next question. The next question is, what are the difference between Lightning Component and Lightning Web Components? Lightning Components, as we know before, are a user interface framework that is used to create applications for desktop and mobile technologies on Salesforce. Whereas Lightning Web Components are an updated web standard-based framework method for creating Lightning components on the Salesforce platform. Lightning Web Components are simpler to define and develop greatly because they are in line with the updated web standards. Our next question is, what is Salesforce Lightning? Salesforce Lightning is a new user interface by Salesforce. It comes with a convenient new design, more productivity tool, and more functionalities such as artificial intelligence. With Salesforce Lightning, you can build personalized, responsive application without writing a single line of code. So now moving on to our next question, what is time triggers in Salesforce? Well, a time-dependent actions are executed at a specific time. Let's say, for example, 10 days before a record's close date. So when the specific time passes, the workflow rule reevaluates the record to make sure that it still meets the rule criteria. If the record does, the workflow rule executes those actions. This is known as time trigger. Now, example for time trigger in Salesforce would be you can choose a time to call a client or send email to a client or even schedule a time to discuss about a particular product to a client. You can automate all these tasks by setting a time trigger. So this was about time trigger in Salesforce. Now let us move on to the next question. The next question is, what is object relationship in Salesforce and what are the types of it? So to understand this question, let us first understand what are objects and what are the types of objects. Now objects are nothing but database tables that allows you to store data specific to an organization in Salesforce. There are two types of objects. The first one is standard objects and the other one is custom object. Standard objects are objects provided by Salesforce.com. Example of standard objects could be accounts, contacts, opportunities, or leads. Next, custom objects are objects which are created by the user. Custom object stores information that is unique and important to the organization. Now, object relationship is used to link custom object records to standard object record in a related list. Majorly, there are three types of relationship in Salesforce.com. The first one is lookup relationship, next is master detailed relationship, and next we have many-to-many relationship. So now I guess you have some idea about object relationship in Salesforce. So let us move on to our next question. The next question is, how is a lookup relationship different from a master detailed relationship? Lookup relationships are used when you want to create a link between two objects, but without the dependency on the parent object. As a master detailed relationship, the master controls some trait of the child, which is detail, and both are tightly connected. Thus, when working on the master detailed relationship in Salesforce, it is compulsory to define the parent record for the particular detail. Another major difference is that when a master or the parent in a master detailed relationship is deleted, the child details also get deleted automatically. However, in a lookup relationship, when one object record is deleted, the other one does not get deleted. So these were some of the difference between lookup relationship and master detailed relationship. So let us move on to our next question. Our next question is, can you give some example of Salesforce APIs and its usages? Salesforce has a variety of APIs that can let you interact with the system in different ways. Some of them would be the REST API. The REST API lets you integrate with Salesforce application using simple HTTP methods in either XML or JSON formats, making this an ideal API for developing mobile application or external clients. Next, there is Bulk API, which provides a programmatic access that lets you quickly load data into a Salesforce organization. Third, we have Streaming API that can be used to receive notification for changes to the Salesforce data that matches a SOQL query you define. Streaming API is useful when you want notification to be pushed from the servers to the client based on the criteria that you define. So this was about Salesforce APIs and its usages. So now let us move on to the next question and see, what is Salesforce Lightning Design System? Salesforce Lightning Design System is a CSS framework and component library which helps developers and designers to create a user interface based on Salesforce Lightning principles, the design language, and the best use cases. With the design system, you can build Lightning pages and components, mobile application accessing Salesforce, and standalone web application which are served by Android, iOS, Heroku, and some similar platforms. So this was about Salesforce Lightning Design System. Now let us move on to the next question. Our next question is, what is Audit Trail? Audit Trail helps in tracking the recent setup changes made by the administrators of your company. It displays the information about the changes to your Salesforce in the last 6 months. But for viewing the changes, one needs a permission of View Setup and Configuration. If you have this permission, you can check things like the date and time that the changes were made, the last user who made the changes, and what changes did they make. Moving on to the next question, define workflow in Salesforce. Workflow is nothing but a logic which helps in automation of tasks related to specific business processes in Salesforce. You can automate tasks like you can send an email alert, or you can send an outbound message, or you can automate a particular task or automate a field update. Our next question is, what is an external ID in Salesforce and which all field data types can be used as an external ID? An external ID is a custom field which can be used as a unique identifier in a record. They're basically just IDs which are mainly used for importing data and records. So when importing records, one among the many fields in the record should be marked as an external ID, which acts as a unique identifier for the record. The fields that can be marked as an external IDs are text, numbers, emails, and auto numbers. These fields should be unique with each other in the record. So moving on to the next question, what is reports in Salesforce? A report is a list of records that meets the criteria that you define. Reports are displayed in Salesforce in rows and columns and can be filtered according to a particular objects. So to understand reports better, let us take an example. So now let's say I have a training institute which offers various courses like Java, Python, machine learning, cloud computing, and many more. Now to keep track of all my courses which are being sold, my customer details, I'm using Salesforce. Now I want to know which of the courses is the highest selling course. So for this, I can use Salesforce report, which will have a set of records that contains all the information about the courses and the customers who have bought them. So with Salesforce report, I can see which of my course is the highest selling course. So I guess you have some idea about what exactly is reports in Salesforce. So now let us move on to the next question. Our next question is, what is dashboards in Salesforce? Dashboard is nothing but the graphical representation of the data generated by a report or multiple reports. It shows data from source reports as visual components. These components give a snapshot of key metrics and performance indicators of an organization. And another point you need to mention is, for each dashboard component, there is a single underlying report. So this was about dashboards in Salesforce. So now let us move on to the next question and see what are the different types of reports available in Salesforce. There are 4 types of reports available in Salesforce. The first one is the tabular report. The tabular reports are the basic and simplest of any Salesforce report. They just display the rows of data in a table with a grand total. Next, we have summary reports. Now, this type of reports in Salesforce are the most commonly used reports. They provide a listing of data with groupings and subtotal. With summary reports, you can group data based on different criteria and then perform calculation to find out the totals or the maximum or the minimum or averages. Next, we have matrix reports. Now, this type of records are a bit complicated, but they allow you to group records both by rows and by columns. You can use matrix reports when you want to see the data between 2 different dimensions that aren't related. For example, maybe the date and the product. The next type of report is the joint report. These joint reports can be used to group and show data from multiple report types in different views. The data in joint reports are organized in blocks, and each blocks can have its own columns, summary fields, formulas, filters, and sort orders. So these were the different types of reports available in Salesforce. Now let us move on to our next question. Our next question is, what is a bucket field in reports? Well, a bucket is a custom category that is defined in reporting. It allows you to group, filter, or arrange the related records together by ranges and segment without using complicated formulas and custom fields. So this was about bucket field in reports. Now moving on to the next question, what are dynamic dashboards? Now before we understand what are dynamic dashboards, let us first understand static dashboards so you know the difference. So static dashboards are the basic dashboard types that will be visible to any user who has made a report out of his data. Basically, a static dashboard shows the data only from a single user's perspective. Now coming to the concept of dynamic dashboards, now dynamic dashboards are used to display information which is tailored to a specific user. For example, the sales manager wants to view the report which is generated specifically to only one of his team members, then he can use dynamic dashboards for it. So now moving on to the next question, explain various Salesforce dashboard components. The first Salesforce dashboard component is chart. Now charts can be used when you want to show the data in the reports graphically. There are 6 types of charts to choose from. First is the horizontal bar chart, or the vertical bar chart, or the line chart, pie chart, donut chart, and the funnel chart. The second Salesforce dashboard component is gauze. You can use a gauze when you have a single value that you want to show within a range of custom values. For example, if you want to show the revenue for a month, whether it was high, medium, or low, you can show it with the help of gauze. Third, we have metrics. You can use a metric when you have only one key value to display. For example, if you have a report showing the total number of particular products sold or is expected to be sold in the current month, you can name the value as a particular product selling target for the month and display it on the dashboard. The fourth Salesforce dashboard component is table. You can use a table to show a set of report data in column form. For example, if you want to see the top 5 selling products for your current month, you can do that using tables. The fifth Salesforce dashboard component is Visual Force page. You can use Visual Force page when you want to create a custom component or show information which is not available in another component type. So these were some of the Salesforce dashboard components. So now moving on to the next question, what is data skew? Data skew refers to a non-uniform distribution of the underlying data. This leads to stuck stages and tasks, low utilization of CPU, and out-of-memory errors. This data skew is usually experienced while working for some big client with over 10,000 records. So there are three types of data skew. First one is the account data skew. This happens when too many child records are associated with the same parent object in one of the relationship. Then the imbalance would cause account data skew. The second type is ownership skew. This happens when a single user owns more than 10,000 records. Third, we have lookup skew. Lookup skew happens when there is a large number of records which are associated to a single record in the lookup object. So this was about data skew. Now let us move on to our next question. Our next question is, explain skinny table and what are the considerations for skinny tables? So in Salesforce, skinny tables are used to access frequently used fields and avoid joins. The skinny tables have proved to improve performance significantly. Now how does it improve the performance? As we can see in the diagram here, for each object table that is visible to you, Salesforce maintains other separate tables at the database level for the standard and custom fields. Now this separation is invisible to the customers and ordinarily requires a join when a query contains both kind of fields. A skinny table contains both kind of fields and also omits soft deleted records or recycled bin records, which helps speeding up the queries, thus improving the performance. Some of the consideration for skinny tables would be, skinny tables can contain a maximum of 100 columns. Next, skinny tables cannot contain fields from other objects. Also, skinny tables don't include soft deleted rows such as recycled bin records. Next, you need to contact the Salesforce support to recreate tables or add new tables. So now moving on to our next question, what is Apex? Well, Apex is a proprietary language developed by Salesforce.com. It is an object-oriented programming language that allows you to execute flow and transaction control statements on the Force.com platform. One interesting fact about Apex is its syntax is 70% similar to Java. So if you've worked on Java before, you can easily learn Apex then. Some of the functionalities of Apex would be, you can add web and email services to your application or perform complex business processes. It can be used to add complex validation rules to your application and can also be used to add one or more custom logics. So now moving on to our next question, what are the different types of collections in Apex? So there are three main types of collection in Apex. The first is list. Now list is an ordered collection of elements which is distinguished by their indexes. Now list elements can be of any data type. It could be primitive type, collection, user-defined types, or built-in Apex type. Next we have sets. Now sets is an unordered collection of elements that do not contain any duplicates. Set elements can be of any data type. It could be primitive, collection, user-defined type, or built-in Apex type. And third, we have maps. Now a map is a collection of key value pairs where each unique key maps to a single value. Now this keys and value can also be of any data type. Now I guess you have some idea about the different type of collection in Apex. So now let us move on to the next question and see what are getters and setter methods. Well, the get method or the getter method is used to pass value from the controller to the Visual Force page, whereas the set or the setter method is used to set the value back to the controller variable. Now look at the code snippet over here. Now here you can see we have used the get method to return the name, which is to pass value to the Visual Force page. And the set method is used to make the first letter of the name uppercase and the rest lowercase. So now let us move on to our next question. Our next question is, what do you mean by an interface in Apex? So an interface is like an Apex class in which none of the methods have been implemented. It only contains the method signature, but the body of each method is empty. So to use an interface, another class must implement it by providing a body for all the methods contained in that interface. Also, all the interfaces in Apex are global and the methods in the interface are public and abstract methods. Moving on to our next question, what is SOQL and what is it used for? Well, SOQL stands for Salesforce Object Query Language. It is very similar to the widely used language SQL to query databases. But SOQL is designed only for Salesforce data and is used to query the Salesforce platform to retrieve data. SOQL can also be used with Apex and Visualforce to return sets of data. So this was about standard object query language. Now let us move on to our next question. Our next question is, what is button overriding? Well, you can override the behavior of standard buttons like the new, view, or edit in Salesforce Classic, Lightning Experience, and mobile independently. For example, you can also override the tab home page that displays when a user clicks a standard, custom, or external object tab. Now moving on to our next question, what is the difference between a standard controller and a custom controller? Talking about the standard controller first, standard controller in Apex inherits all the standard object properties and the standard button functionalities directly. It contains the same functionality and logic that are used for standard Salesforce pages. Next, talking about custom controller in an Apex class implements all the logic for a page without leveraging a standard controller. Custom controllers are associated with Visualforce pages through the controller attribute. So this was the difference between standard controller and custom controller. So now let us move on to our next question. Our next question is, what is WhoID and WhatID in activities? Well, WhoID in Salesforce refers to people things. Example of WhoID would be lead ID or a contact ID. Basically, the WhoID represents a human such as a contact or a lead. Next, WhatID in Salesforce refers to object type things. Example of WhatID would be account ID or an opportunity ID. The WhatID represents non-human objects such as accounts, opportunities, campaign, cases, or custom objects. So I guess you have some idea about what is WhoID and WhatID. So now let us move on to the next question and see what is the use of an outbound message. An outbound message is nothing but an automation function that allows sending a message to external web services or an application when the record is created or updated in the Salesforce. These external web services can contain field values to introduce other processes in the external systems. Now, outbound messages can be triggered by using workflow, approval process, and entitlement process. So this was about outbound message. Now let us move on to the next question. Our next question is, how can you call a controller method from JavaScript? So to call a controller method that is an Apex function from JavaScript, you need to use action function. This question can also be asked as, what is the use of action function? So you can answer this by saying it is used to call a controller method from JavaScript. Now look at a piece of code here. Here you can see the function JS method call from any action calling the controller method from JavaScript. Moving on to the next question, what do you mean by batch Apex in Salesforce? Well, actually, batch Apex is used to run large jobs that would exceed normal processing limits. Using batch Apex, you can process record asynchronously in batches to stay with platform limits. So now to process every query separately, it will take you a lot of time. So batch Apex allows the breaking of a single job into flexible batches. So let's say you have 10,000 plus records you have to execute. So instead of executing all of them at once, you can batch the record, for example, a batch of 200 and then process this 200 records at one time. Then after that, you can move on to the next 200 and so on. So I guess you have understood what exactly is batch Apex in Salesforce. So now let us move on to the next question and see what are the methods to implement batch Apex. So in order to use the batch Apex, you need to write Apex class that implements database batchable interface and make your class global. Next, you have to implement the following three methods. The first one is the start method. This method is called once at the beginning of the batch Apex job and is used to collect the records or object to be passed to the interface method. The next method is the execute method. Execute method performs an operation which we want to perform on the records fetch from the start method. And last, we have the finish method. Now this finish method executes after all the batches are processed and is used to send confirmation email notification. You can see the syntax for all start method, execute method, and the finish method. So I guess you have some idea about what are the methods to implement batch Apex. So now let us move on to the next question and see what are the difference between SOQL and SOSL. Well, we have discussed about SOQL in question number 33. So I guess you have some idea about it by now. So let us talk about Salesforce Object Search Language or SOSL first. SOSL is a Salesforce search language that is used to perform text searches in records. Now talking about some of the differences between them, the first difference would be SOQL returns record, while SOSL returns fields. Next, SOQL uses select keyword for the retrieval of record from the databases, whereas SOSL uses find keyword for retrieval of record from databases. The third difference is in SOQL, only one object can be searched at one time, whereas in SOSL, many objects can be searched at one time. Next, in SOQL, one can query any type of field, but in SOSL, one can query only email, text, or phone number. So these were some of the major difference between SOQL and SOSL. So now moving on to our next question, is it possible to edit Apex class or triggers in the production environment? Well, the answer for this is no, it is not possible. We cannot directly edit the Apex class or trigger in the production environment. It can only be done in the developer edition, sandbox org, or the testing org. Moving on to our next question, what is Apex trigger? Now, Apex trigger performs custom action to the record in Salesforce before or after the events. Examples of such actions include insertion, updation, or deletion of records in Salesforce. The trigger helps in performing operations that are subjected to specific conditions, such as modifying related records or restricting certain operations. Triggers can be used for anything you do in Apex, executing SOQL, or data manipulating language, or even calling custom Apex methods. So there are two different types of triggers in Salesforce. The first one is before trigger and the second one is after trigger. Before trigger is executed to validate the record values before saving to the database, whereas the after trigger is executed to validate the record values after saving the database. Now I guess you have some idea about what is Apex trigger. So let us move on to our next question. Our next question is, how can you call an Apex class in Salesforce? Well, we can call an Apex class in Salesforce from the following ways. The first one is from the Visualforce page or from the developer console. We can also call the Apex class from the JavaScript links or by using a trigger. Next, you can call an Apex class from another class or from homepage components. So these are the various ways you can call an Apex class in Salesforce. So this brings us to the next question. If required, can two users share the same profile? Well, the simple answer for this would be yes. In Salesforce, it is possible to assign a similar profile to different people or teams or managers. The advantage of this would be at the same time the entire team or the group of people can hold access to crucial data. So for example, the HR team named the HR profile can have access to candidates, employees, lead data, and all the information they need. So these were some of the important and frequently asked Salesforce interview question and answers. Now let us move on to the next topic and see some of the tips to become a Salesforce developer. Before we start this, I would like to say there is no such prerequisites to become a Salesforce developer, but companies do ask for a bachelor's degree in computer science or some similar discipline. You should have good knowledge of at least one object-oriented programming language and some basic understanding of Salesforce. So if you have just started your journey in Salesforce or are planning to start your journey in Salesforce and become a Salesforce developer, I would highly recommend you to start learning a few Salesforce technology. The first of this would be Visualforce. As we have talked about Visualforce in the interview question part also, it is a markup language for creating custom Salesforce pages. Now why is this important is because it is useful to build application on the Salesforce platform. You need to know how to develop user interface and write application logic. So as a Salesforce developer, you can develop the user interface using Visualforce. So that is why Visualforce becomes very important if you want to become a Salesforce developer. Next, after developing the user interface using Visualforce, a Salesforce developer needs to know how to add business logic to the applications. You can write controller code and add custom logics to your application using the Apex programming language. So even Apex becomes very important if you want to become a Salesforce developer. So start off by learning Visualforce and Apex. Next, along with these tools, it will be very helpful if you learn JavaScript, HTML5, CSS programming languages, and a few web development tools like the Eclipse IDE and Git. After this, my third tip would be to learn from online courses. There are a variety of online courses and tutorials to learn the basic and advanced aspect of Salesforce development. Also for learning purposes, Salesforce offers Trailhead, which is a free platform for courses combining theory and practice of Salesforce development. The next step is preparing and getting a few Salesforce certification, which brings us to our last topic for today, which is Salesforce certification training. Now, preparing for the certification will not only improve your knowledge, but can also be very helpful during your job interviews, as organization needs certified people. This is because clients generally prefer companies whose employees are certified, as it gives them assurance with regard to quality. So this is why I would highly recommend you to take Edureka's Salesforce certification training, which is curated by industry professionals and will help you learn how to customize your application, including page layouts, fields, tabs, and business processes. It will also help you create a secure Salesforce environment, maintain and import clean data, create high-value reports and dashboards, and set up a workflow automation.
And with this, we have come to an end to this full course on Salesforce. If you enjoyed listening to this full course, please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment on any of your doubts and queries. We will reply to them at the earliest. And do look up for more videos and playlists and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel to learn more. Thank you for watching and happy learning.